Well, as you can see here, this is going to be the first kangaroo in space. Right here. Right here, this is a kangaroo. It's something that comes from Australia. And we're gonna launch this up into space. I'm sorry, that image came through my feed and I thought it. No, that's no, Doom. That it's a different impression. That's Bill Nelson. That's the guy that runs NASA. Dude, he's got an old school Southern draw. He sounds like that. I was like, no, we don't talk about that guy here. We can talk about any of those guys. American kangaroos on American rockets from American soil. Kangaroos come from Australia. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yeah, NASA is collaborating with the Australian Research Space Exploration Agency, or ARSE. Okay. Anyway, look at this. That's nice. Yeah, Sam. Yep. Yeah. Love Australia. I don't think it's called that. It's the Australian Space Research Agency, but also Australian Research Space Exploration Agencies. We're calling it that. So, Kerbal posted this afternoon. Actually, this was like well, it technically was this afternoon. This was like a couple minutes ago. Check out the new scatterer, dudes. Jeb says touch grass. I am touching the grass. See? Where are the insects? They're too small for you to see, obviously. Ugh. Do I have to tell everything? Look at this kangaroo. This is something that comes from Australia. We're gonna launch this into space. Does it have anything to do with the announcements last week? But can we actually touch it? In other words, will we be hitting trees in the next patch? No. I don't think so. But maybe. Maybe? Did you see Alonso's post? He got reinstated, didn't he? Oh, that's awesome. I don't think we're gonna get PQS changes or anything. I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. But it's gonna take a while to rewrite the procedural quaternon system. That's gonna take a second. That's like yeah, that's like a pretty complicated part of KSP. It's gonna take. I can't come up with an analogy because of my lack of understanding of software engineering. But I know it's a big enough thing that needs to be redone to yeah, we need to fix that. I mean, does this have to do with the HDR? No. Scatter is a little bit different. Scatter is different. It's a pretty foundational thing to redo. Yeah, Core. That's a good way to say that. Concrete, tier 2, 38 months. Thanks, man. Yeah, good stuff. All right. You come in on a Monday and you're not feeling real well. Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays? No. No, man. Shoot, no. I believe you get your butt kicked saying something like that, man. It's like finding out you need to rebuild your engine. Yeah. 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 Hey, Sam Carr. You want to see a funny joke? We have the fastest pit stops in the last 2 weeks. Consecutive fast pit stops. Hey, Def, let's go ahead and do that thing right now, Mr. Squeaky Wheel. Mr. Squeaky Wheel. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I'll take that after the Vettel days with 5 second. Yeah, yeah. 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 Alright, let me go find this thing real quick. I gotta load up KSP1 here for a second, guys. I gotta see what craft file the thing is in. They'll be in the fight for P3. Oh boy. Pit stops get quicker and quicker, but when I take my car to the mechanic, it stays there longer and longer. I don't get it. Yeah, I know. It's so strange. You want 4 tires or a 3? Question. Okay. Now that I have my coffee, I'm ready to play Kerbal. And thank you for whoever linked up the picture of the Saturn 1B. Oh, there's a Centaur up there. Oh, very nice. There we are. Well done. Bruce, I said that to a person serving me coffee at a coffee I was at a Dunkin' Donuts at the time, and I was like, "Yes, it is the nectar of the gods," and they just looked at me funny. I said it as a joke though, and they still looked at me funny, and I'm like, I'll just take my coffee, thank you. All right, all right, yep. That did happen. That did happen. It's not a joke, dude. Coffee. Coffee is amazing. It's amazing. It's dirty bean water. Oh. You know the smell. A smelly smell. That smells smelly. Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's go over here. I saw a coffee cup that says, "Have a nice day" on the side, and somewhere else on the very bottom. Yeah. It's great if you can go about your day without coffee, though. What? What? Alright, Def, let's find this. So Def you wanted the craft file here for Tidris. I don't know where it is. It ain't in there, so it's gotta be in here. Coffee and energy drinks is what you got. Dude, I used to hit the piss drink hard. I mean Red Bull, sorry, excuse me. And yeah, then my doctor's like, yeah, you need to stop doing that. You're getting old. You're not 26. You're in your 30s. You need to stop doing that. And I'm like, okay. So now I just drink coffee. Coffee is good. It's good for the body. Up with hope. Down with dope. What? Sorry. Okay, satellites. Here we go. Oh. Want the Puma to go with it? And the piss? But guess what? You're getting it. Let's rename that. There we go. What is this ancient game? I know. No background music? Bruh. Alright, so... I saved a new craft file. Come on, where's the Tidris? Ah, there we go. Ah, yes. Yeah. Alright, so... I just gotta upload the screenshot. I like how this works with KSP2 a lot better. Yeah, that works a lot better because you can just like copy the file and be like, hey. But yeah, this does take a second, so please bear with me. Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line. You know what? This is great. Okay. Your call's not important to us anymore. We're hanging up. Bye. Okay, that's done. Alright. So, let's see. Hold music is supposed to be unbearable. Oh. Stop it with the food, Alex. You're gonna make me hungry, or something like that. Nope. Nope. That's not unbearable, though. I don't know what you want. It's the only hold music I got. Oh god, I've heard this for way too long. Worse on the phone is it gets clipped due to audio compression. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's awesome. Okay. Trollolol? Ugh. That comes from a very weird time in the internet. Anyway. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Everything good? Everybody have a good weekend? I had a interesting weekend. Actually, that reminds me, I really gotta check. I gotta check something. I gotta check to see when those parts are coming in. So I realized that both the rear leaf springs on the truck are junk, and so are the shackles. And the reason that they're junk is because the bushings are literally rusted to them, like petrified. Yeah, it's been like that for a really long time because it's yeah. So that's good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, so I have decided to parts cannon the entire rear end of the truck and replace the leaves, the shackles, and the bushings, and the bolts. So, that's good.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Okay. Took me way longer than it should have to find this button. Oh, thanks, Dev. I appreciate that. Gonna feel like a new rear end. Yep. So, the shackles are toast. Everything is toast. I had the shackle here, but I put it back. Dudes, I tried to put it through the press. Bushing would not pop out. It broke the shackle before it popped the bushing out. That told me everything I need to know. And the leaf springs are rusted in between the leaves because water got in there at some point. So, instead of running the risk of breaking a leaf spring, like when we're driving the truck around, I just said, screw it. It's probably time to replace them. I mean, the leaves still look okay, but I was, this is Freb, Buck, yeah. I torched it, yeah. I torched one of the bushings and burnt all the rubber out. Yeah, that didn't work. Yeah, it was not good. Yeah, so that's how that's been going. It's nice. Yep. So I just said screw it. I'll show you when we get the new leaf springs in. The order is being delivered right now. I'll show you when we get the new leaf springs in. I'll show you the difference. People will be like, yeah, that was probably a good idea. Nothing some evapor rust can't fix. There's nothing to... There are parts of the leaf where there's nothing to... There's nothing to get the rust off of. It's just rust. Like the clamps that hold the leaves together. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. What'd you get up to yesterday? Wedding invitations and stuff, man. And Sunday dinner. Sundays, dude, are my stay away from the computer day. Stay away from the computer and go be normal for a little while. I only need to touch grass once a week. You know what I mean? Only need to do it once a week. That's my go and just be normal and go hang out. Yeah. My e-brake cable snapped off from Russ, hoping that's not too hard to replace. Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad. So I had more fun watching the NASCAR race yesterday than I did watching Formula One. Hey, Cass, what's going on, man?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, homing, here's the thing, dude. It's not that we couldn't be here on Sunday. I absolutely could, and I'd probably enjoy it. But you need a day to just... That's something I've been doing for a really long time. It's very rare that I stream on Sundays. Sunday is the go be normal day. Diablo 4 beta ends at 3 p.m. So are we doing Saturn 1B today? Yep. Yeah, Evaporust is magic, man. I used it on the heater box on the truck, dude. That's right, Trenchfoot. Yep. Decompression day is important. Yep, that's right. All right. Let's load in. I'm debating whether or not to buy the big Saturn V Lego set. It's pretty cool. F1 is getting boring again. It's too predictable with Verstappen, like it was when Hamilton was dominating. Yep. I really hope that changes real quick, cats, because I was frankly bored as hell watching the Formula 1 race. Yeah, I was like, I don't care. I don't care what's going on. I had more fun watching the NASCAR race, to be honest with you. Yeah, it was a good race. Especially the last like 40 laps, really good. Really fun to watch. Yeah, you actually fell asleep. Yeah. Dude, it was it was a thing. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Saturn 1B, huh? Alright. That shouldn't be too hard to make. We've got to do our Apollo 7 style mission. Oh, question. When building your CSM last week, you attached the fairing to the decoupler and the tank radially to fairing instead of attaching node to the tank. Can you explain why you did that? Well, yeah, it's because I don't like using tanks. Fuel tanks. Alright. In spacecraft design, this is spacecraft design, not stages, right? Here. So let's look. If you look at the Apollo Command Service module, right? Take a look at it. It is a structural carrier that has a bunch of tanks inside of it. See? See what I'm talking about? It has a bunch of stuff inside of it. Fuel tanks are inside of it. The engine is mounted in the center section. Fuel tanks don't work structural, don't act really as structure on crafts. I build this way, one, to make the craft stronger. Because if you put an extra fuel tank in there, you're gonna, it's more likely to do this. It's more likely to weeble wobble around, right? And then if you, yeah, the second reason is basically what I said a second ago. Sorry, it took me a second to get my explanation game up. So it's going to be stronger this way because it's not going to wobble around, and this way actually makes it so the fuel tanks aren't structural, which is very much how the real spacecraft does it. I like to get my crafts to perform and look like the real ones. So that's why I radially attach the tank. That's a good question, dude. Yeah. So if that's directly attached to the decoupler and then the fairing is strutted to the capsule, right? That clamps the whole thing together, makes it super strong. I'm not going to have to worry about this thing weeble wobbling around. That's how I make stuff, dude. It's a hierarchy building rule. So think about it like this, dude. Here, let me get into this. This is a good time to explain this because I'm going to build the rest of the craft this way, right? See that right there? It's a bunch of I-beams, right? Now, what about this thing right here? The thing that I'm gonna make right next to it. All right. So let's go in here like this. Let's take a look. I just gotta straighten this thing out. Alright, see these two sets of I-beams right here? So you tell me, fellas, Which one of these is going to wobble less? If I went to launch this right now, they're the same thing. They look like the same thing, right? They look exactly the same. Which one is going to wobble less? Which one is going to wobble more? The left one's going to wobble more. Why? Because it's made up of a bunch of smaller components. Even though it looks exactly the same, this one that has less connections, right, is going to wobble less, right? Man, does that make sense? See this right here? That's the reason why I do stuff like that. That is the reason why the fairing that's making the outer part of my service module is attached directly to the decoupler, which is attached directly to the heat shield, which is attached directly to the capsule. This right here, I call the Kevin Bacon rule. Now, why do I call that? It's kind of a rule for building in KSP. Why do I call it the Kevin Bacon rule? What the hell does that mean? 6 degrees of separation, okay? So you have 6 degrees of separation with Kevin Bacon. That's a game that you could play where you could link any actor through 6 degrees of separation to Kevin Bacon because he's been in so many freaking movies. My Kevin Bacon rule basically means from the top to the bottom of the vehicle, try to make it in as least amount of connections as possible. That will make your vehicles less wobbly. Way less wobbly. Using that rule, fellas, using this rule, I've been able to... I use this rule in KSP1 all the time. And here I can show you. If we go into like screenshots here, it would be this KSP save. I was able to make stages that were only attached with docking ports that stayed nice and strong. And now, don't get me wrong, that was also partially due to same vessel interaction. Same vessel interaction basically caused my interstage fairings to collide with the tank of the vehicle that they're attached to. That is part of that equation, but 6 degrees of separation, the Kevin Bacon rule, also helped me make it so I could build my own launch pads and build my own VAB. I played an entire save in Kerbal for about a year, and I literally never used the launch pad. I did not launch something off of that pad once. I built every launch pad for every vehicle. Yep. See what I'm talking about? 6 degrees of separation is a great building rule. It prevents your crafts from getting wobbly. And if you combined it in KSP1 with auto strutting, or in KSP2 with just regular strutting, or, well, in KSP1 I used auto strutting and regular strutting on top of 6 degrees of separation, your crafts won't be as wobbly. The other thing is to know what to strut to. To be honest, I wouldn't use either one of these as a central structure for anything, because they're so thin and they're so wobbly. Both of these things are going to wobble. This one's going to wobble more than that one, right? It's going to wobble more. Use bigger parts, attach to bigger parts, right? So I wouldn't want to use that as a structural piece, right? And put in like another fairing down here. That's not going to work. I'd be much more inclined to do something like this. That is a much stronger piece because it's way longer. And then you go and attach stuff to that instead. Or, better yet, and you'll see this when we go to build the first stage for our Saturn 1B, use a damn fuel tank. Those things are strong. It's physically a bigger piece. Bigger physical pieces you can attach to. You can attach more things to them, and they're stronger. Hey, you remember when I said I like trains? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I like trains. I have a funny fact that really surprised me. I just did the research that just a 5 km/h increase in speed can lead to a derailment if load distribution is 60% on the front bogie on a track with a 250 meter radius curve. Yes. Trains are a lot... Weight distribution with a train is a very big deal. The reason why it's a big deal is because you struggle for what's called tractive effort. Because trains are literally metal wheels on a metal rail, right? Trains struggle to get traction. So if your weight distribution is not correct on a car, right, your tractive effort will shift too far forward. Or, I mean, there's a bunch of other things, dude, that have to deal with it, but it's mostly because of that tractive effort. If your weight distribution on a car is all screwed up, right, when you're going around a corner, right, a 250 meter radius curve at a certain speed, right, and your weight's all over the front bogie on the car, the back end will come out. You'll fishtail the rail car and the train will derail. Oh, absolutely. This is part of the reason So obviously each on a per car basis right? On a per car basis, you need perfect weight distribution on either car. That's why if you see like a modular container on a rail car, like the bogies are out in front and in back, right? And then the modular car, like the intermodal, right, sits like down in the center. Because center of gravity is really important too. You don't want a high center of gravity on the rail car because then it'll do the same thing, right? But it'll do the exact same thing, it'll just derail. So you want to keep the center of gravity low, and then on top of that, believe it or not, you want some tension on the train as well. You want tension on the train, but you don't want too much weight over the back end of the entire freight train. You should have all the center of mass of the freight train should be more forward, believe it or not. Like if you took the entire train, right, and tried to calculate the center of gravity on the entire train, you want it to be more forward. For the same exact reason why if you have a first stage and you're trying to boost back a first stage, it always wants to fly business end first because rocket engines are heavy. Center of mass in physics, center of gravity likes going first. It wants to try to go forward, right? That's really important. So a train will have more engines, like a modern freight train will have more locomotives in the front, but it will also have locomotives in the back, right? But less, because you want your center of mass bias to be forward. The same is the case with cars. Same is the case with airplanes. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, airplanes have a center of mass like right in the center, but it is forward just a little bit. Dude, there's a bunch of things. Yeah, I mean, rockets, whatever. But yeah, you also want to keep tension on the cars, because if you keep tension on the couplers, it actually kind of keeps the train from rubber banding under braking and stuff. That's really, really, really important. Yeah, there's a lot of physics involved with pulling a 5,000-ton freight train. Yeah. Yeah. So, the other thing about trains, dude, is that the same reason why it takes this, you need a lot of tractive effort to get it going, because you have metal rails on metal wheels, right? Or metal wheels on metal rails. That's also why the reason why if a car is stopped in a crossing, the train can't just stop. You have extremely low rolling resistance with a train because metal on metal, right? So a train can't just stop. I'm sure you've seen the movies where they lock the wheels on the train and it's just skidding out of control. First of all, trains don't do that. Anti-lock braking on a train is actually dynamic braking is more important than that. If you lock the tires on the train, you're not stopping. That just makes it worse. And worst case scenario, you're going to wreck the wheels. Or like best case scenario, you're going to wreck the wheels. Worst case scenario, the train derails. There's a lot of physics involved, dude. Yeah. Trains can't stop very fast. And they need to be super freaking heavy to get traction. So whatever's in front of it, you're going to lose. A lot of physics involved with trains, dude. It's good stuff, man. Now, yeah, I mean, what about a magnet brake? That's what dynamic braking is, Sinister. Kind of. They take so trains are diesel, most modern locomotives in the US, like freight locomotives and stuff, they're diesel electric. So it's a diesel motor that's generating electrical power, and the train is it's a hybrid. It's basically a hybrid, right? And the bogies on the locomotives have electric motors in them. You can have dynamic braking. Dynamic braking will basically... is when you try to put the electric motors in reverse, and that stops the train a lot better than just hitting the brakes. I mean, it has brakes too. You need the brakes for it to work, right? You need to make pneumatic pressure for it to work. But yeah, a lot of interesting stuff, dude. Yeah, they basically do that. They just run the electric motors in reverse, which is kind of like the motors are an electromagnetic motor, right? Like that's basically what you're talking about. They already do that. Your dissertation is about that, but the fact that it's just a 5 km/h difference, 60-ton cargo with uneven distributed, had a higher derailment coefficient as a train with 60 tons of cargo and even distribution when going 50 km/h, according to simulation. It's just surprised you. Oh, right on, man. Turns the motors into alternators and recharges the train. Yep, Teslas do that too. Yep. Yeah, if you flat spot a train tire, you're going to have a bad day. And, like I said, best case scenario, the maintenance guys are going to be pissed. That's a huge job. Replacing the axles on a locomotive. That's like replacing the crankshaft in a car. You need to take the whole thing apart. I'm sure the maintenance guys are going to be very, very happy about that. Your dissertation is... Let me read that again, Laforte. Your dissertation is about the fact that it's just a 5 kilometers an hour. It's just 5 kilometers an hour for me. 60-ton cargo had a higher derailment coefficient as a train with 60-ton cargo. And even that's weird, man. That's weird. Cool. Yo, Forte, send me your dissertation when it's done. I would like to read it, please. Just on a side note, if you really want, I'd really like to read that. That's super interesting, dude. I know what he meant, Aqualex. I'm saying they kind of already do that with the motors, but yeah, it's not exactly what was said. But the couplers on trains also can't be full stiff. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you got to just keep, you can't make the rubber band, so to speak, too tight or then it'll snap. You'll go around a corner and the rubber band snaps. Yeah, it has to be just right. Yeah, it's a real balancing act, man. And considering like some of the freight trains in the U.S. can get to be a couple miles long, it's pretty damn impressive, dude. What is this, Scully? What did you come across today? I mean, some freight trains even have locomotives in the middle of the train for the same reason. What am I looking at here? Look at this bridge you came across. It's a turning bridge. Yeah, that's a turntable bridge. The whole thing will shift. The whole thing turns counterclockwise. Yeah, swing bridge, dude. Let's go right here. Let's see. And now I want to mess around with trains. It is a swing bridge. Look, and in the Google Earth picture, it's swung, dude. That's cool. It's actually open. Yeah, swing bridges, man. Yeah, that's, there was a swing bridge in Boston, dude. Here, let me show you. It's totally shot now because it hasn't been used in years, but here, let's go up here. I'll show you. I mean, swing bridges are all over the place. They're all over the Midwest and stuff, dude. People from like Detroit and Chicago are like, huh? All right. We had a swing bridge right there. See it? That was the only way to get into the Seaport District for the longest time. And then yeah, they junked it and they built this. They built Seaport Boulevard instead. Man, that place has changed, dude. You guys want to see something nuts? Watch this. So that's what the Seaport District looks like. See all those buildings? Watch this. Yeah, it's a little different, huh? That's a little different. Yeah, it's a little different. Seaport's nuts, dude. It's cool, though. Yeah, that used to be just all parking lots because this, you can tell, like right here used to be a Navy yard. That was the South Boston Naval Annex. That's why. Yeah, but you could kind of see where it all was. But yeah, not there no more. Not there no more. All right, so Saturn 1B. Let's roll. They paved parking lots and put up a Camelot. Camelot. It's only a model. Yeah, those parking lots are there to make up for the fact that the roads, they didn't update the roads in Boston. Yeah, for the longest time. Then the Big Dig happened and that kind of changed, so. Fun fact. When play Minecraft, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm into playing Kerbal right now, dude. I really want to play this. I have a lot of fun playing this right now, Linus.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
If I said that wrong, 25 kilometers an hour vehicle with uneven load distribution. Our simulation was 60% on the front bogie. on a very common European freight bogie Y25. And the wagon had 2 bogies on a track with a 250-meter radius curve with 60 tons of cargo, which is a maximum weight, is more dangerous to derail than the same wagon going 50 kilometers an hour with even distribution. I understood it, Forte, yeah. The uneven distribution has a derailment coefficient that's just 5 kilometers an hour higher than one even with the load centered. Yeah, I got you. I understood what you said. At least I think I did. I'm sure I missed it, but why Saturn 1B instead of Saturn 5 for the moon mission? Let me load up the challenge, and I will show you why. Boop. Kerbal. Nate. So Seth, look at the first challenge. So I want to make Saturn 1B, then I'm going to make Saturn 5, and then we're going to do another Saturn 5 with the lander, and then we'll use Saturn 1B and Saturn 5 to figure out that last one, or even make Nova. I don't know. Yeah, I want to do all of them in order, Sethron, because I don't want to happen what happened during Minmus, right? The Minmus challenge, I went right for the big challenge and then didn't complete the big challenge and then failed. And the only challenge I did was land on Minmus. Oops. How did you attach the struts for the service module? They're strutted through the heat shield to the capsule, Novaraptor. I love it. Apollo 8 is awesome anyway. Yep, we'll do a free return. See what those new maneuver nodes can, or the new map view can do. Yep. Alright, so let's get her done. Alright, so we need to make the vehicle stage adapter. And I was just kind of going through, thinking about how I'm going to make it. And if I can ask, is it worth it to buy KSP2? Because I read that it has some problems. So, Laforte, I'm not trying to sound like a jerk, but the people that say it have problems can't read. Yeah, I'm not trying to be a dick about this, but the people that say that oh, Kerbal has Turbo 2 has so many problems. Yeah, they don't. I'm pretty sure they can't read. KSP2 is in early access. Of course it's going to have bugs. I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah, there are bugs in the game. It's early access. Like, it's going to have bugs, dude. Of course. It is rough. It's rough around the edges, but I'm having fun with it. I don't have any problems. Actually, the first patch fixed a lot of good stuff, man. Yeah, exactly, Zonic. I'm not even... Yeah, Carbon Soul. It's really... Yeah, it really does get annoying, actually. Yeah. It gets a little... It jars on me a little bit. Just a little bit, though. Not too much, but... Like... I mean, that's the honest thing. Now, don't get me wrong, dude. Like... I'm not, like, burying my head in the sand on this one, either. It's a $50 price point for an early access game is... I mean, that's okay, I guess. This is early access done correctly, and I may have the foresight that some people don't have because I know the developers and stuff, but it's early access done right. KSP1 was early access. I mean, not with a $50 price point, but KSP1 was early access, and it was buggy. Oh, absolutely. Of course it was buggy. You know, Carbon is right. They don't have, they have a little bit of a short memory, I guess. But hey, I mean, it is what it is, man. They took away my Kraken drive, though. That was a feature, not a bug. Yeah. They're pricing it to be the final price. Yeah, Kiosk, I don't know this for sure, but if it was me and I started with a $50 price point, that would just be the price throughout the entirety of early access. Pretty much probably into release, if I had to guess. Could be wrong, though. I mean, I would say that I've gotten my $50 worth of fun out of this already. So, I mean, take that for what it's worth. I like it, man. It's a good game. It has so much potential. I'm having a lot of fun with it, dude. Yeah. Do you enjoy extreme roller coaster rides? Yeah, sure. I'm aware that it's early access, but you have a weaker computer, and I just want to know if it's worth 50. You just said my point was was it worth it to buy KSP2 now or wait until full release? That's not that's not what you just said. Is it worth it to buy KSP2? Because I read that it has some problems. Okay, I addressed the problems part. Is it worth it to buy? Yeah, I'm having fun with it. That's what I meant by that. I'm having fun with it. I think it's worth it right now. Yes, sure. I've gotten $50 worth out of this. I don't know how that doesn't answer the question. Oh, just it. Okay, that was chat delay. I got you. We're good. Okay. Cool. I was like, wait a minute. I just said that. wait. But Laforte, personally, I think that's it's very disingenuous for someone to review the game after an hour of playing an early access game and being like, this game isn't worth it. That's ridiculous in my mind, but it's just an opinion, right? You know? I mean, the first patch, guys, has Kerbal 2 performing better than Kerbal 1. I mean, if that is a track record for where this game's going to go, ooh, it's gonna be nice, man. It's gonna be good. We're ready for March 22nd. March 22nd, Sneaky? What's on March 22nd? Oh, the cities update. DM'd me the video showcasing it. How long is that video? Hubs and transport free update. Oh, neato. Cool. The question was, if you think... My question was, if you think, just as someone who had better inside information, if the game will get into full release and will not stay in early access mode because it is quite common nowadays. Yeah, yes I do. Yeah, absolutely. Guys, they have the roadmap all fleshed out, dudes. Yeah, the roadmap is fleshed out, and it's not just some infographic that they released and said, this is how we're going to do it. Yeah, it'll make it. It will, absolutely. Yeah, it'll do it. They'll get there. I mean, they'll get, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, Laforte, nothing is certain, you know, I shouldn't say with, like, super high conviction that they're absolutely going to get there, you know, like, what if a meteor hits us, right? Like, then they're not going to get there, you know what I mean? Like, what if we get hit by a meteor? Like, what if there's a flash flood, you know, like, I think it's unwise to speak with such certainty when a 5 km/h difference can, you know, what I will say is that, all right, so consider this, dude. This is what I said on release day, and this is what I knew. Multiplayer's already in the game. Multiplayer's already in the game. Base building's already in the game. And if I had to venture a guess, I would say interstellar travel's already in the game as well. They are doing parallel development. So the way Nate, the creative director, kind of set this whole thing up with the technical directors is that they're working on everything all at once. So it's not just like you have an entire development team that's working on one module at a time and going to the next module. They've spread the development team out and they're all working. They're like, some of the devs are working on multiplayer and some of them are working on base building and some of them are working on bug fixing. You know what I mean? Like, that's the QA team, obviously, with some of the developers, right? It's very spread out, and that's on purpose, and I think that's a really good way to go about doing this. You know, Minimach Copernicus, inspired by original attempt on stream and took it to Duna. My first time ever landing anything outside of Kerbal's SOI. Nice, Jacob. There you go. So, yeah, LaForte, I think they'll get there. I think they have a really solid game plan. If you really want my honest opinion again, yeah, they have a pretty damn solid game plan. I think they'll do it. Yeah. And that's not just because I, have the privilege of engaging in conversation with the developers. I didn't actually talk to him over the weekend. I should probably shoot him a message. The statement about games being stuck in early access is more usual than before. Not factual. The big thing with an early access launch. So, yeah, I would say that this is early access done correctly, guys, because the roadmap to get to release is there and it's well thought out. It's well thought out. Now, why does my opinion count in this regard? Well, one, I mean, I'll be honest, at this point, I haven't really seen anything that you guys haven't. At this point, right? Like, I did get to play the game a little bit early. And, I did get to play it a little bit earlier than everybody else in Amsterdam, right? But at this point, I know what you know. I don't want to stay, like, I don't want to be... I want to be surprised on stream with you guys, because if we experience new stuff in Kerbal together, then it's much more fun. I have more fun that way, so I tried. This is kind of like what I did with Kerbal 1. I knew when some patches were coming out. I knew when the patch was coming out, guys. I asked, so I could time the stream to it, right? I didn't know what was in it, but I want to be surprised and have fun with you guys on the stream, because that's you're my clientele. You're my clientele. You know what I mean? Like, thanks. I think you know what I mean. If Meter hit us, I would not care about KSP2, but I did not catch KSP on release. I found that game like 8 years after release, so I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Yeah, no, look forward to it. Yeah, you're doing a dissertation on differential loads under speed on a 250 meter radius. I'm gonna go ahead and go out on the limb, dude, that you probably have a little bit of an inquisitive mind. I'm just putting it out there. I'm just putting it out. So yeah, no, I get where you're coming from, dude. I would say that this is early access done right, dude. It's done right. They have a roadmap. And now here's the thing. Like I said, nothing is set in stone. I guarantee you that there will be, well, not guarantee. That's not a right way to say it either, because speaking in absolutes with engineering is not really smart, right? Because it is software engineering at the end of the day. What I will say is this. It might take a little bit longer than anticipated, but what complicated project doesn't? Every aerospace project ever gets delayed. Not because of a bad development team, not because of, like, bad this, bad that, because at some point, you're going to run into an unknown unknown. You're going to run into, oh crap, this is a lot harder than I anticipated. That happens, man. That happens. Would be Sithware engineering, that's right. You're going to run into unknown unknowns, dude. I'm not going to say that the roadmap's going to be solid and they're going to hit every single deadline. I guarantee you there will be problems. Implementing multiplayer on an interstellar scale, that's not easy. You need, like, actual rocket scientists and physicists to figure that out. And don't get me wrong. I'm also not going to sit here and tell you that Intercept does not have personnel like that aboard. They definitely definitely have actual rocket scientists working on this game. I'm not even kidding. That I could say that pretty damn honestly. I'm not gonna say who. I'm not gonna drop names, but there's definitely people at IG that have worked in the aerospace industry that are helping with implementation. I kid you not, dude. Some of them are. I'm not gonna say who though. Elon Musk works on KSP. Now Lowell's like, it's me, man. It's me. No, there's there is LaForte. There's actual aerospace engineers and physicists working on this game with implementation. Yeah, could say that with absolute honesty, which is hilarious. Like I said, I'm not gonna drop names because that's messed up. If they wanted their name in the public, they would put their name in the public. But you know, Tori Bruno confirmed. ULA did. I mean, that noise from all the rockets in the game, dude. That's absolutely an Atlas V. Just saying. So, LaForte, it's stuff like that. So, there's always going to be unknown unknowns with any type of engineering, right? There's always going to be unknown unknowns. Absolutely, every single time. But when you have a lot of unknown unknowns, what you do is hedge your bets against it, right? So be prepared in case something goes wrong. Gene Kranz talks about this in his book, Failure is Not an Option, which is a great book, by the way. You should absolutely read it. Right? You talk about the unknown, what you don't know. There's what you know with engineering, but eventually you're gonna learn something when you put it on the launch pad and hit go, or you're gonna learn something when you release the game into early access. You're gonna learn something, right? Like, there's always an unknown unknown, but the best thing that you can do is hedge your bets against that unknown unknown. So I guarantee you there will be delays down the road for getting all this stuff working. But having people that really know their stuff, actual rocket scientists, actual physicists, stuff like that, working on the game is a hedge against that. That's how I know the game is early access done right, to be honest with you guys. That's, I keep saying that, but that's the reason. Nice channel. Thanks, Blom. I'm glad you like it. I should probably get to playing the game, though. Playing the actual freaking game, because, it says I'm playing Kerbal. And, I've been doing this for a long time. Back in my day, Twitch was a gaming website. So, I should probably actually play the game, don't you think? Also, LaForte, you made me want to mess with trains. That's good. I hope that someday I can get into aerospace as a multi-body simulation, but today it's just trains. Hey, trains are cool, man. Thanks for the answers. Of course, man. Always make time for my fellow nerds. Absolutely. And you know how I know? You know how I know that, yeah, I'm like, it's one of those things where you kind of just like, yeah, I'm a nerd too. You know how I know? Because I was actually interested in what your dissertation is about. And now I want to mess with trains. You did this. This is your fault. Damn it, man. Damn it, man. They have video games on Twitch now? Yeah, I know, right? Back in my day, it was just in TV. You were talking about stability and wobble in the game. That's right. Yeah. 6 degrees of separation. The Kevin Bacon rule in the low. Apply that to everything you make in Kerbal, and you can make Kraken-proof stuff. Well, nothing is absolute. You won't make fully Kraken-proof stuff, but it'll be close. Because the second you think you have the Kraken beaten, the Kraken will come and just eat your ship. Yeah, that happens. You got the room now, and you can print landscapes for your train sets. Don't tell me this stuff. Why would you do that? Don't tell me this. I gotta finish the stupid truck, man. Dude, the rear suspension on that is shot. I had to spend way too much money. I spent way too much money on fully rebuilding the rear of that thing. You guys will see. You'll see. I parts cannoned that. I basically went to the on the parts website for parts for the truck. There's the, here's all the parts that we have for the rear end. I just went add to cart, 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 add to cart. I went down the list. Yes. Add to cart, check out. Don't get me wrong. I knew what I needed. But still, it was bad. It was bad. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about when we get a huge box full of parts for the thing. Yeah, I did. Yeah, exactly, Hip. I did exactly what you do in Summer Car. I want this, I want the tacos Paleri, tacos Paleri, tacos Paleri, ta 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 ta. It was bad. I basically did that, dude. Yeah. I noticed something, Nova Raptor, you noticed something off with the CSM design. I copied it, and when I docked it to the lander, after loading a quick save, the struts rerouted to the ascent stage of the lander. Yeah, because, yeah, that's a known glitch. We figured that out on the first day, dude. Yeah, sometimes if you reload a quick save, it'll try to strut to something to the original spot where it was. Don't strut the lander to the CSM. The lander on the real one, dude, is not strutted. It's actually free floating inside. And I'll pivot. Thanks for the bits, dude. To feed the Carcane addiction. Here. Relevant XKCD. Upgoer 5. Here we go. So, take a look. The lander actually isn't attached to the CSM. No. The lander is being held by the top of the leg braces inside of this vehicle stage adapter. And this is the part that we need to build today. Also Upgoer 5. This is by far and away my favorite XKCD. I'm too used to doing stuff in KSP1. Okay. I want to go fast. Just trains. I think we can both agree that rockets are more cool than trains. Rockets go higher and faster, and that's all we care about. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You are absolutely 100% right. However, okay. I will see your rockets go fast, trains go slow, and I will raise you rocket train. Rocket train. Yeah, see, Naweed, you know what I'm talking about. Rocket train. Now, Laforte, you know how funny it is when people see the labels on the side of these cars and they go, wait, what? Rocket train, baby. Now check this out, fellas. We were talking about weight distribution. We're talking about weight distribution and tractive effort. Laforte, check this out. So those are pulling SRB segments for SLS and for the shuttle, right? See how there's a boxcar in between each SRB? Weight distribution, man. And see how there's two flat cars between the engine and the boxcar? Weight distribution, homie. That's absolutely a thing. You know how heavy that damn train is? It's pulling SRB segments. So, check this out. And Laforte, you probably know how heavy it is, but if anybody else wants to see, check this out. This is a picture from Ken Kremer, who's an amazing launch photographer here. Ken's cool. So, here. Check this picture out. Alright, look at the bogies. How many bogies are there per car? You want to know how heavy that damn thing is? Look at the bogies. That's a dead giveaway. The more wheels you have with something, the heavier it is, because you're trying to spread the load. Also, yes, that says do not hump. That absolutely says do not hump. Loaded. Yeah, explosives. Yeah. Yeah, the solid rocket booster segments. They are very heavy. Very heavy. Yeah, forward. That way. Crazy, right? Yeah, the SRB segments are inside of these things. Note how when the train is on solid ground, there's no spacers in between. See that? But then, when they go out on the bridge, there's the spacers. Did I see something that said P-ban right there? Do not allow car to roll free. Yeah, that probably would end poorly. How can they split assemble a solid rocket booster? Okay. Yeah, Purple, that's a good question. You remember the O-rings from Challenger? That's how. Yeah. Segmented SRBs are really, really, really cool. They use a clevis O-ring, if you really want to know. There's your segment right there. Now, that segment has been spent. That's a spent segment. But they have basically a latch on each end of the SRB with O-rings that actually hold them together. And then they bolt them together all the way around. That actually works. Segmented SRBs are genius, man. Really, really smart stuff. Yeah. Are they fueled when shipped? Well, not back to the factory, but when they come to the site, yeah, absolutely. Why do you think it says do not hump on it? Don't do that. Yeah, they're loaded, dude. That's how they're super freaking heavy. Solid rocket fuel is super dense. Yo, yeah, they're absolutely loaded, man. They load them up in a factory in Ogden, Utah. Actually, ironically, since we're talking about trains, that's not that far from Promontory Point. So if you're a railroad fan in the U.S. or just a railroad fan in general, you know Promontory Point, the Golden Spike? Yeah, they load them up there. Here. You want to see this? Here, check this out. I call it forbidden cookie dough. Watch this. They're machining the nozzles there. There's the insulative. There it is. See that right there? The forbidden silly putty. That's inside of the SRB. That's the insulative layer between the outer shell and where they're going to pack the thing. There's your casting cone. There's your forbidden cookie dough. I read about that. SRBs were designed like that. The SRBs are crazy to transport by trains, but as a European, I say that we have different opinions on quality of track. See, the thing about it, Forte, is that you guys' tracks is designed for high speed. Ours isn't. Our rail system's optimized for moving cargo around. So the tracks are the class 1 tracks are like able to handle insanely high loads. They're on really thick grades, or the ballast is super thick on those things, man. But yeah, see, there it is, forbidden cookie dough. And they move them like that. Does the form stay in? No, they pull it out. They pull it out, hypersonic. What they do, because I know people are looking at this and going, wait, they move around the solid rocket booster segments while they're fueled? Are you freaking crazy? They put an insulative inhibitor on the segment, guys, to make sure that it doesn't... They're x-raying the propellant there. They put an insulative inhibitor on it. There's your igniters. The igniters are inerted, don't worry. They don't move them with the igniters. So right here, see this kind of... this thing right here, and then the cap, they put inhibitors on these things to make sure that they're, well, A, they got good HVAC, and B, the solid rocket fuel isn't being exposed to, like, open air, because if it gets too hot, it'll just combust. So, they, see, the inhibitor gets taken off. They'll pull that off later. Yeah. It's actually not too bad. Guys, honestly, the SRB train, the SRB's never had a problem. The SRB train has never had a problem. Except once when the bridge underneath it collapsed, but... Privately owned tracks, dude. What do you want? Hello, I'm French. My country is on fire. Help you. I'm not sure how some random person on the internet is going to help you with that, but I wish you all the best. What does the cookie dough taste like? I would not try to eat hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene. That's probably not a good thing for you. What I've noticed, Def, is that, you know, if the chemical sounds like it's bad for you, hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene. Yeah, that sounds like it's a chemical that hurts you. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, it is. It is. Salty. Cyborg, there's something you're not telling us? Dihydrogen monoxide. Dihydrogen monoxide inhalation actually will kill you. Just saying. If it's bad, why does it look like cookie dough? Alright, that's fair. All right. Anyway, so we're yeah, SRB trains, dude. They're really cool, actually. Yeah, I thought the SRB train was cool. Anyway, I think we should get to building, shall we? Let's construct something at scale already. Go, model trains, go. It's not about the load. European tracks are designed to be more even, if I could say it like that. Bogies that ride on Western and Central European tracks cannot travel 1 kilometer on U.S. tracks, but it's all about needs. I don't want to go to some no-go zone. It's needs, dude. That's the difference. Our tracks are not designed to go fast, so you can afford to change. The tolerance can be crap on them, essentially. Now, I will say this, dude. In the Forge, I appreciate you treading on eggshells, man. Thank you. It's easy to get it to spiral out of control. Now, I will say this. You know, when I was in Amsterdam, all the train infrastructure, I was nerding the frick out. I'm like, that's cool. I mean, dude, it absolutely puts, like, even Boston, which has a full, like, mass transit system, it puts ours to shame, dude. I'm like, oh, we can do better. Oh, damn it, man. Damn it! Oh, because I always hear Europeans run on, like, oh, the train system here is so much better. I'm like, we have a train system oh, crap, you're right. Stop being right. Shut up. You know, like, dude, it's, yeah. Like, seeing the train station in downtown Amsterdam and stuff, I'm like, oh, I kind of want that. Frick. You know? Jeez. Dragon, wait, didn't, like, Marie Curie sleep on a block of radon or something? Like, that's probably not good for you. It's the ammonium perchlorate that tastes salty? Okay. All right. Her office is still radioactive? Oh, yeah, just sleep on this block of radon. That's fine. Nothing bad will happen. Well, I mean, we didn't know nothing bad would happen until we kind of did it. Until she kind of did it. Yeah, I mean, hey, somebody's got to be the guinea pig, I guess. Yeah, no, I know. You know, yeah, you guys got that train thing down on lock. And I'm like, oh, we should do this. Damn it. You know? You know what, Element? I'm really happy that clip doesn't exist anymore. Uranium apparently tastes really sweet. Yeah, that's why it's called yellow cake. Hey, trucks are cool too. Yeah, of course. Pop, you know how I have this kind of thing about... I mean, we talked about it during GTA the other day. You know how I have this thing about how I like all rockets? I like all forms of transportation. Any mechanized transport makes me happy. Played with a lot of trucks, trains, and airplanes as a kid. Yeah. Let me see, nearly. Got more pictures? Hey. That's nice, man. Nice. Very good. Even scooters? Yeah, those are good, I guess. If I ate a tablespoon of yellow cake, how long would I survive? It really a tablespoon? You'd get radiation poisoning very quickly. Yeah. So the thing about radiation poisoning is that it won't kill you right away. You'll get really sick for a second, and then you'll feel fine, and then you'll die. Yeah, like right after that. Yeah. It's not good. Yeah, you don't want that. Yeah, no weed, I've seen that. Anyway, guys, hey, let's get back into building rockets, shall we? All right, so we need to build the vehicle staging adapter. Yeah, the metal, yeah, the radioactive stuff is not good for you. It's not good for your blood, amongst other things. I mean, yeah. Yeah, LaForte, once again, you recognize that it's not just, it's needs, man. It's needs. Trains don't make sense when you're traveling, it's 5,000 kilometers from Boston to Los Angeles. I've driven it. It's a long freaking way. Trains, only freight trains really make sense at that point, right? Like, and for people, airplanes make the most sense, right? Train, yeah, dude, it's like, I mean, that isn't to say that we shouldn't have trains or whatever. I've always been an advocate for every form of transportation, right? Because there's good times where there's times where trains make sense, like in Europe, right? There are times when freight makes perfect sense, right? There's times when truck make perfect sense. There's times for decentralized transport, and there's times for centralized transport. Decentralized transport would be like in Amsterdam, right? Everybody has a bike. That's a perfect example. There's like, why would you? I never saw the real logic in shutting yourself off from one type of transportation system, because I firmly believe if you use every one where it's most efficient, right, you're going to have, I mean, amongst other things, you're going to have an optimized transport system, and you're also going to be more energy efficient that way. But frick me, what do I know? You know, like, tell this to the Trans-Siberian Railroad. Well, see, that's what I mean. It's about needs. The reason why the Trans-Siberian Railroad exists is because if you tried to pave over permafrost, you're not getting very far, now are you? Right? Yeah, Josh, I've always been every single one of them. If you give every single option, people will gravitate towards the most efficient. Because convenient, well, not necessarily convenience, because time, like, I like every transport system. I'm also greedy. I want cars, I want trains, I want trucks, I want boats, I want airplanes, I want rockets, I want all of it. Just give me all of it. Just give me all of it. I'm greedy. It's true. I don't know what to tell you. Perfect example could be Epcot. That's where I learned that. That's where I figured out that design mentality of Forte. It's not just about using only trains and bikes. It's not just about using only cars. It's about utilizing everyone where it makes sense. That's the most important part. Go figure. This means that KSP is canceled today? No. That idea is probably one of the smartest civil transportation ideas I've ever heard. There you go, Minsus. If you like Amsterdam train infrastructure, then you should look up how they handle the, I can't say that word, train assembly area. Cool. In Italy, trains are vital. Yep. Yeah, no. I like every single one of them, man. I'm not saying that we should only use cars. I'm not saying we should only use trains. I want all of them. I want every single one of them. Anyway, let's roll. So we got to build that stage adapter here. I failed the min-miss challenge, Coolio. I didn't get it done in time. Let's look up some reference so I can get what we need. So S4B. We need to look at we're going to build an S4B today here for our Saturn 1. That's what we need to make. But we also got to make its forward skirt and staging adapter here, because that's an important thing to understand. This. So guys, check this out. So fellas, here's the thing. I could sit here and talk about trains with you guys and transportation all day. I've done that before. But I don't want to fail the min-miss. I don't want to fail this like we failed the min-miss challenge. So let's get rolling. So check this out. So, take a look. On the Saturn V and the Saturn 1B, you have your S4, which is this thing. That's the flame part, the part that makes the explosion that goes out the back. That fuel tank, oxidizer tank, rocket engine, J2, my beloved. Right? And then, on top of that, you have a forward skirt right here. See this forward skirt? That is a structural piece that bridges the vehicle staging adapter to your tankage, right? See these ridged pieces? With these ridged pieces are called stringers. In aerospace engineering, stringers just makes it structurally stronger, right? It's corrugation, purposeful corrugation on the fore and aft stringer right here. Because the fuel tank, now I know people are going to say, well, why don't they do that on the fuel tank? The fuel tank doesn't need it. It's pressurized. So it's already strong. They use the fuel pressure of the hydrogen and the oxygen to keep the tank structurally rigid. Rockets still do that nowadays. They still do that. Now, no, you did noob level. Yeah. Noob level, nie No. We're gonna build to it. So, this forward skirt right there, because that's a structural piece that's unpressurized, needs the stringers in it. And then on top of that, you have your adapter piece right here. And you see how there's two concentric rings? What is nay horror show? Normal no? Niet. Blit. Shut up. Check off. It means not good. Pasquale. Not good. Shut up, Meg. It means not good. And VY said, no, that's normal. And I'm like, no, that's not normal. You know what's normal? You shutting up. So you have your adapters here. And this is where this gets interesting. All right? So see how there's two rings right
Discovery,
here?
go at throttle up.
Bepis, 53 months. So you're making a C8. I might, Core. It's possible. For the last one, if needed, sure. Building the rockets is the easy part for me. It's the lander actually is the super complicated part, which is ironic because if you look at this, right? Apollo 8 flew to the moon with no lander. You know why? Because the lander was delayed for the Apollo missions. Not a lot of people know that. Core, I know you know that, but not a lot of people know. Apollo 8 was a full Saturn V launch. They launched the Saturn V with no lander inside. Apollo 8 was supposed to be the first moon landing. Or, well, Apollo 8 was supposed to do what Apollo 10 was supposed to do, right? And, well, actually, if we really want to get this right, Apollo 8 was supposed to do what Apollo 9 was supposed to do. Apollo 9 was supposed to do what Apollo 10 was supposed to do. And Apollo 10 was supposed to do what Apollo 11 was supposed to do. Everything was offset because they didn't have the lander done in time. Seriously, the lander was one of the most complicated parts. The LEM. One of the hardest parts, dude. What's that little sun thingy in your search bar? It's the first day of spring. We just passed the equinox, guys. I can get more into that later. That's right. They made Apollo 8 a sea mission, and they said, let's test the thing out in low Earth orbit. Apollo 8 is something synonymous kind of to Artemis 1 nowadays, more or less. Stanislaw Lem? Wait, what? So, yeah, all the Apollo missions were shifted. Apollo 10 was supposed to be the first landing, but that's another story. So, yeah, they flew it without any lander in it, which is funny. But we got to build this. See this part right here? This is the most important part for doing all these missions because here's the thing. If you look at a Saturn 1B and you look at a Saturn 5, from here, from this part forward, they're pretty much exactly the same, with the exception of a couple of different things. Obviously, the Saturn 1B does not fly with the LEM inside of it because it wouldn't make it into space. It's too heavy. This, with that on top of it, would be too heavy. So on the Saturn 1B, they didn't fly with the LEM, but it's the same piece. Right? You have an S4B, you have your staging adapter and unpressurized cargo area, and then you have the capsule riding on the top. Saturn V has the same exact thing with the lander in it, but then you have the Saturn V below this. Right? That's kind of it. Yeah, here. The cool thing about the Saturn V and the Saturn 1B is that basically, like I said, from here up, it's the exact same vehicle. That's done on purpose. That was done entirely on purpose. Because you can make, basically, the third stage for the Saturn V is a great second stage for a medium-duty launch vehicle. This piece right here. So this is what we got to make, because this is what, to do all these challenge missions, for the 7 mission, we need one for a Saturn 1B, and then for the 8 and the 11, we need that for the third stage for our Saturn V. So building this part is super, super important. Ever heard of the SV stage? It was a third stage for the Saturn 1 that's closely related to Centaur. Core, is that what you linked over here? Was that you that linked this? Or did somebody else link it? I didn't see it. I just clicked on the link to open it. Hey, phone sister. So yeah, if you look at the Saturn 1B, It's the same thing from about here up. Thanks for every single letter that you told to us. Yeah, of course. Nova, you linked that. Okay, yeah. I mean, that right there is a pretty stout little launch vehicle, to be honest with you. It was specifically for the Saturn 1. Yeah. Cool. Oh, you're talking about the original Saturn 1 stage. Yeah. Here. You're talking about this 6-engine RL-10 stage, correct? That thing. Yeah, the Saturn 1 originally flew with a really, really weird upper stage that had 6 RL-10s in it. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about, dude. They scrapped that the other day. Idiots. Was there canceled Apollo mission that were canceled Apollo missions that meant to keep going? Yeah, of course, Jack. Yeah, absolutely. The 3 Saturn V's that we have left over were made out of, well, that's not entirely true. There are Saturn V museums. There's 3 Saturn V's that are left over. Now, the 3 Saturn V's that are left over were made out of leftover test articles, and some of them were made out of leftover missions. Heck, even some of the Saturn 1 displays that are around are made out of leftover. They're made out of leftover parts from the Apollo program. They basically pulled the plug on the Apollo program right when they were ramping up. So what does that mean? So obviously Apollo 18, 19, and 20 were on the books, and they had all the parts for 18, 19, and 20. Now, they canceled the moon missions 18, 19, and 20 to do the space shuttle, which was stupid. That was insanely stupid, and I'm saying that as a huge space shuttle fan. But so what happened is the Apollo 18 Saturn V launched Skylab, right? And then the Apollo 19 and the Apollo 20 Saturn V's, those are 2 of the Saturn V's that are left. And then because different components for 18, 19, and 20 were in various stages of delivery, right? Some of the Saturn, like the Saturn V at KSC, has the S1C-T, or the SA500 test article. It has the test article Saturn V first stage. There's 3 of them. There's one at Johnson Space Center, there's one at Kennedy Space Center, and there's one at Huntsville. The one at Johnson and Huntsville are made out of actual Saturn V's. And don't get me wrong, the one at KSC is also made out of actual Saturn V parts, but a lot of it, some of them are test articles, if that makes any sense. Like, I can get the breakdown here in a moment. Let me go to the Saturn V wiki page. I'm pretty sure that says. So here we go. Let's see. So S1CT. See, the Saturn V test article for basically the green run, that is on display at Kennedy Space Center. SA500D is on display in Huntsville, and the SA500F article, facilities integration, used to check precise fits in test facilities on Operation 39A before flight model was ready. First stage scrapped, second stage converted to an S2FD, third stage is on display at Kennedy. See, the one at Kennedy Space Center is made out of leftover test article parts. And then even the ones in Huntsville are made out of leftover parts. They basically scrounged what was left over, what they had on the production lines, and went from there. So,
Discovery,
513 was supposed to be for the Apollo 18 mission. That launched Skylab. 514 and 515 they're all, the parts of them are all over the place. Thoughts on the new spacesuit? I don't mind it. It looks okay. The first stage, S1C-14, is on display at Johnson Space Center. Second and third stage, S2-14, are on display at... Second and third stage, S2-14 and S4-14 are on display at KSC. See, so the one at KSC is made out of the second stage and the third stage on that one at KSC are real, but the first stage is the test article. The first stage from SA514 is actually at Johnson. So see what I mean? They kind of, because all the parts were in various stages of delivery, they kind of just scrounged what they could. So SA-515 is originally designated for Apollo 20 and was never used. It was later proposed to launch the backup Skylab into orbit between 75 and 76. That way it could expand the Apollo-Soyuz mission by 56 to 90 days. First stage was on display at Michoud until June 2016. It was moved to the Infinity Science Center in Mississippi. Second stage, S-215, is on display at Johnson, and the third stage was converted to a Skylab orbital workshop and is on display at the National Air and Space Museum. See what I mean? All the Saturn V's that we have left over are made out of leftover scrounged parts from 1920 and the test articles. Yeah. There's a lot of S4Bs floating around, too. Just on a side note. There's a... the S4B is the part that we need. There's an S4B at Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. That whole Saturn 1 that's sitting in the rocket garden is real. That's a real Saturn 1. It's the actual vehicle. It's not a mock-up. The one that's at KSCVC. Here, I can show you. Hey, Moto, I'm doing okay. Stoves, 50-month resub. Nifty 50. Moto with a 16er. Thanks, man. So, if you guys go here and look at Kennedy Space Center visitors, right? There's a Saturn 1 right there. That's real. That's a real first and second stage. The engines attached to them are real. That thing is completely hype. That is a flight article. It's left over from the Skylab program, which is just a shame. That should be inside. It really pisses me off that it's outside, but I don't have the money to put it inside, so I, you know. Now, has it flown? No. No. Now, if you go over to Huntsville, right, we go up here to Huntsville, you go to the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. First of all, shameless plug for the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. It is one of the gnarliest air and space, like gnarliest space flight museum around. It has some really good stuff, like a Saturn V, for instance. Also, that's sitting in the front yard. That's kind of cool. That goes fast. There's also that. That's kind of cool. That's a real external tank and 2 experimental ASRBs right there. And then the mock-up shuttle that's on top of that, Pathfinder, which isn't in this shot, is a real test article from the shuttle program. The real Saturn V is in there, but if you look around, check that out. Skylab mock-up. See that right there? That's a Skylab mock-up. That's a real stage. That is a real upper stage that they used for underwater training for Skylab EVAs. That was underwater in the pool at Johnson. Yeah, real Skylab mock-up. There's also some leftover Saturn V adapters just sitting out. Yeah, those are Saturn V test article adapters. They're just chilling. There's a lot of good stuff in here, dude. If you look around, Saturn 1 fairing right there. Saturn 1 forward skirt. There's a lot of stuff. And this area right here is actually pretty gnarly. You can go into it on Google Earth. Take a look. All of these should be inside. Don't worry. The Space and Rocket Center they had trouble getting the cash, but they're putting actually most of this stuff inside, believe it or not. They started getting the cash for it. Check it out. Atlas, Redstone. This is all real. This is all real stuff, with the exception of that stuff over there. That's real. That launch escape system. There's another. That's the Juno. That's a Redstone missile right there, believe it or not. Jupiter C, Saturn 1. That Saturn 1 is real. See? Real motors. And the hold down points are real. That's all real stuff. There's a lot of good spaceflight hardware around, and it kind of pains me to see some of it outside, but I understand that, you know, museums don't operate on that high overhead, but it is what it is. Yeah, there's all kinds of Apollo hardware lying around, dude. Now, if you want to get pissed off, if we go over here, so this is Huntsville. Huntsville at the Marshall Space Flight Center, that's what this is right here, where they do a lot of dynamic testing here. Now, if you go look at the test stand over here, the original Saturn 1 Green Run test article is sitting right there. And then it's not. They scrapped it. That pissed me off when that happened. That is the original Saturn 1, and that's the original Saturn 1 test stand right there. Yeah, basically marks the start of the Apollo program. It was the first Saturn stage tested. They scrapped it because... Yep, because frick them. I don't know why they did that. Why don't they just tow it to the U.S. Space and Rocket Center? Like, I'm sure there was a good reason. And I really don't want to hear that reason is just, well, it's nobody wants it. Like, but yeah. Anyway. Before we go down that road, I didn't feel like being pissed off today, so I'm not going to. Let's just get back to building this. So, what we got to do is build our staging adapter. So, check this out. If you look, yeah, the actual Apollo one opened like that. It was 4 petals that actually kind of open up, but it's also a structural adapter. And on the original Saturn 1B, or S4B stages, these things were on hinges and they actually retracted open, but later they just made them kind of separate. Now, check this out. This is a great shot. I believe this is from Apollo 7, if I'm remembering right. Now take a look. See this right here? See this right here? This tapered adapter. So we have the forward skirt right here, and then, anybody know what this thing is that says Z and Y on it? It's the flight computer. That's the instrumentation unit. Yeah, that's the brains for Saturn rocket. Right there. Yep. That's the instrumentation unit. You might recognize the instrumentation unit. You might recognize it. It was the reference for a certain part in KSP. You might know which part that is by looking at it. That was the SAS, guys. Stability assist is modeled right after it. That's what it's supposed. That's the stability assist right there. See? That's your instrumentation unit. See? It's supposed to look. It looks exactly like it. So if you use the 2.5 meter SAS, there you go. That's what it's supposed to look like. Pretty cool, huh? So in that picture, you have your instrumentation unit, and then you have a ring right here, and then you have your pedals. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to remake this, but this is, I always try to point this out because I think this is really interesting, okay? Was it really 2.5 meters wide? No, the instrumentation unit in real life is 6.6 meter in diameter. Saturn rockets are big, man. Even the upper stage, the small part of a Saturn V. The tiny parts up there, huge. Oh yeah, 6.6 meter diameter. S4Bs are gigantic. They're a big stage. I do. Yeah. Hey, Erudite. So, see how it has that crossbar in there, guys? And then the aiming reticle? This was actually for a test. If you look at this, and if you're looking at that, and you see that it's very hollow in there. It's a big ring, right? Interesting thing about that is that right there, 1, 2, 3, and 4, that's actually where the LEM mounts. Not a lot of people know that the lunar excursion module is actually hanging inside of that vehicle staging adapter. It's hanging. Now, what are they hanging it by? They hang it by the mounts for the legs, obviously. Right? See? The legs, part of the legs can expand and retract, right? Well, they just expand. It was just a one-way system. Kind of like Falcon 9's landing legs. You would have to do a lot of work to retract that thing. See? The legs are actually tucked in like that. But they're attached on a static strut right here. And the static strut, the same thing that holds the legs up, are the same thing that holds the LEM inside of the payload bay. Obviously, you don't want to attach the rocket engine to it, right? So the descent module for the LEM is actually hanging inside of the S4B, and the ascent module actually is just sitting on top of it. Right? The ascent module is only attached to the descent module on the LEM, right? So their attachment points for this are actually the static attachment points for the LEM. See? And the ascent module is just kind of hanging in there because the ascent module nor the descent module engine are structural. The descent module itself is structural, right? Because it's designed to hold up the LEM on the moon. It's basically a gigantic deployable launch pad, right? So I'm not exactly 100% sure how we're going to make that work, but I'm sure we could figure something out. But I have to build a staging adapter for this to work correctly. Like the Apollo missions, I have to build something like this. So I'm going to attempt to try and do this. I'm not sure how we're going to end up hanging this thing inside like that, but I'm sure we could come up with something that at least mimics it. That doesn't work exactly like it, but it's close. Right? Now, here's just one more bit of trivia here that people don't know. So this right here on the Saturn 1B, right? That staging adapter can act as a payload bay. Not a lot of people know that. This thing works exactly like Dragon's trunk. You can carry unpressurized cargo in here if you're just going to low Earth orbit. So, for instance, if you wanted to build a space station, you could carry a space station component in here, unfuel the LEM, and have a little bit of extra payload volume here for supplies to get up to the space station. You probably couldn't carry an entire module, but you could definitely carry, oh, I don't know, a docking adapter? Where do you think this part came from the Apollo-Soyuz test project? See that part right there? Where do you think that came from? The Saturn 1B that launched Apollo-Soyuz test project actually had the adapter flying inside of the third stage. It was mounted right there. And they plucked it off of the S4B, just like during the Apollo missions, they plucked the lander on top, or off of the S4B. Yeah, Ice Turn Skyward mission module. Yep, you could put a small unpressurized module in here, Pigzig, and fly. Now, coincidentally, dudes, and this is where we're gonna do option 5 or option 4 here, or the hardcore thing. There were talks with the Saturn V, right? Basically put a Skylab module up here, or just put a space station module right there and launch the whole thing, right? A HAB module that goes on top where the LEM should be, and then have an S4B right behind it, and then use that as a Venusian transfer vehicle and do a flyby of Venus. That's where they wanted to go from there. They wanted to actually make this a space station module, right? And you know that the S4B has enough to push this thing out to the moon, right? Easily push it out to the moon. So if you had a slightly lighter space station module in here instead, right? Instead of the S4B putting you on a translunar injection, right? And then the service module separates, turns around and docks to the LEM, plucks it off and circularizes around the moon. You have no LEM and you just have a space station module, like a HAB module in there with solar panels. And then the S4B will shoot you on a trajectory to Venus. And then this becomes a gigantic spacecraft. You have your space station module here. While you're transiting out to Venus, you turn this thing around and dock, and then you have basically half of a Skylab module on a long-duration flight. That's part of the Apollo Applications program. So that's what they wanted to do. Had the Apollo missions kept going, they would have eventually done a Venus flyby and then done a Mars flyby, probably in the future. Yeah, so I'm going to rebuild all this. I want to rebuild it, and we want to do it right. So first thing we got to do is, the reason why I bring up all this trivia here is because this staging adapter is such a quintessential piece of the entire Apollo architecture. That staging adapter right there flew on almost every Apollo, well, not almost, it flew on every Apollo mission. Every single one of them. Some Apollo missions didn't have the CSM, some of them didn't have the LEM. But every single one of them had this adapter. Every single freaking one of them. Because that's such an important piece. That's your payload bay. That's the payload bay for the Apollo. We need that, and that's important, especially if we want to do more architecture out, like further out past the moon for the Val level of the challenge. So, what we have to do is figure out a way to make the pedals, right? We got to make the pedals for the stage. That's really important. See? So how are we going to do that? And now the obvious answer is just make a fairing plate right here, right? That's the obvious answer. But the thing about that is if we make the fairing plate right there, that means we won't be able to hang the LEM inside of this. You know what I mean? When the fairing deployed on the S4B, all that you could see was the ascent module, because the descent module is hanging on that structural ring, So we got to figure out a way to make that taper right there. And I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do that. That's going to be a hard challenge to solve. I'm not sure we can make something in Kerbal 2 like this. It's possible, but it's going to be difficult. So this decoupler right here is attached to the engine plate on the module, right? Because obviously, no matter what, we need to separate the CSM. Hey, bits from Flash Booty. Thanks, man. No matter what, we need to separate the CSM and turn around and be able to pluck stuff off of this thing. That's super important, right? So that's the first thing that we need. But what we also need is an open kind of area here so we can hang our descent module inside of this thing. And that's where this is going to get a little complicated, right? So here, let me do this. Let's get a 375 fairing, right? And we'll put the 375 fairing here, and we'll just kind of make it into this part, right? And then just check that fairing off. And now we need a 4-pedal fairing right here that connects all this together. But I'm not, once again, I'm not 100% sure how we're going to make this.
Discovery.
Hey, Flash. Gifted a sub to Alpozo. Thanks for the bits and thanks for the gifted sub, dude. I do appreciate it. All right, so what we could do, I just stuck a fairing and strutted everything. I now see what I did wrong. Yeah, Nova, it pays to do the research, man. Even if I wasn't playing KSP, guys, I still would go and research this stuff when I was building. Or wasn't streaming KSP, excuse me. I would still do all the research because that's fun for me. That's my favorite part. So what we could do, here, let me go into Paint and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So we could have, say this is the bottom of the CSM, right? Let me just make that a little bit more to scale. All right. So say that's our CSM. The CSM is the command service module. That's this silver part right here. Okay. Now what we could do is I could have the decoupler, right? Deck. And then what we could do is put a 2.5 fairing underneath it. And then we could put a 3.75 fairing underneath that. And what I could do is with the 375 fairing, we could make it go up like this, right? We can make it go up like that. And then with the 2.5 fairing, I could make it go out and up and have them meet a convergence point right there. And that right there, that convergence point is where the 375 fairing is going to stop. And then it's a 2.5 fairing from there up. And then make it go down and over like that. That would make it so when we deploy the fairing, this fairing is still here. And that would make it look like that. But we'd still get some of the pedals deploying out because the way the fairing separates in this game is a little bit weird. But that should be enough to get it looking right. Why not just make it all one fairing? It might not be realistic, but it's KSP, so it's not going to be perfect one-to-one. Why?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
For the good. That's 10 subs. Hey, thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Creeper, when have you known me to not try to make it as realistic as possible? I'll only try to do something... I'll only do something like, oh, you know... How can I say this right? I'll only try to go away from how the real thing works if I prove it can't be done. Does that make sense? Like, I thought you would know that by now. You know what I mean? I'll always try to prove to myself that, you know, I'm not taking the easy way out, so to speak, you know? I want to see if we can make it work, like the real one. Because, dude, I'll be honest, my plausible realism rule isn't just because I have, like, an obsessive compulsion with trying to make it like the real thing as much as possible. If people see it, and people know it, and they come into the stream, they say, oh, that's an Apollo, that's a piece of Apollo. It's something that's identifiable for people. You know what I mean? Or, oh, you're using the space shuttle to make a gigantic transfer vehicle. They never did that with the space shuttle. That's really cool, right? I always try to build for plausible realism so I don't end up launching something like the double pickle and people go, I have, what? I have no idea what that is. What are you doing? You know what I mean? I build for plausible realism for good content, dude. Yeah, that has a lot to do with it. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't like the challenge of trying to make it like the real thing. That also makes good content too. So I try to build plausible realism because A, it's good for teaching. B, people can recognize what it is. And C, I really like the challenge. That's why I do what I do. I believe in the double pickle. Yeah. Double pickle to fail challenge. That's how I like building, dude. Hang on. I ran over something. I'm just trying to make sure I don't run over wires and stuff with the chair. Ow. Yeah, exactly, Ordon. Great teaching moment. Not just for you guys, but for me as well. Like, dude, my mind got blown when I figured out that the lem is actually hanging inside of this. Because you'd think that, oh, they probably just have the lem on like a structural mount inside of the stage. No, that's wasted mass. The legs already hold the lem up. Make the mount on the legs to save mass. The first time I realized that the Saturn V's third stage, or the vehicle staging adapter is hanging the lem inside, right? And it's working basically like a forward load reactor. That's really, really smart, man. It's so cool. And I love telling people about that. That's my favorite. The lem actually hangs inside of this thing. That's the mount right there. That X-brace is showing where the mounts would be. It's really freaking smart, man. Also, the clean room lifts that way as well. Yeah, Zonic, see, that's what I mean, dude. Why have two places to pick the damn thing up when you could just use the same one every single time? It's so smart. Like, see right there? 1, 2, 3. And then 4 on the other side. That's where you pick the thing up when you're integrating it. That's where the thing rides inside of the Saturn V. Dude, that's the simplified engineering there is so ridiculously smart. Like, that's a great idea even by modern standards. The best part is no part. So you have to sit here. The lem has to stand up on the moon, right? That's obviously your stakeholder expectation. It has to stand up on the moon. It's a launch pad for the freaking moon, right? So it has to withstand some pretty hard structure. So if you're going to make the legs strong enough on the moon to hold this thing up, you should make the legs strong enough to freaking hold this thing inside of the Saturn V, no problem. Strong enough to hold up the ascent stage. Actually, it's strong enough to hold up the ascent stage fully fueled in gravity because Saturn V, right? But the legs already need to be the strong point, right? Because it has to hold the whole damn thing up on the moon with people inside. So one integration point. Why would you move it any other way? It's so freaking smart, dude. Were there any attempts of reusable rockets? What do you mean, Zymus? How did they fit the rover and the lem inside of the Saturn V? Oh, GrabShark, I saw your question. 7, I'll answer that in a second. Similarly related, it's the crane pickup points on Super Heavy and Starship, using multiple points throughout the architecture. Smart, man. Yep. How did they fit the rover and the lem inside of the Saturn V? Yeah, they did it in the 60s on freaking paper. See this part that says United States right there, 7? So the way the descent module was designed was it was designed with compartments. It's a compartmentalized system. So if we just go over here, Apollo descent, that has a Apollo descent stage. Right? Here, look at a diagram of the thing. It's built, and this is what I mean about why, part of the reason why I don't have fuel tanks on my spacecraft, why I don't have fuel tanks in line, or I don't use fuel tanks for structure, because they didn't use fuel tanks for structure on these things. I'm trying to find a good picture of like a cross-section of the thing. There we go, right there. So, check this out. This is about as simple as you can get for a stage. It does not get simpler than this thing. So the thing was basically, if you looked at the lem from the top, if you looked at the lem from the top, here, let me just pull up paint again. It looks like a tic-tac-toe board. the lunar module descent engine. It's a tic-tac-toe board. But there's bulkheads here, 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 and here. Now, right here, that's a liquid fuel tank. Right here is a liquid fuel tank. Right here is an oxidizer tank. And right here is an oxidizer tank too. Then right here, you have your helium tank for pressurizing the entire system. And then in the center, you have your descent engine. The Lunar Module Descent Engine, or LMDE for short. Hey, drummer. Yeah, Zonic, okay. I see it. So, let's go back over here. See, the helium engine takes up that, and then you have water. I'm not sure if the water is on the same side as the helium tank. No, they're... Okay, yeah, okay. So, right there you have helium, and over here you have H2O, Gatorade. And then see these open compartments right here? That's where the rover was. The rover actually... If I was going to draw it, right, that would be the floorboard of the rover. And then the wheels are kind of folded down like this. So when the rover actually folded out, the wheels would end up folding out too. And the wheels would end up being like that. See what I mean? I would like to point out that the reason why the rover missions came later is because Saturn V actually, throughout its production, went through a very big upgrade iteration, the Block 2 Saturn V. Well, it's not called Block 2 Saturn V, but they actually squeezed more performance out of it towards the later Apollo missions, so 16, 17, and 18, and that's why they could carry the rover around and stuff. The huge Delta V increases over like Apollo 8 and Apollo 9 and Apollo 10. Yeah. They basically went Saturn V 1.1 by the time Apollo 16 came around. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it folds up like a briefcase, 7. Yeah, folds up like a briefcase. And actually, dude, you know what? Like, you and me could probably pick it up. Like, if you and I tried to pick the dang thing up, we could probably do it. It's really, really light. Like, really light because moon, right? It doesn't need to be crazy, right? So yeah, the LEM is built like a big tic-tac-toe board. So the leg mounts are right here, and they're mounted on they're mounted on struts like this. Right? And then the leg goes out and like that, right? We're still looking at it from the top down, right? But these attachment points right here, right here, right here, and right here are what ride inside of the stage. It's smart, man. That's so freaking... Dude, I like... The mechanical engineering right there is genius. It's such a well thought out design. It's kind of crazy. Alright, anyway. So, what is your opinion on the Tom Hanks produced Apollo documentary? Was it accurate? Yeah, for the most part. Here's them deploying the thing. Yeah, great shot. Yeah, deploying the rover is ridiculous. So, yeah, if you guys are interested in how the lunar rover actually pulls out, dude, you know, the thing kind of folded out and then unfolded like a briefcase, but they managed to do some pretty awesome mechanical engineering. What all the astronauts needed to do was pull on a string. And if you pull on a string and you keep pulling on a string, it'll unflip the rover for you, and it'll deposit the rover on the ground. Because think about it, dude. How you gonna assemble a car on the surface of the moon in a damn spacesuit? That's like trying to do complicated mechanical work with boxing gloves on. It's not a good idea. So they had to make it so you could just pull it with a string and the whole thing pops out. It's pretty smart, right? Anyway, let's get going. So I'm gonna get rid of that. We gotta build a 2.5. I gotta do a 2.5 fairing here first. And then we need to do this on top of that. So now what we need to do, I could really do with a line here. But also, I got to see how tall is this thing? Do we have a kind of picture of how big that escape adapter is? Yeah, there you go, caveman, right? Yeah. Strong bagged with boxing gloves. That's right. Oh, yeah. Also, a little bit of scale for the Saturn V there. Von Braun wasn't exactly a short person either. He was 6 foot tall. That picture conveys the scale pretty well. Yeah. I'm trying to... There's the instrumentation unit. What a great picture. You got something for me, Creep? Thank you. So we can plop some scale into Kerbal. Kerbal is usually about 60% scale of the real ones. So we can get pretty damn close with the proportions in the scale. There's more pictures if you scroll down. Yeah, okay, cool. Yep. Yep, see? Lem's just hanging in there. It's really, 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 really smart. Oh, wow. He's a great creep. Thanks for this. I'll make a custom one, Zonic, yeah. Our lander probably won't look exactly like the Apollo one, dude, but I'll try to opt for a 2-stage lander instead of a single-stage one like last time, but yeah, we'll see what we can do. I mean, the lander might just have to be SSDO 2-stage. It's kind of easier to do it that way in Kerbal. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's back out over here, and I just need the dimensions. So the height is 28 feet tall. So the Kerbal is in metric, so I'm going to use metric. 28 feet is no joke, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, there he is. Oh, there he is. Dropping, just coming in here, dropping 20, and then just being like, yo, I'm out, man. What's up, dude? That was fun, man. That was fun yesterday. Brimo and I watched the whole thing, dude. Dude, don't get... Yo, okay, alright. I'm not, like, one to give advice, Middle Ditch, but... Dude, you fat-fingered the keyboard, alright? That happens. I can't tell you how many times I've gone to, like, launch a rocket in front of, like, a ton of people watching, and I fat-fingered the keyboard, and it noses over and goes into the ground. Just roll with it, dude. Just roll with it. I know you were bumming out about it, and don't get me wrong, I get bummed out when my stuff doesn't work in like, Kerbal either. But that's a hell of a story arc, man. That's something to really work with, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just putting it out there, dude. If you guys don't know, so, like, Middle Ditch did a bank robbery yesterday, and it was like a bank robbery that went south. It reminded me of, like, watching Point Break, right? When they rob the bank and it goes south. Like, it was dope, man. It was really fun. I know. I wasn't actually too bummed. Okay, cool. Anyway, thanks for dropping the gift subs. It was actually in Red Dead. They did like an old school stick 'em up thing. Well, actually, it wasn't a stick 'em up thing. It was, yeah. I watched that section just this morning, and the boat did launch me like 100 yards. Yeah, those... Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with those boats. I don't think the game ever intended people to be riding around on them, but hey, man. Slippery deck, what can you do? Right? It was entertaining as hell to watch, man. That was fun. I was glued to the TV. Remo and I were sitting there just like, what is happening? It was great, man. It was great. It was so fun, dude. Yeah. So I was watching Middle Ditch play Wild RP yesterday, Brimo and I. What you building now? I'm working on the lunar lander. Well, the rocket to move a lunar lander, dude. That's what I'm up to. But anyway, yeah, it was sweet, man. It's a good time. Good times. You need to get back into Red Dead RP. Hende, watch Middle Ditch, man. Really, really good time. Fun streams, dude. Really fun. Anyway, thanks for the 20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Anyway, so let's jump back in. So I'm building a staging adapter here. So the LEM adapter, the lunar module staging adapter. See this? It's basically a big cone, but I have to get the proportions for it correct because the developers give you challenges for Kerbal Middledwich. So they give you challenges here, and we got to do Apollo 7, Apollo 8, Apollo 11, and then go to Duna, which is like the Mars equivalent. So go to the moon and then go to Mars like right after that. So what I'm doing is I'm using this to teach people how the Apollo program was engineered in Kerbal. Like I'm going to engineer something similar to it, and then I'll use Apollo rockets that we use to get to the moon, and we'll go to Mars with them. So like, what would the Apollo architecture look like if we used it to get to Mars? Yeah, that's kind of my whole hook with this. Are you building the 11 stack? No. I'm still working on the Saturn 1B. But the thing about the Saturn 1B and the Saturn 5 is they have the same third stage, same adapter, and same command module, right? So every Apollo mission flew, well, with that's the instrumentation unit, but every Apollo mission flew with this cone section right here, right? And then every Apollo mission flew with the S4B. Doesn't matter if it's Apollo 7, Apollo 8, Apollo 9, 10, 11, 12, all the way to 17. They all flew with this. So I'm building that, and I'm trying to make sure that we build it right, and trying to make sure that we build it in a way that where I could just take it off and put it on the Saturn V when we go to build that later. Yep, that's what I do, man. And then when I actually launch the missions, I don't try to RP it so much, but, you know, I try to make the call-outs like they would in real life, dude, which is actually really fun. It's a good time. So, anyway, I'm going to build out this stack adapter now. What I'm doing is I'm just getting the proportions for it. So, we have 8.53 meter here. And then times that by 0.66. Actually, I think the rest of the scale for this is, hang on. So 8.53 times 0.62. That's the running scale. So we need okay, so it needs to be 5 meters. 5.28 meters tall. All right, easy peasy. How can I get 5.2 meters? How can we measure that? Okay, Ordon. I got you, man. Alright, so I'm thinking here. Shadow Ninja. I'm interested to see how this build goes. I built a Saturn V-ish crafting KSV2 and it was a bit wobbly, even with struts. Had trouble making the third stage rigid. Okay, cool. Yeah. Hierarchy building, dude. We'll be able to get it right. There should be a grid. I've actually told the devs, Nuid, that there should be a grid in the back so we can measure stuff. But yeah, that's what we're working on here. Let's get to it. And Middleditch, thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate it. You rock, man. Your streams are really, really fun to watch. And I'm not just saying that. I'm not just saying that because, like, I'm a huge Silicon Valley fan. I legit like watching your streams, dude. You know? It's good stuff, man. It's just genuinely a good, fun stream to be in, man. You're becoming a poggers Twitch streamer. Iteration number 37 of EJ saying, let's stop dithering and get to it. Yeah. Thanks, you know. Appreciate it, Ingram. Appreciate it. You see they finished making the engine section on SLS? I did not quite, yeah. NASA didn't even announce it. They just did it, which is kind of funny. And then it ended up showing up in publicity pictures later. All right, so let's put this up here, right? All right, so let me get rid of that for a moment. The whole assembly here, right, is... Do we have measurable component? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so 21 feet and then 7 feet. Okay, so 21 divided by 3.3 will give you our metric, right? So that's 6.36 meters, and then times that by 0.62. So 4 meter for that fairing section right there, and then It's 3.94. We'll round it to 4 because it's Kerbal. It's not that big of a deal. So 7 divided by 3.3 is 2.12 times 0.62, 1.31. So 1.3 meters on the structural adapter piece, and then 4 meters on the fairing panel part. Yeah, passing, I agree. Yep. So we need to make this thing, it needs to be about 4.5 meters. What was the original one? 5.2. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, so let's go in here like this. We know that this component right here, this I-beam, that's 3 meter long, right? And then we know that this one is 1.5 meters long, because it's half of that. So that gives us 4.5 meter. And then if I take another one right here, and we move it pretty much about halfway, we can measure with this stuff. So that's 5 meter right there. Give or take. It's close enough, right? So I can take that, we can move it off to the side, and we'll use that for scale later. Actually, what we could do, what would be even better, is if we took this and we put it right here. So when we look at our ortho views, we know that we got the height correct, right? Perfect. And then, if we did this right, 1.31, which should basically be, yeah, we can make that about half. We'll put it right to there, and then we'll make the rest the fairing. Those, it'll round, but it'll look good. It'll look right. So that gives us exactly what we need. Perfect. All right. Excellent. I'm actually super pumped about that. That's good. Makes that a lot easier to do. So fairing there, right? And then let's go like this, right? So that represents the bottom of this thing. So I want the decoupler to be right here. And then what I'm going to do, move that up a little bit, and then I'm going to move this one up a little bit as well. Actually, we got to make the fairings first, so let's just move that out so we get a good indicator of where that point needs to be. And can we move this way at all? That's as far as it'll go. All right. So we got to get the angle right now. Now that shouldn't be too hard. Let me just make sure that this piece is... Oops, I hit reset rotation on this. Like that. There we go. We'll make sure that our orientation is right. So I'll move it over to this side. Front. Back. Here's the joint of the A2 section. That is a monster of a picture, dude. Look at this thing. How much resolution do you want, NASA? Here you go. Now we're talking, man. Awesome. She's a beast, Novus. She's a freaking beast, dude. Look at that thing. Oh, that is a big rocket, man. 220 feet on the core stage. It's as tall as an entire Falcon 9 stack, and that's just the core stage. Unfreaking believable. What a beast. That's Artemis 2, Erudite. Core stage 2, Artemis 2. Yeah, awesome. I'm pretty happy about that. That's pretty pog. It's pretty poggers. We poggers. Alright, so here's the next thing that we'll do. Let me get a strut, right? We'll go up here like this, and I'm going to connect the strut down to here like that, okay? But what I'm going to do with the strut, we'll do the whole ruler thing again, right? And then what we can do is just move the strut a little bit higher and get the strut, the inner edge of the strut, basically to where we want the staging adapter to attach to, which is basically right there. And then if we go down here, like we don't have to do rulers in the exact same way because struts can basically attach to anything. So let's just move the strut down here, right? And if we go into our front ortho, right? Just move this down a little ways. That gets us basically where we need to go. And once again, because the strut isn't collidable, right? We should just be able to make the fairings, right? So this gives us the height of where we need the pedal fairing to be, right? That whole I-beam gives us the total length, right? And then that strut is giving us the angle. We got this. This is going to be perfect. So, one last thing that we can do if we really want to make this thing look right is I can get another strut right here. And we should be able to just move that all the way out. All this strut needs to be is just relatively flat, right? Take it into orthographic view like this. Oh, it can't go that high because we attached it to the decoupler. Wait a minute, hold on. Can I just attach? Oh, you can. Yeah, you could just free float struts. Oh, I forgot about this. That's super freaking useful. Haha, that's awesome. I forgot you could do that. Yeah, I could just free float it. It doesn't need to be attached anywhere. Oh, it leapfrogs like that though. Alright, cool. That will save, yeah, we could just make sub-assemblies of rulers. I totally forgot about that. Alright, so this one is going to need to be done like this. Take off angle snap here for a moment. And then we move that in, and then if we zoom in even closer here, the reason why everything is dark is because it's dark outside. That's why everything is coming in the ortho views a little bit on the dark side. The dark side. All right, let's roll. Uh-oh. It's registering a collision. Hold on. It won't let me make the fairing because it thinks it's colliding against
Discovery,
something.
go at throttle up.
Oh, we're not aligned. Oh. Okay, hold on. That isn't exactly aligned. That's not good. Yeah, no wonder that wasn't coming in correctly. I was like, why won't it let me finish this? That's not aligned either. Let me reset rotation. Ah, there we go. All right, cool. So now I'm going to set this fairing to open up pedal style with 4x, right? And the ejector force doesn't need to be much, but that's fine. Cool, cool. All right, so now what we can do is we take that and we'll attach it here. Alexis 53, how do I stop time from passing? Oh, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, bud. I don't know. Let's go into ortho again. I got rid of the strut when I separated it because it wasn't attached correctly. Oh, no, no, no. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. Snap in. Okay. Yeah, don't mind that thing glitching out. I just have it set to not be... like, see mouse through. There we go. Score. Alright, we got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. Yeah, okay. So cool. That should replicate exactly what we're trying to do, dudes. So this fairing can go up at the very top because that's not a deployable fairing. And then that one is deployable, and then we can hit the decoupler. So we can go and test this right now by putting this out on launch clamps. Let's just put it on 4x launch clamp like that, right? And we don't need that anymore. I'll just keep that over there as a scaled component. And then save this. And if we did this right, the fairing part that's glitching out should deploy, and it should deploy without breaking anything. So let's go out to Launchpad 1, and let's just do a test to see if this deploys correctly. Bill, get out of there. You're a great inspiration. Thanks, Ned. All right, so move that up here, and if we did this right, this fairing should deploy with the other fairing staying intact. Yeah, of course, Simus. There are way more parts coming. Deploy. That's good. And if we time warp, it should disappear. Good. Perfect. It's working exactly as intended. Yeah, gee, yeah. More ejector force would probably be good, but when we're up in space, dude, this thing is only really designed to be deployed when you're up in space. A little ejector force is not that big of a deal. Like, it'll deploy it and they'll move away. Like, the whole thing I was worried about is if they got hung up on the fairing, that's all. Ooh, that's a little bit concave. It looks like it bends inward slightly. Alright, get rid of the clamps. It's bent in like this. Okay. Oh boy. You don't mind it. Well, that's good. Well, that's a good thing. We'll have to make a caliper of some type. Yep, see what I'm talking about? It's not exact. And you could say, oh my god, EJ, really? Who's gonna notice it? I am, okay? I am. Don't, shh. Quiet. I don't know how that happened, but it won't happen again. I swear, chat. So, dump that for a second, and then take this fairing, and take the top fairing, and minus an edge. Check. Now take the other fairing. Cool. Much better. Thank you, caliper template thingamajigger. Oh, yeah. That's nice. Very nice. Now, go in here and set this fairing. This is where ortho is really shining. Dude, if I had this, J-Speed, we have this with World Snap. This editor blows KSP2's editor out of the water. I don't even mind that I don't have camera pan, but if we did camera pan, World Snap plus the orthos, I can build anything. But even without like being able to move the camera around like KSP1, this is awesome. It's so useful. So if we take that one and we set that one to Shroud, that should, yeah, perfect. Perfect. See? Yeah. And then in Kerbal making calipers, see what I did, guys? I made just a piece. So that's 90 degrees right there. I know that that's 90 and that's 90. And then I just overlaid it over ortho and made a ruler for the angle that I wanted. And then that made that fairing perfect. And I'll tell you, now we have the proportions right. So, and that, dude, that is so ridiculously important for selling this. I want someone to look at this and be like, oh, dude, that's an Apollo adapter. You're going to Mars with an Apollo mission. That's really cool. I want it to look exactly like that. As close as we possibly can. It helps sell it. You know, I know that sounds weird coming from me, but that's something I didn't really mention too much. You got to sell it. It has to look right. That's why I build plausible realism, because we end up learning something. People can look at it and be like, "Oh, that's the Apollo adapter. I know exactly what that is." And it makes for great content later. Like when we're flying. Dude, we're going to do Apollo to Mars. It's going to be amazing. Do they use SLS for Artemis missions? Yep. We're all weird. No need to justify it. Yeah, I know. Why are you using two fairings for that shape? Well, Dvorshak, it has to do with how the adapter is actually made. And that's what I mean about learning something. So the LEM, right? A lot of people don't know that, and I said it already, but I'll say it again. The LEM is hanging inside of the adapter. It's hanging in there from the legs. Not a lot of people know that. You think the LEM is just kind of sitting on a payload attachment fitting. Well, no. It's hanging on the legs, hence two fairings. Because the bottom part of the lunar module adapter, or the vehicle adapter here, the bottom part is actually solid. It's not deployable. If we go back in, where's that picture of the S4B? Well, that picture's good enough to get it across. See? See what I'm talking about? The LEM actually hangs on this part right here. And the top part of that conic adapter opens up. If we look at the upgoer 5, relevant XKCD, right? The descent module is hanging from the landing legs inside of there. So only half of this is deployable. And when it did deploy, right, only the ascent module and the probe and drogue were, so the docking port, were exposed. The rest of that is riding inside of that fairing, which is exactly why I made it 2 fairings. Because one of them will deploy and the other one won't. So when we save this, right, and we go to do the test, are we going to space today? Yeah, of course. That was the hard part, dude. If we go and do the test, right, and then deploy this, now it's going to deploy exactly like the real one. So if I time warp, that's what we'll get. And now we have the ring on there. So here, take a look. Now I have the ring. And I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Let's see how well you handle it. See what I'm talking about? Now that rides like the real one. And now it acts like the real one. So structurally, I know that that's going to work exactly like how we want it. Are you going to build a LEM in there, though? Something like it? Sure, absolutely. Now, Lone Star, you realize that evil will always triumph. Because good is dumb. Just use the arrow key, Shadow Wolf. Yeah, you can go into a free look mode in flight mode. Yeah, you go into a free look and hit home on the keyboard, it will reset it. So, now let's get trick with this thing, okay? So, we're worried about structure, obviously. Here's what we do. So, this is an anchored component. That's going to be sitting on top of our S4, right? The S4B. It's going to be sitting on top of it. So we know we want to anchor stuff to this. So the cool thing about the KSP2 editor is that you could strut anything to freaking anything. It's really, really open in that regard. So let's take this thing, open it up, right? And watch this. You want to get nuts? Let's open up the visual on both of these things. And now what we'll do is we'll freeze for a second, right? And we will take, let's just do, well, we have 4 pedals, so let's do 4 times symmetry, right? And let's go up all the way up here, and we'll do 4 times sim with struts. Actually, if we really wanted to do this right, get rid of that for a second. So, let's look at the pedals on that thing again. So, S4B, which is the Saturn V third stage. Well, the LEM mount points are also the structural mount point for every one of these panels. Note how that's 45 degrees off from the panel segments, which are north, you know, where they come apart. They come apart at the seams north, south, east, and west, right? And now we're offset over here at like between 10 and 11 o'clock, right? You're offset 45 degrees. See that? So that's 315, right? And that's 45, and that's 135, right? So we're offset. Let's put our struts there. Now we know for sure, if we do that this thing should act like the real one. So all we got to do is just rotate it 45 degrees, right? And now we take the struts, and we go from the big 375 panel here up to our CSM adapter. Draw the struts right there. And now turn visual back off, or just, you know, break it. That works too. And now those struts are are basically following the same structural lines, right? Actually, you could just hit root part and hit spacebar to reorient it. Now we know that those parts are following, it's carrying the load basically exactly like the Apollo program one did, at least in a Kerbalized form. I know that sounds kind of ridiculous, like, oh yeah, EJ, it's carrying the load exactly like the real one, huh? It's a video game, man. No, it's close. This is close. Kerbal will understand this. And since those struts are basically riding on the outsides of the fairing, they'll consider that strut part of the fairing. And all I'll do is we'll stage the decoupler with the fairing so the struts will come undone. they'll come undone when we go to dock. And if we really wanted to get super technical with it, I would put these struts on a decoupler too, so we don't run into the glitch where the struts like to rerun themselves. Okay, cool. So, let's save this. Save it the way that it is. And now we're... How did you offset the decoupler so low? Well, the back of my command service module is an engine section. And with the engine section, if you right click on it, it has where's the engine section? It has the option to set a length there. If you look, and I set it to 5 meter. See what I'm talking about? Yeah, I have it shut off because it'll make a shroud, and I don't want that, but I wish you could strut to fairings. I actually told the devs about not being able to strut to fairings or docking ports, Aqualux. Don't worry about that. Yeah, I may or may not have filed that one as a bug report for bug report. Starting to look fairly sendable. All right, that's what I wanted. That's what I want to hear. Yeah, I filed that one as a bug report. I'm pretty sure they probably picked up on it. You know, that's not a bug. That's just what you want. So it's a bug. And see, it says bug report right there. All right, so here, let's test this thing exactly how we want it to work. So get rid of that. We'll put the decoupler and the fairing separator in the same stage. Hit save. How's the modding scene? There are mods for NCAM, but yeah, I'm not sure how long those will work for, but either way. All right, ready? How about we 3, 2, 1, separator. I hit the escape system, but that's because the thing worked. Oh, hello. Oh, dude, look at the parachute stabilization system. That thing worked perfect. Super pumped on that. That's really good. Now let's double click over here. And if we time warp, those fairings should disappear. They didn't disappear. Hang on. Let me revert to launch and make sure that wasn't the launch abort system didn't screw up the test. What key is the launch escape system? It's the abort button up there. Okay, I don't think the staging is right. Ricardo, the FPS is very good after the same patch. We're at KSP1 performance, dude. Yeah, it's just as good as KSP1 right now, and it's only going to trend upward from here. Did we decoupler? Well, the decoupler is absolutely working, and the struts definitely uncoupled themselves, but I'm not 100% sure about the fairing. Let me go in here and let's check it. Just as a test, we'll increase the ejector force, save it, and we'll go from there. Okay. We're gonna have to blow the fairing first and then decouple. It looks like it during staging there, it's picking up the decouple before the fairing jettison. So Yeah, we'll manually jettison the fairing and then decouple. Other than that, that test worked fine. We're good. We good. You're good. You're good. You're good. So let's save. Save our work. And now let's move on to the next piece. We need the instrumentation unit, and then we need the forward skirt on the stage. How would we do that? Let's think about this for a second. Obviously, the quick and dirty solution, if we want to, is just boop. There we go. We're done. But that isn't getting my proportions exactly right now, is it? That is the right tank for the job. We know that. And then a skipper is obviously going to be what we want down here. The skipper is a really good kind of analog to the J2. So that definitely looks the part for sure. All right, get rid of the quackulator. We don't need that just yet. Where's that original illustration? That's the core stage. Yeah, so we need to get the skirts right, but the stage looks good. Yeah, see, there's a structural piece right here, and that structural piece on rockets is called a forward skirt. Once again, it's a structural component, and the reason you can tell that it's structural is because it's got those stringers on it right there. See the lines? Those lines are corrugated skin, and that corrugated skin actually makes the rocket really strong. They still use that today. Actually, if I look at that picture of the core stage on SLS, I can show you. The intertank on SLS, it's hard to tell from this picture, but the intertank right there, see, this part is not a fuel tank. Between this band and that band, that's not a fuel tank. It's a structural component. It holds the two tanks together, hence intertank. That's actually corrugated. It has it's not corrugated, it's not the right way to say it, but it's got stringers on it for structure because it's not pressurized. That's really important to understand. The tanks use the residual pressure to be nice and strong. Think about it like if you have a can of cold snack right here, right? Or can of water, right? This thing is easy to crush when it's depressurized. But if you have one that's full, it's a lot harder to crush the dang thing. The rockets use pressure for structure, right? Corrugated cardboard. Corrugated cardboard uses the same, it uses corrugation, that's, wiggly cardboard inside of two flaps of cardboard for the same exact reason. It's nice and strong. So, we have to make a forward skirt here. Now, that shouldn't be too incredibly difficult. Bud Light and not Sam Adams. Hey, it's what I had, dude. That's my shop beer, Tan. It's not supposed to be enjoyed, okay? It's a shop beer. Alright, so now we need to get that forward skirt figured out. So what we could do...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
See, because that needs to be just a little bit longer, right? Tube. The tubes I found chillin' aren't particularly structural. And, yeah, I'm not really sure I want that to be in design. Let me think about this for a second. See, the cool thing about the Kerbal editor, and I'm going to use this to my advantage, is that if I want struts attached to anything, as long as it's within range, it'll strut. That is a super useful thing. Kerbal 1 does not do that. And I'm going to use that to my advantage to make something that's super freaking strong. You need the guidance computer. We do. So, here's what we're going to do. Give me another 375 adapter, right? And let's see if we can find some kind of diagrams here for that stage. Let's go Apollo spacecraft. Nope. Mecha, perhaps? Apollo spacecraft, Saturn V. Let's go Saturn 1B, that's fine. The S4B, very nice. S4B second stage. Creeper, this site is really useful. Yeah, see the forward skirt with the IMU? So that's the forward skirt, and then the IMU is the brains of the thing. And then there's the aft skirt down here. These are structural components. Yeah, Creeper, thanks for linking this. I've been on this before, but I forgot about it, which is good. Just got here, link to site, please. There you go, Zay. Let's Let's take a look. What's the size that what we got here? So the diameter is 6.6. Where ours is 375, which is fine. We don't need to worry about that. Just get to hide the proportions right. I might freehand this just because it paid to get the proportions right for this, but for the rest it doesn't matter as long as it's long enough because we're not using the exact same proportional core stage diameter. I could, if we really wanted to get fancy, I could, but that would make this a lot more complicated. I don't have the budget for that, so what we could do is just go up with the fairing like this. Check that fairing, and then that'll do it. That'll do her. Yeah, Gene, there would be the right way to get the scaled proportional tank size, but see, the thing is that these parts aren't in proportion. So right now, it just pays to make it visually look the part. Yeah, it doesn't need to be exact. But for that part, I wanted to make sure we did get it right. So now what we got to do... Now we got to do is make the aft skirt for this thing. And the aft skirt can honestly be another fairing, right? And it could just be another fairing that's pretty much the same size. And that looks the part just fine. And then mount the engine to that. Cool. There we go. Would a tube be better instead of a fairing? Yes and no. Is this for the Saturn 1B? Yes. And mine's going to have the lower black stripe because I think it's cool. I mean, but we could always just paint it Vulcan if we want to. So now we got to work on strutting this whole thing together. So what I'm going to do here, so I'm going to clip the tank a little bit. And there's a reason why we're going to clip the tank. We're going to clip the tank here, so these structural components, these can act like structure. And what we can do is that bottom fairing, right? Take it, put 6 times strut. Oh, it's upside down. Yeah, there's the upside down fairing glitch. That's right. Might be better to use, yeah, that's right. We should use an engine plate down here instead. Because that's downward facing. And the engine plate will give me a double mount point. Let me think about this. Think about how this is all going to go together. Take the engine section. We want the engine section being a darker color, right? So take this, go like this, switch that down there like that, set that to dark. There we go. Cool. Take the engine, set it to chrome. Taste the chrome. All right. Restore the agency. Move that down like that. Perfect. Hey, Mutan. 70-month resub. All right. I just need to see something here. Does that look the part? Yeah. Yeah, that looks good. That definitely looks the part. Excellent. Sweet. This is gonna look so good. It's gonna look so good. All right. Excellent. I also noticed that going out here and going back in also makes it so the fairings won't glitch out as much. All right, NV, see ya. All right. So, let me just go in here like this, and I need a structural... No. 3-5. Yeah, that's not exactly what we want either. Hey, Architect, what's going on, man? All right. We're not going to be able to get that part of the engine section looking exactly right, so that will work. The skipper will work. So I want to take that, and we want to move it up one tick. And then because we got the engine plate here now, let's use 6x strut, and we'll run internal stringers inside of the engine bay. I'm strutting the top fairing where the instrumentation unit will be to the bottom engine section, essentially bypassing the tank in the design. Makes it super freaking strong. This is basically clamping these things between the tank, and clamping them like that will prevent wobble. Rockets have internal structures like this all the time. They usually, these internal structural pieces usually come in the way of a milled aluminum plate. The outer tank walls are actually have like a checkerboard milled into them. It's called an ISO grid, and that's how they keep them rigid. Now, that doesn't solve the problem of right here. What I'm going to do is literally the same thing. We're going to do exactly the same thing. Just strut one to the other like that, and then we can go into like ortho view and just move the struts out like that. Now, if we wanted to get, you know what would be better? Because this is already attached to that. The struts there would be in redundancy. There wouldn't be clamping anything. But you know what we can do? Because in Kerbal, you can run struts to anything, right? You can run struts from anything to anything. If we go up like this, right? And we strut it to the 2.5 adapter plate, like that, which Kerbal should let us do. Yeah, and it does. We strut to the 2.5 adapter plate, and then we just push those struts down like that and make it look like it's attached here. That's clamping the lower or the upper fairing plate here. So the darker fairing is attached to the darker fairing in this design is attached to the fairing that has the 4 that's in 4X, right? And it bypasses the fairing that should be just a shroud here. There we go. See, this one has the lines on it, that one doesn't. And actually that one shouldn't have shroud on it. There we go. Very nice. That's cool, Jonathan. Right on. Engines firing? Are they doing more Raptor tests? Now, this thing should be very, very, very strong. Not much has got a job interview today. Wish you luck. You got this. You got this, Architect. You'll be all right, man. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to work on the inner stage right there. The inner stage for the S4 or for the S4B. See this? STA 1187 to STA 962. The inner stage, that's what we need. Now on Saturn V, okay, let's do, give me another stack decoupler, right? Ooh, okay. How are we going to do that? Thinking. So the whole stage separates with the inner stage still attached to it, and then once the engine ignites, the inner stage separates, right? It doesn't fly out of the interstage like on a modern rocket. Since we have an S4B, I think we can also make what I sent and add a Centaur for deep space missions. That's probably not going to be needed this time around, Nova. But after this, you know, if we're in between weekly challenges or something, or we complete a weekly challenge, we can use our Apollo architecture to go wherever. So, yeah, maybe. And now another thing that we can do, I just thought of this. We got to put the brains on here, so... So obviously we got to put the probe core in the center. Like that. But we could put the batteries like on the sides. To make it look like the instrumentation unit. There we go. The reason why the probe... I would put the probe core on the side, but the probe core has to be in the center. And this will make it so our Saturn 1B can launch... It could launch just regular stuff. Cargo stuff. We could have the probe core on the center line there. And the batteries around the outsides. Just like the real one. Happy Equinox, Jack. Really? Sure. Yeah. Why not use the RC Module 375 ring? It's not really the right size for what I'm trying to do here. But that would be useful. Does that have battery power on it? Yeah, you can paint this darker color, sure. But it's not really the right size for our proportions. I'm just going to go with what I have. But yeah, that would be a good way to do that too. If I was going to, you know, if I'd known, I probably just would have put that there. And maybe put a fairing, put that inside of like a fairing or something. And called it a day. But yeah, that would work too. Alright, so the bottom here. We can't really do upside down fairings, which kind of sucks. But and that's going to make making an interstage a little bit difficult. But it's okay. For this part, I might just go with my own kind of iterations for how the first stage is going to get built. What we can do is I can take this piece. Bear with me for a second. So, you can't strut stuff to upside down fairings, which is kind of annoying, but that's okay. Motor mounts are upside down fairings, aren't they? The way this game has it set up, Atlantic, yeah, basically. But we need to do the aft skirt. I want to do the aft skirt to make it look right. That's not going to work exactly how I want. Get rid of that fairing. And we're going to go with a 2.5 downward facing fairing. Now, the reason why I'm going to do this is because I want the aft skirt to stay with the vehicle, just like the real one. So this, we need to put the engine mount there so we can have an attachment point for our engine and then an attachment point for the decoupler. But what we'll do with the engine mount is we don't want any shroud, right? What's the difference between decouplers and separators? Decouplers stay attached to something. Separators detach themselves from both sides, DEFCON. Why would you use one over the other? I don't know. It really depends on what you're doing. Alright, cool. So, paint that part back that way. We don't need that to be a darker color. This one, though, needs to be like that. So, take this, and here's what we'll do. Build the fairing, and then go out with it. Then we need to go out with it to basically exactly the 375 diameter. Now would be a good time for a ruler, but it's okay. Try to make it the same size as that. That's good enough. Now we're going to gizmo that into position like that. And this makes it so my engine plate, or the engine plate is still there, right? But when we attach the skipper, right? See? The skipper still looks like it's mounted to it, even though it's mounted to that 2.5. Now, the 2.5 fairing is going to be riding in here, and those struts, because I know the game understands that you can strut through stuff, unlike Kerbal 1. Yeah, the struts are still there. Oh, that's mint. And now what we can do, symmetry strutting isn't going to work here, but mirror should do it. Oh, that's freaking mint. This thing is going to be very, very strong. And then, Vulcan, if you're still here, now all we need to do is go in here and we can change the color of that fairing, and boom, Saturn V S4B. So it would be an S4B-500. And now our engine plate down there is still structural here. The reason why it's still structural is because the 2.5 fairing that was gizmoed out, right, and the engine are on the engine mount attachment node. And then my other node down here is for where we put the next decoupler. See? If we wanted to do Saturn V, there you go. But we're not doing Saturn V just yet, right? We're not doing it just yet. Of course I installed the new update. I installed it within the minute of it coming out, man. The update's really good, dude. No fairing enabled there. Cool. So now we're going to do an S4, right? So the S4, how are we going to do that? We could use the tube for that, I suppose. The update didn't fix anything for you. What do you mean it didn't fix anything? Of course it fixed 290 things. What do you mean, Demon? Okay, cool. So that's good. And now what we need... The shuttle I built once I staged, the main engines on the shuttle don't shut off and I have no controls. I still have to pause and shut the engines down by hand. You're using staging to shut off an engine? Demon, on your ship, the root part is the shuttle, right? If the root part isn't the shuttle, of course, when you stage, that means you're controlling whatever you separated. Like if you separate the external tank, that means you got to make the root part. The green part needs to be the shuttle cockpit. Throttle does not shut off the engines. That sounds like it's the craft file, dude. It sounds like your craft file's doing something weird. I don't know if that's necessarily the game. Other rockets work fine, right? It's a bug? Well, dude, I'll tell you what. I already had a Saturn 1B made that I made like on the first day of KSP to test performance, right? I know that loading stuff up from the original release so we're on Kerbal KSP2 version 0.1.1, right? So just 0.11. It's easier to say 0.11, right? So anything that came from 0.10, a lot of the craft files that came from 0.10 when I tried to fly them in 0.11 did break. So like I would say try to rebuild it and see if the same thing happens, but yeah, not everybody has the time for that, you know. Reboot the whole craft from a new save, and as soon as they stage the SRBs on the engines, I have no control. I have no more control from throttle. Huh. Interesting. I'd have to see it. I'd have to go play around with your craft file, dude. I'd have to play around with it to see if it's the craft file or not, but anyway. So, how are we going to do this now? Yeah, go on the forums and bug report that with your workspace file, dude. That sounds like your craft file hierarchy is messed up, but yeah, I don't know. I don't want to presume either. You could paste it in chat. Don't know. Yeah, that's right, Ether Dragon. Yeah, I'm doing KSP Challenge, but I'm building out Apollo style stuff. Just in case anybody's wondering what these I-beams are, they're rulers. They're rulers for measuring angles and stuff. You completed yours this weekend. Oh, right on, man. Yeah, I figured the weekly challenge is build Apollo style stuff, so I was thinking build a Saturn 1B, build a Saturn 5, build the lander, do all this stuff, right? And then use the stuff for primary stretch and Jeb level to do Val level. I thought that would be cool. So, yeah, I mean, I got to kind of get a move on. We only have 3 days left for this. You know what? I probably should have done a 2.5 upward-facing fairing up there, too. Probably would have been better. Then I could strut tank to that. That would make that even stronger. Excuse me for a second, fellas. I'm just rebuilding. I'm rebuilding this in my head. Give me 1 second. I know that sounds dumb. Trust me. Yeah, Ingrim. Yeah. It is starting to look good. Right. Yeah. Okay. I know what I want. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Now, the next thing in line I want is a 2.5 fairing. When I say 2.5 fairing, I'm referring to the meter. 2.5 meter. Alright, so go into here like this. Take this, reattach that there. Now go in here like this. First thing you want to do is go out with the fairing, right? That's more or less aligned. Check mark. Or plus. And then go in here like... Oh, no. Why did it make it bigger? No, I don't want that. No, don't make it bigger. Go away. Stop doing that. Yeah, without snap-on. There we go. That's what does it. All right, cool. So, 1. Check. Now, go in here. Go to fairing type. Take the fairing type. Set it to shroud. And then I see a fairing and I want to paint it black. Cool. This will actually end up being stronger despite using a 2.5 fairing. So we can take that 2.5 fairing, right? We move that back into position. Right? It's pretty aligned. It's pretty damn close. Now we take the tank and we gizmo the tank up like that. Now instead of strutting the conic shroud right here to another fairing, I can strut the conic shroud right to the tank. And we can clamp that. We can clamp the fairing, which is actually pretty cool. That's really, I like this. This is a really good way to do this. So the first thing that I need to do is do the 2.5 struts from the engine shroud back to here like this. And then let's go down in here and then find that engine section. Where are those engine section struts? Alright, just move them out of the way for a moment. I can see them in there, but I can't get a good view of them with the camera. So just move them down, move that down like this for a moment, and then take, there they are. Take the engine section struts in 6x symmetry, right? And then we can run the struts right through the forward 2.5 skirt fairing, right there. And now they're running right to the conic shroud fairing. That, they're going through. See? They go through the fairing right there. I like that. That's really good. That's what we want. It needs to be strong. We need to have internal structure into this because the nodes in a straight line aren't going to keep this thing nice and strong. But this will. Now what we can do, right, is go to my 2.5 fairing. Go to the 2.5 fairing and we could strut the 2.5 fairing like this. Or no, not the 2.5 fairing. We don't need that. Give me 1 second. I gotta see where I am. Now we can strut the top of the tank also to the conic fairing right there. That's what I'm trying to do. So this, you see this fairing right here and the forward dark fairing right there, they're strutted to each other now. Okay? And the engine plate right here is strutted to the conic fairing right there. They're strutted to each other, right? And then 2.5 is strutted to 2.5. They're strutted to each other. Leapfrogging the struts between structural components like that is clamping stuff. So this 2.5 being strutted to that 2.5 with those two struts is clamping the fuel tank and the engine section. The engine section being attached to the conic fairing is clamping the fuel tank and the forward skirt. It clamps everything together, and it makes this thing really strong. It's not going to move around as much. That's why I switched to a 2.5 fairing up here, because that's stronger, because that means I could strut through the fuel tank, clamp the fuel tank, and then we can also clamp the forward skirt and aft skirt. That makes this thing extremely tough. She ain't moving. You know, I just gotta... That's not going nowhere. You're basically building a K-Series engine. That's exactly how I engineer most things, Tessa. Yep. Ow. Ow, you're fine. Stop whining. Stop your whining. And now, if I take this, right, and we move that back up into position like that, boom. This thing is super strong. Super strong. And now what we got to do is go back in there and use that probe core. We got to put the probe core back in. Cool. And now, instead of, because we have the struts in the way now, instead of putting the batteries up against it, we'll just put the batteries in the center. Like that. That'll work. Cool. Now, that's way stronger. This is a much stronger vehicle now. I'm kind of happy that we went and redid that. Yeah, it'll probably do that, Atlantic. Yeah, it's because a part's upside down, J-Speed. If the struts crisscross, it's because the part you attach to is actually facing down, which is why I made the aft skirt attached to the engine section and mounted everything to the engine section, because that way it won't register this thing being downward facing. How I would do it in KSP1 is just not even have the engine section there. Attach an upside down fairing to the bottom of the stage, right? Radially attach the engine and then strut them together. But we need the engine plate in there to hold, because, yeah, for that exact reason. Yeah, see? And then it clamps the whole design together. That makes it really, really strong, which is great. This is good. All right, so now I'm saving that work. That works. I'm really proud of this thing. And it definitely looks the part. Definitely looks the part. I'm going to move that all the way over here. Yeah, it definitely. Okay, or, yeah, that, you know, if I wanted to drag that over there, I would. Where's that? Yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to make. Definitely looks like a Kerbalized version of it. Really good. Get rid of the autosave description in your craft file. Why? I actually like that. I was already doing, that's something I was doing in KSP1 anyway. Now, if only we could just get the right conic adapter to put this like this, but, oh. Another interesting thing to point out, guys, is that my engine, and this is the other reason why we're using an engine plate, the engine plate is not aligned with structure. This thing is not part of the mainline hierarchy, because the engine section is. See that attachment node down there? My engine on my second stage on the S4B is hanging. It's hanging inside of there. That's done entirely on purpose. You need your ullage motors. Verniers shouldn't kill frames anymore. We'll use Separatrons. Actually, I'm not sure what we should use. A monoprop engine might be the right move. But I would always use Separatrons previously. But yeah, we'll get to that. Aqualex, I'm going to design the entire vehicle first. But yeah, ullage motors is something we do need. Wish I could hang that engine just a little bit more in there. I mean, we might be able to get away with it. Hold on. Yeah. I like that better. Now what we can do to make sure that the engine isn't wobbling around because it's technically attached to two fairings is 3x strut that decorative fairing to the engine mount itself. Now that won't move. That, and we just clamped the aft skirt because I have the engine section down there. I have 125 fairing for the darker ring, and the second 25 fairing is making basically trying to that conic piece right there. Because I strutted the conic metallic fairing to the engine plate. It bypasses the aft skirt ring and clamps it between three struts, which basically, yeah, this won't move around. Now my engine is structurally mounted. And something that I always do to make sure my orientation is right is I line up the turbo pump component on the north-south axis of the vehicle. So when I'm watching the vehicle fly around in space, I can determine orientation of vehicle by looking at that. It's my reference frame point. I always end up rotating the engines. I always did that in KSP as well. Oh man, another bug. I found out that placing wheels on some parts makes the wheels run weaker in torque, so not every part you attach wheels to will be the same speed and torque. That's, Demon, that's not a bug. Wheel torque is dependent on the auto traction control, and it depends on how far away from your center of mass the wheel is. Yeah, it's not a bug. That happens in KSP1 as well, man. Same goes with turning radius. You gotta make sure you're sure when you isolate bugs, dude. Don't get me wrong, bug shooting's fun, but you gotta be absolutely sure. Yeah, it'll change the traction on the wheel depending on how close and how far you are away from the center of mass. If you right-click on the wheel and disable traction control, that should fix your problem. Says the guy that bug reported not being able to strut the fairings. Oh, you got me, Death. You got me. All right. All right. Yeah, okay. That's not what we want. Yeah, okay. Cool. Tube. Is it bad that I feel lost on how to build this? On how to build what, Nova? And you know what? I think I'm just going to build an inner stage for my S1 stage. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do that. That'll make this easier to do. It doesn't have to be, this one doesn't have to be exact. I'm okay with doing this way. Don't forget the decoupler. Yeah, actually, that's probably a thing we shouldn't forget, huh? Let's go with a 2.5 stack decoupler and then put a 3.5 fairing below it. 2.5 stack decoupler has a slightly bigger attachment node, but I don't want 3.75 because I don't want my decoupler sticking out. Change the paint on this back to restore agency colors, part paint. There we go. Good. Now, before I make this, let's work on some struts here. So, what I will do is we will go in 3 times symmetry here, and we will strut fairing to decoupler, because this is a major structural component. And then we will strut 3x symmetry from the fairing to the engine mount. Right there. And that clamps that decoupler into position. Now, if we really wanted to get fancy, we could also strut decoupler. If this, I mean, this kind of don't need it because we're already clamping it. We could strut decoupler to engine section if we really wanted to. Yeah, you know what? Why not? That ain't going nowhere. Okay, cool. All right, so now the bottom section of this, that's going to get a little complicated. The reason why we're going to get a little complicated is because the S1 first stage is made out of leftover parts. Yes, you heard that right. The S1. S1B first stage right here. Or S1 and then S1B. You could say either one. It's literally made out of leftover parts. And well, technically it's leftover part tooling. If you look at a Saturn 1B's first stage, it literally looks like a bunch of fuel tanks all clustered together, doesn't it? Looks like a bunch of fuel tanks clustered together. That's because it is. It's a Jupiter C core stage surrounded by Juno rocket outsides. Yeah, that's right. So, if it looks like a bunch of fuel tanks wrapped around another fuel tank, yeah, that's because it absolutely is. Yeah, Dvorak, I could, of course. Actually, Theix wrote one for KSP2 as well. I haven't used it lately, but yeah, you can. Sure, why not? Cool. And this will act as the top for the stage. Now, if I remember to how I built something like this in KSP1, I basically just did something like that. And then we built an engine section down here. I had a fairing kind of attaching this all together. So yeah, we'll do the same thing. And this is actually a really good way in KSP1 career mode if you want to build a super heavy lift rocket. Take a bunch of these tanks and cluster them together, and you can get heavy lift early in career mode if you really know what you're doing. That is quite literally what Von Braun did with the Saturn V. Or Saturn 1B, I should say. He took a bunch of his smaller rocket fuel tanks, combined them together, made some liquid oxidizer tanks, and made some RP1 tanks, and then used the engines from a Thor missile, believe it or not. Those are our H1 engines. H1s are Delta first stage. The modern day equivalent of the H1 would be the RS-27, which unfortunately stopped flying and production stopped of that motor in 2018. 2018 was the last time an RS-27 was used for a flight on a Delta II mission. ISAT-2, the last Delta II mission. Yep. That ended the lineage of the H1 motor, which kind of sucks. And when Delta IV stops flying the Delta program, the Delta lineage will be gone as well, which really blows, but it is what it is, dudes. So, now we're going to go down here with a 375 fairing, right? And what we'll do is we'll do something like this. Check that. That looks about right. How much of that is clipping in? So that's obviously not going to be enough. It needs to be like right here. That looks right to me. Now, why did I clip that in there like that? Well, there's a couple of different reasons. One, and this is the big one first and foremost, is that when we go to make the other tanks, right? And we go to wrap fuel tanks around fuel tanks like that, and then we go to line them up here like this, right? I want them to clip in, just like the real ones do. And then second of all, it'll be easier to strut this together, and then some of the struts that we use to hold the whole engine section together are going to be inside of that fairing to make it look nice. Now, in Kerbal, I've done the fuel calculations on this in KSP before. We don't need 8x symmetry tanks. So a Saturn 1B has 8 smaller tanks wrapped around a bigger one, because our fuel density is different and our oxidizer density is different than RP1 and liquid oxygen in real life. We're using methane and we're using methane in our in liquid oxygen, right? We're going to need a different configuration of fuel tanks. So I'm going to do one tank with 6x symmetry wrapped around it. That should get us what we want. Should. You know, you're dredging the NTRS server when you see NACA stuff. If you have NACA, yeah, if you're looking at NACA stuff, you're getting way old school there. NACA is the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics. It's the program that predates NASA. All right, so 6 times symmetry should help me out here. You know what? We'll hold that for a moment. We'll get that done in a second. So let's go back down here, and we'll get our fuel tanks figured out. So let me take this, get rid of that, copy this. I don't want full 6 times symmetry, and there's a reason for that. The main reason is, well, basically because on the Saturn, not all the tanks were painted the same color. They did, on some of the Saturn 1Bs, they did paint the stages, the tanks different colors. I mean, when Saturn 1B eventually, like the later Saturn 1B missions, they, we don't need that picture. The later Saturn 1B missions, they switched to all white tanks. But some of them have the black-white tanks, which actually look really cool. We could just go all white tanks, though, if we really want to. You know what? The all white tanks don't look too bad, but the alternating definitely has an aesthetic to it. Let's see how alternating black-white looks. Oh yeah, that's what I want to do. Yeah, oh, I love how crazy you can get with this editor. It's so freaking cool. See, that looks like, I noticed that some of these early ones have a white stripe going down it where the United States logo is, right? And I know that the color configuration on these tanks gives you a white stripe. That's how we do. There we go. That's not bad, huh? Oh, that looks really good, man. Oh, that looks really cool. All right, so because these tanks are technically riding outside of a fairing, what I'm going to do is we're going to attach nose cones to them. When we go inside of this inner stage, it's going to look really goofy in here. Let me go back to my store agency colors. Yeah, straight white there. There we go. Most spacecraft are painted lighter colors for better thermals. It's the same reason why you don't wear a dark shirt on a warm summer day. Same exact reason, actually. Yeah, and then the nose cones for those will ride in the fairings, because Kerbal doesn't understand the difference between this being in line with the vehicle and a tank just kind of attached to the outside like this. That's why I'm going to give them nose cones. Now, down here, we could do nose cones down there if we really wanted to, but the back end will be riding in the fairing, I think, so we'll have that going for us, which is nice. There we go. Now all of them are nice and uniform. Why are some rockets orange? The orange that you see on most rockets, Zymus, is for thermal insulation. Thermal insulation. That's the big one. They spray foam insulation on the tank to keep the propellants cool. And the longer you can keep hydrogen, for instance, cooler, the more performance you're going to get out of it. Score. Let's save this up. And now, this is where the engines are going to all mount and whatnot. We got to figure this out. So, these need to be all strutted together correctly, or else this isn't going to work. Because Kerbal doesn't really understand that these things aren't like all attached. It's just registering an attachment point up there. So, the first thing that we need to do is this. We need to strut the threes like that. And then we need to go down here and do the same thing. Like that. And then, if we go... how would we do this? How would we do this? How would we do this? Okay, cool. We got a clamp, right? So... if we have a set of struts right here, because right now the center fuel tank is strutted to the bottom fairing, and then all the outer fuel tanks are strutted to the bottom fairing, but there's nothing strutting the outer fuel tanks to the inner fuel tanks. So we're gonna clamp, but we're clamping sideways instead of up and down like what we've been doing. So if we run a strut from there to there like that, that tells the game that these outer fuel tanks are actually they're strutted. They're one piece to the inner fuel tanks right there. That's actually not aligned, on a side note. See? There we go. And that strut actually told me that it isn't aligned. Now this strut is going from second fuel tank to lower fuel tank, but it tells that this is all clamped. It tells the game that this is all clamped together. Now, if we really wanted to get fancy, we really wanted to make this strong, we could do the same thing up here. 3 times symmetry like that. Now rotate around to the other side. Do the same thing there. Perfect. That, now we've clamped all the tanks together. Okay, save. Alright, now we got to do the engines. I want to see the strength in action. You will! Should we clamp the outer 6 tanks to each other? Death, that's a good question, but we could, if we wanted to run strut to strut like that. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, that's totally doable, but I don't... that would actually make the thing really... that would be, like, probably one more thing. I'm not going to do that one, but we might have to. It really depends on how the vehicle flies. Running a strut from here to here, and then running a strut from there to there. Actually, you know what, dude? We can do it. And it should be blocked by the fairing tank right there. Yeah, you drive a hard bargain, dude. That was a good call. Yeah. Now that thing is that's really strong. We could do it up there too, but that's where these tanks are radially attached, so we shouldn't need it. But down here, yeah. That's, dude, like I said, this is going to be really, 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 really strong. You got to clamp stuff together with the struts. Don't just strut stuff together. Clamp things. The game really likes it. It really takes to understanding it really, really well. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, the joints are too meh in Kerbal. Well, I look at that and I see an engineering challenge. You know? Maybe we're building with a different material. This kind of stuff happens. Like, sometimes The chief designer just decides to switch from carbon fiber to stainless steel, right? And now you're going to get a completely different thing. But the engineers don't sit there and whine about how carbon fiber isn't stainless steel. They figure out other problems. They figure out ways around it, which is, once again, one of the biggest reasons why I love playing this game so much. Even the bugs in the game, dude, you can find ways around them if you really know what you're doing. It's like my favorite thing. What do you mean clamp? All right, farm. Yeah, sure, no problem. So I'll just build on this sub-assembly out here, okay? So you want to make something really strong in KSP? Here's a way to do it. So I have a tank right here. Say that's the tank structure for my rocket. And then I have another tank right here and another tank right here. Everyone knows that that's going to weeble wobble around. If you're a Kerbal player, even a relatively experienced Kerbal player, or inexperienced Kerbal player, you know that wobbles. Because you know, it's like an inchworm. You got a bunch of attachment points, thing's going to weeble wobble all over the place. Here's what I mean by clamping. Take one tank, make sure you have snap on, hold left shift, move the tank up one. Take the bottom tank, move it up one. Now the top rim of this tank is clipping into this, and the bottom rim of that tank is clipping into that. So go in here, inside of this tank, right? Select the top one as target. Go in here inside of this tank and run struts inside. Struts run through fuel tanks all the time on real rockets, so I don't consider this really part clipping. And then attach the strut from the top tank to the bottom tank. Clamp that center tank between two struts. That right there is way stronger than just attaching 3 tanks together. And it's only 3 extra parts. I mean, we did technically double our part count, but see that? Clamp the tanks together. You worried about wobbly parts in KSP2? Clamp them. I did that. I did the same thing in KSP1. It makes it super strong. I've done that throughout this entire design. From basically here down, there's stuff that's clamped together. So this thing will look the part and it will act the part too. Also, I'm noticing right now that my aft interstage ring is actually quite short. Unless this fairing is clipped into it. Yeah, there we go. There's the problem right there. Cool. Still actually short. But yeah, that's super, super useful, dude. Do that when you're building rockets. I do that because I don't just stack like probe core on top of a fuel tank and whatnot. For that exact same reason, dudes. I don't do that. My probe core is just riding on a panel that's sitting on a fairing in here. See that? I don't put the probe core in line. Why? That's an extra part. That's the same thing as doing... You know, you could build this tank, right, in KSP. Like, your rocket could have that tank. Or you could do this tank, right? Which one of these is stronger? The 8 of these tanks stacked on top of each other, or one tank like that? The less attachments that you have in your hierarchy, the better, right? So let me put it to you. Let me put it to you in a slightly different way. You saw those 8 stacked on top of each other. Now with fuel tanks, you could stack them on top of each other and strut, like I was saying. But this right here, now which one of these? So if I have my probe core, right, and then I have my battery on top of that, and then we have a decoupler on top of that, and then I have an engine on top of that, and then I have another fuel tank stacked on top of that, right? Now, what we just did right there is attaching tank to 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 tank. Dank. Do you want to do that? Well, you could. You could just strut all these stuff together, right? But does the probe core need to be structurally in line? Does the battery need to be? Batteries aren't structural. Neither are engines, for that matter. So instead of doing that, right, do something like this. Use an engine section, right? Grab one of these engine sections here. Small engine section. The engine section has 2 attachment nodes. Attach your engine to that, right? And then go down here and make a small fairing like this. Or, well, you need a decoupler for them to attach. The decoupler, unfortunately, has to stay in line, right? And then you can select your engine section, right? Get rid of it. Get rid of the shroud. You can't open it up in part view. Get rid of the shroud and then use a fairing to make your shroud, right? And then on the fairing, you can attach your probe core and all the batteries. That took it out of line. So that's less parts that are in line, and your rocket's going to have less flex, right? That's how I do stuff. So if you look at this, I have a big fairing right there, and then another fairing behind it, and then the fuel tank. If we zoom in right here, on the darker fairing, so I have the conic fairing, the straight fairing, right? Conic, cylindric, fuel tank. How I have this is the conic fairing is attached to the cylindric fairing, which is attached to the fuel tank. 3 things in line. Now, what I did was, we want to do that clamping thing that I'm talking about. We eliminated everything, like there's no probe core, there's no batteries in line. We eliminated all the stuff that we don't need structurally, right? So now what I do is clamp. Get the least amount of parts from top to bottom as you can, right? And then start clamping things together with struts. So if you look, my fuel tank has struts. The fuel tank is strutted to the conic fairing, okay? The cylindric fairing is strutted to that cylindric fairing down here, clamping the fuel tank. The fuel tank is clamping the cylindric fairing between the conic tank. Now nothing's going to move. This thing should be super, super strong. You're leapfrogging things and clamping them together. You don't want wobbly rockets in KSP anymore? Here's the way you do it. Bypass certain things. You don't need a probe core in line in structure. Probe cores aren't structural. The only probe core that I can think is that's even remotely structural is the Saturn V IMU. In which case, that's just a structural cylinder with a bunch of electronics attached to the inside. That's the one design where they put the avionics package in line structurally. No rocket does this nowadays. Not even one. Alright, so now let's get down to our engines. I like using the Reliant and the Swivel. So the Saturn 1B had engines like this. We had 4 non-gimbalable engines in the center, right? I didn't open up the part count menu, or the parts menu. We had 4 non-gimbalable engines in the center like this, right? And then 4 engines on the outside that were gimbalable and pointed out, right? Now, we could make this work like this, but we don't exactly want to do that. Now, we don't, first of all, we gotta look. We gotta go look at the configuration for it, but yeah, it's in here somewhere. Here we go. So, let's look at this. So, the gimbalable engines that are angled out are at 12, 3, 6, and 9. And then the other engines that are non-gimbalable in the center, the H1s, are fixed. But they're fixed in 4x symmetry at like 230, 430, 730, and like 1030. See that? We gotta get that to work right like that. Now the other thing to take into account is that oftentimes on rockets, the rocket engine isn't just hanging out the bottom like this. Oftentimes they have a skirt for better thermal management, and only the throat and the nozzle are actually pointing out the bottom, like that. That's why I left a space in here, so we could put our rocket's turbine machinery. Also, in real life, there's a lot of pipes that go from all the fuel tanks down to the rocket engines, and I always try to leave room for that to make it look right. Squirt! Yeah, squirt, squirt. No, DJ. KSP-1 wants 8. The fuel calculations from KSP-1 wanted 8 motors. It's the fuel density that's different, not necessarily the thrust. That's a good question. Alright, so the game does better aero calculations if you attach motors to engine segments. So we're going to go down here, and we're going to put an engine segment down. Right? Now let's attach the motors in the way that we want. So first thing I'll do is we'll rotate this 45 degrees. And now, get me these motors. We want the LVT-30. Those are fixed engines. They don't move. They have no thrust vectoring, right? So now bring them together. Bring them together as close as the nozzles can get without touching each other, like that. And now take the turbine machinery and move it in. Right? And now rotate this back to where it was. And now get my swivel motors and do the same exact thing. Take the swivel motors, move them out. And obviously, Saturn V has the turbine machinery inwards like that, and then take these things because they're used for vector control, and sometimes it's better to point them through the center of mass. Not sometimes, it is better, and point them just slightly out to point through our center of mass. Lines up perfectly. For a small cosine loss, yep. Pointing engines through the center of mass like that is what a lot of rockets do. It keeps it nice and stable. Now let me take a look. Yeah. There we go. Now, you see how the tops of my engines are clipping through? What are we going to do here, chat? Clamp the aft engine fairing. Clamp it. Give them the clamps! Bingo. You got it. Now, the inside of this is going to look like a spider web, but hey, whatever. Start over, huh? So check this out. Take these. And because the engines are in 4x and the tanks are in 6x sim, we'll just clamp it on the center hierarchy here. We'll clamp to the center tank like that. Because our fairing is already clamped to the tanks, so clamping the engine section, the fairing is attached to that center tank, right? And then if we want to clamp that fairing, right, because the fairing is attached to the tank, strutting the engines to the tank, we'll clamp this quite nicely. And if we wanted to get even crazier, we could go engines, clamp engines right to the fairing plate. Like that. That probably is a little bit excessive. We don't necessarily need to do that. That's too much. I would call that too much. And now, let me adjust that there. Now, does that look like a Saturn I first stage or what? Definitely looks the part. We got to do the fins. It looks like Saturn 1 right now. We're trying to make Saturn 1B, so we got to make the fins, but also not bad, right? Now, I bet you if I put this thing out on its rocket engines right now, it should stand up if I did everything right. Not much weeble wobble there. Looks like the whole thing is moving as one contiguous unit, which is exactly what I want. Perfect. Looks good, right? Isn't that sweet? This is how you really build in Kerbal. You want to get really advanced? This is how you do it. Needs the milk stool? Oh, okay. Alright, give me some time. Couple of things that we have to change. That one needs to be marked as shroud here. Shroud, please. And marking it as shroud changed its... Okay. So, reload. Yeah, something... The fairings always go back to 2 times sim, which is strange. But marking that as a shroud... Okay, that's weird. I'm not sure what that just did, but... Yeah, see, I'm not sure what's going on with the fairing. Something is weird with fairing save state, but doing that should fix this. Let me just make sure we didn't clamp anything, like actually physically clamp 2 things together here. No, that's fine. All right, that's working. So okay. Cool. Good. 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 Now, the last thing we might want to do is strut that engine plate. Clamp the engine plate, but the engine plate is clamped through the motors. We might want to clamp the engine plate itself to the center tanks or clamp the engine plate to the outer tanks, which would make this thing super strong, but I'm not entirely sure we're going to need to. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, I suppose. So go here. Let's start messing with our... Well, we got to build the wings. Let's do the wings. The Saturn 1 has very distinct wings on it, right? The wings are... There's 8 times wings at the bottom for stability. See? They're an 8X sim down there. Let me just take a look at them. Yeah, they have stabilizers. So we'll go into procedural wings. We will get... Let's get our stabilizers in 8 times symmetry like this. And let me take a look at these wings. How do those wings all connect together? Well, that's not going to give us anything. That's not going to give us anything. Neither is the lem. We can get rid of the lem drawings for now. S4B, Saturn 1B. Oh yeah, the wings actually like ride up the side sections there. Okay, cool. We can do that. Ours are going to look a little bit different because we are using 8X tanks. Or 6X tanks, and the real one uses 8, but that's okay. Alright, so let's go in here like this. Set the span. Let's take a look at an ortho of it. Yeah, they're not that far out. It's not that far. That would probably be about right. It's got to be 8 times. It's got to be 8 times. It's got to look right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's got to look right. We gotta make this thing look correct. Hey, Farhund. expecting Apollo in the title. You're expecting Saturn V, but I would be building Saturn 1B. Man, we gotta... Yeah, see, I'm worried about this. This might actually end up occluding the fins. That would not be good. If it registers them inside of the fairing, they're basically not gonna do anything. So maybe we'll just take a little bit of creative liberty here and pretty sure people aren't gonna get all hung up over where the wings are too much. Yeah, parts manager, thank you. Alright, we'll just do that. And then let me set the angle to be a little bit different. More inwards like that. Tip length needs to go down. That's fine. Good. What do you think, dudes? Does it look the part? Looks good, man. We busted it out in less than an hour. It doesn't seem like you see the winglets on rockets as much anymore. Is there a reason for that? The gimbal, the thrust vector control, Eric, does the job of the wings. Rocket designs sometimes are pretty aerodynamically unstable, but the gimbal on the rocket motors is enough to, that's enough to keep it on an even keel. TWR, well, Ned, that's what we got to figure out. 989. Might need to change some of the fuel load. This is, Ned, this is why I went with 6 times tanks instead of 8. Because the fuel density is different in real life. It's not, you know, we're not using a Keralox first stage. That's the reason why. What's that, Mutter? Oh, wow. That's cool. Now, I already did the fuel density calculations in KSP1, and it's more or less the same in KSP2. So, yeah, that's why we're at 0.989. This thing would have been a little bit different in KSP1, but we also got to set our staging now, too. Cool beans. All right, now let's go in here like this. Let's go in here like this, and we're gonna need to modify some of our fuel load here. Just take a little bit out. 72, 288. Just like that. And that should give us the TW. That's just one. All right, so 64 to 256. 1.018. How did I do this? How did I get this done right before? Our first stage needs more TWR. Way more. Well, not way more. It's actually not too bad. Wouldn't reducing the second stage be better? Yes. Now, yeah, core with the Saturn 1B, yeah, so if I'm remembering this correctly, dude, with the Saturn 1B, the CSM was never fully fueled. It was never fully fueled. So I'm wondering what happens if we take some mass out of this. Like, don't fill up those tanks, for instance. 996, yeah, it's not going to do much. Yeah. Yeah, just keep that. We'll remove some second stage fuel. I don't know if we want to take out that much fuel. How goes Lawn Dart Simulator? Oh, look at this. I'm building a great dart, Clang. Look at this thing. This is a great dart, man. As a follow-up, should make the Nova rockets. We might have to for Val level, Mukai Kubo. If we might have to, dude. So, yeah, I'm not ruling it out. It's the rocket. I can put the rockets together pretty damn fast. It's just landers and stuff. That's the stuff that takes some time because it's a hard thing to build. It's 62% approximately sonic. It doesn't exactly scale because my core diameters don't exactly scale. We could use fairings to change that if we wanted to, but we'd have to scale off of our CSM because I can't change the diameter of that thing. My CSM is actually too wide for this scale, but it looks the part enough, dude, that I'm okay with it. Oh, nice, Clang. There you go. What does this get us? 1081. We still have a ton of Delta V, though. I'm just not sure we have the TW1 to get where we need to. What's the specific impulse on that skipper motor? It's 322. That's quite high. 1081 off the pad might be good. Well, so what's the challenge again? This is the first rocket for our Apollo 7 style mission. Hellfish, I don't think they would have needed Nova, to be honest. You could do pretty damn good Mars and Venus architecture with Saturn 1B and Saturn 5. Just couple a bunch of Skylabs together and then use a Saturn 1B to get people up there. Easy peasy. Use Saturn 1B like they wanted to use Ares 1 in Constellation, and then use Saturn 5 like Ares 5, and you're literally good to go. And then you could jack the throw weight on Saturn 5 by putting Titan boosters attached to the first stage. Yeah. Int 21. Pretty nuts. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to take Titan 3 boosters and put them on an S1C. How much Delta V you want? Frick you. That's how much Delta V I want. Then do that? Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I will note, I apologize a little bit if I ramble. Clang, you're not even close to the worst offender there. Don't worry about it. So let's put some back in here, right? And then down here, let's take a little bit out. 1064. 1073. Let's just take just a little smidgen more out of these tanks. 1089? Really? That didn't change anything? You barf bag. 1.116. MST rollback at Slick 37. Cool. Very nice. Who is the worst offender? Aces, you know that guy that just decides to have conversations with himself in my chat? And then I ban him, and then he comes back five or 6 days later and then just has a conversation with himself again in chat? That guy's the worst offender. That's not a bot, believe it or not. It's just a guy that likes coming into my stream and having conversations with himself. No, it's a person. It's a person. Oh yeah. I think when you're tired, you're the worst offender. Yeah, well, your brain has the shell on it. Of course I talk to myself. Sometimes I need an expert opinion. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, well, this should do it. It definitely says we have the Delta V, but then again, that is vacuum. But this thing should be pretty damn aerodynamic, so... Alright, we have adjusted fuel loads. I'm a little bit worried about first stage performance here, but I'm also worried about second stage performance here. We got to get our thrust to weight ratio. It has to be above 1. Because if our thrust to ratio is just 1, that means our engines will push up with the same amount of accelerated force as gravity pushing down. So basically, if you have 1.0 TWR, you're hovering. You don't want your rocket to hover. You want your rocket to get out of the atmosphere as quick as possible. So we need the TWR off the pad. Usually rockets shoot for like 1.1, 1.2. Saturn V took off with 1.089 or something. Saturn 1B was a little bit more powerful than that. But once again, they were using hydrogen in the second stage. The hydrolock second stage is what's killing me right now. If we had a hydrogen and oxygen, I know we have hydrogen tanks now, but if we had a hydrolock second stage, it would be a lot better. So you make the pedestal. I don't know, Zonic, maybe. And now we could just put a hydrogen tank up there with a nuclear engine, and that would get us what we'd want. Definitely get us what we want, but I don't want to do that. Blame it on the fuel types. Yeah, I will. 1.089. No, we'll go with that. 1.116 should be good. All right, let's do a test flight. Actually, you know what we can do? Here, hold on. Let's get our first stage back up there. We'll light the engines on the pad and let them cook for a second and then release. Yeah, that should be good. That should give us enough for a startup. Score. All right, dudes. We'll call this block 0. Save. Get rid of that. Get rid of my measuring equipment. Save again. Just because I'm paranoid. There we go. All right. Let's make sure we're just on autopilot this time. Oh, I didn't do the ullage thrusters. Yeah, we're gonna need those. Yeah, our stage separation would not be pretty. I wish these things just weren't so freaking useless. We'll just use separatrons for now. An important distinction between a Saturn 1B, the Saturn 1B stage separator, and a Saturn V stage separator. The Saturn 1B, or the S4B, actually comes in two different configurations. There's the S4B-200 and the S4B-500. The -200 is for Saturn 1B. The -500 is for Saturn V. What's the difference? Well, amongst other things, the amount of separator motors you have. The ullage tanks, the ullage engines, on a Saturn 1B are in 3 times symmetry. On a Saturn V, it's only 2. Saves mass that way. Why are they useless? I've never really found a good use for them. They're not particularly useless, monoprop, but just, yeah. I really have trouble finding a use for the dang thing. So once again, our stage separation on this is not going to be exactly right. It'll be close. And the Dash 9 is a great locomotive. Yeah. You're not wrong. I like them for landers on moons. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can get decent Delta V with it because you're not carrying an oxidizer, but yeah, I mean, the efficiency is garbage. One Saturn 1B with AJ260. Yes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, 12. Good afternoon. Signed my offer letter for my promotion. Time to move to a new city in May. Damn, dude. Congratulations. Okay. First test flight. Let's see what we got. That's not the game slowing down. That's our TWR being poo-poo. See, we're taking a nasty grab loss right now. Okay, we've cleared the tower. Go for roll program. Roll program complete. Mode 1 Alpha, pitching down range. Saturn V, yes, Selfish, yeah. Well, Saturn V was 1.1. I think it's 1.18, if I'm remembering correctly.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, once again, this is, our TWR is bad. That's why it looks like it's going slow. The game's actually, I mean, I know it says like 9 frames up there. The game's actually simulating pretty good. Hey Nick, 31-month resub. Thank you. How many parts is it? I don't know. It's a lot of parts, though. But it looks amazing, dude. This thing wouldn't have even worked pre-patch, guys. We'd still be down there somewhere.
Go and throttle up.
We know we're taking a grab loss because look where I'm going versus where my vehicle's pointing. I'm kind of flying sideways, taking a nasty grab hit. At least the rocket looks good. How do you know when it's max Q? It'll say it right there. Hey, Jeffrey Joe, 37 months. Thanks, buddy. And then Nick Sargent at a 31 before that.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Mr. Birdman on the moon, subscribed to Tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Oh, thank you. That's awesome. Coming up on maximum dynamic pressure here. Dynamic pressure is actually good. It's really good in that regard, but we really need to keep accelerating. We are transonic right now. Okay, we've gone past max Q. I agree, Cor. Our staging velocity is going to be really low. Okay, we're mode 1 Bravo. Plus your orbital docking, YouTube saved the game. All right, Birdman. That's what I like to hear. And oh, yeah, we're past 21.5 kilometers. That always glitches out when that happens. That's good, man. That's what I wanted to hear. That's the kind of stuff I like to hear. Yeah, that's wrong. We gotta tilt. We gotta nose her over a little bit more. Okay, stand by for Miko. Ullage engine ignition, upper stage ignition. Thanks for the 6 months, man. That's huge, dude. That kind of stuff really helps me in the long run. I appreciate it. Okay, we're mode 2 alpha. Actually, that's not bad. 670 staging was not the worst, dudes. That's not bad. We just got to dial in our fuel load a little bit more and we'll be all right. I wish I need to get a little bit more burn time out of that first stage. And yeah, we can do that by increasing its fuel. Or, well, not increasing its fuel, decreasing second stage fuel. We'll see where this gets us here on the way up. We definitely have the Delta V with our Saturn or S4B right here. But look, see how strong the vehicle is? You don't see this thing weeble wobbling around. It's all the clamps. Give them the clamps. It's all the clamps, man. Okay, we're mode 2 Bravo. Stand by for launch escape system jettison. Alias jettison confirmed. 2 Bravo. The clamps. This is good, man. Real good. Bite my shiny metal butt. Throttling back. Oh, nice map view, dude. Very good. What are your first stage engines on this thing? Reliance and swivels, dude. Stand by for Seco. Oh, that's actually... We could go a little bit more. But that's actually pretty good, man. This is actually dialed in pretty well. That's pretty good out of the box. Okay. Stand by for LM adapter staging. Hey, that definitely looks the part, dudes. Look at that. Pause this for a second. That looks the part. Hold on. Hold on a second. Where are ya? Yeah? 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 Yep. 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 We have to put our cross-brace simulator in there, but yeah, that looks real good, man. On Apollo 8, they had a mass simulator. That's what that is. It's a mass simulator it's basically a big steel weight there to make sure that Saturn V ascended in the same way that it would ascend with a LEM inside. See this? This is just a big metal cylinder made out of steel, and it's attached to the LEM attachment points. See that? It looks good. I don't see it. I don't see it's not my wallet. It's not my wallet. Excuse me, sir. Is this your wallet? Yup. Then here, take it. No, it's not mine. Okay. Server's propulsion system ignition is next. It's not my wallet. We'll wait for SPS ignition. Actually, the reason why I said this is dialed in is because if you guys notice, we didn't make it all the way up to orbit. We're 80 by 25. That's okay. But you also want to put yourself into a style of orbit that's going to make sure you don't have space junk. So that will actually burn up. Well, burn up. There's no re-entry in the game yet. But it will burn up. And we can use the surface propulsion system to get into LEO here. We just got to wait to the most efficient time to do it, which is at AP, which is in 3 minutes. Is this your ID? Yes. Yep, that's mine. So this is your wallet? No, it's not my wallet. It's not my wallet. Yeah, Astrobane, she's good, man. That's what I mean. Clamp the rockets. You know, there's people going around whining on the forums and stuff, whining on this, whining on that. My rocket's too wobbly. This is too wobbly. Oh, it's how unrealistic is it? But also, engineer around the problem. Work the problem, people. I don't want to know what Kerbal was designed to do. I want to know what it can do. What? I love the fact that we don't have cheating auto strut. I love adding in struts. Hey, I'm just doing what auto strut does, Demon. But yeah, they put auto strut in the game. They put auto strut in the original game to make up for the fact that if you had 1,000 struts on your vehicle, the game would take a huge fat dump. Yeah, you don't want that, right? But in Kerbal 2 seems to be handling parts a little bit better than Kerbal 1 from what I've noticed. Maybe we'll get it back, maybe we won't. Doesn't matter to me. Autostrut certainly makes things easier, but we don't exactly need it, do we? I always strut rockets together, but very seldom stages of rockets, which now explains a lot of my frustration. Yeah. Alright, so, service propulsion system. Engage. Use that to circ up. So long, second stage, you did us well. 92 by 76. See? There you go. We are good to roll. We just got to dial in our fuel loads a little bit. I think we can get a little bit better performance if I take a little bit of fuel out of that second stage. Because we just kind of sat there hovering next to the pad for a little bit. We don't want that. That's no good. So let's go down. Let's give it another test flight. That was good. That worked. But we can dial it in even more. We're a little slow off the pad, J-Speed. Hey, Bill, what's going on? How would you start concepting a moon-based program? What rockets are we using to get there, Alpha? That service module doesn't need 1.1 kilometers a second. Well, Core, that's another thing that I was trying to get at. For any Apollo missions, like the Skylab missions that went into low Earth orbit instead of going out to the moon, you obviously don't need 1,000 meters a second delta V, so they would have the module unfueled. They only filled it up halfway. They half filled up the fuel tanks, and then helium purged the rest. So if we just put that at like straight half, right? We put all the fuel tanks straight half, right? Now our TWR goes up. In fact, we could probably get away with doing the same thing with the monoprop tanks. Now where does our TWR get us? It's 94. A lot easier. So now if we go down in here into our first stage tanks, Apollo or Falcon 9? With Apollo, it's pretty easy. Just put a base module on top of the LEM and then go. Speaking of struts, these guys don't use enough of them. Eh? Today is Friday in California. Yep. Okay. Yeah, 1111111. Perfect. Now, watch the ascent profile this time around. We may have less fuel, and our first stage might not burn as long. But we'll definitely be going faster because the first stage engines are moving overall, they're moving less mass. So our TWR is higher, which means we accelerate quicker. Max Q was at 12 last time. And that's not bad. But we can do better. The other thing is that, another couple of things that I needed to change is... Actually, you know what? That's all working fine. Everything is working good here. All right. All right, second test flight. Let's do this. So what do you guys think? You like my clamping method? If you want to know why I'm so good at this, just in case anybody was wondering, and I'm not saying this to brag, it's more sad at this point. Oh, Bill, get the hell off of that. What are you doing? What are you doing, pal? Get off of there. I have 15,000 hours in KSP1. Good majority of that in the editor trying to figure out how to make my design stronger. Yeah. Yeah. I've been coming to the same party for the last 10 years, and that is in no way sad. %50 of that is talking about the space shuttle. Yeah, but the other 50% is me telling chat to shut up. The only thing I have 15,000 hours in is contemplating what I did wrong in life. Damn. Shadow Wolf, isn't this technically... This isn't technically the whole Saturn V, right? This is only part of it? Yeah. From this black stripe up, Saturn V. This is Saturn 1B. Alright. Here we go. We don't need to cook the engines for as long on the pad this time around. Have you made a shuttle yet? I do not have a shuttle that's a maid. No, Alpha. Pissa, can you explain the benefits of clipping parts versus just adding struts? Yeah, sure, man. Let me launch and just remind me to do it. Remind me to explain it in a second. Hot tut. Yeah, baby. We're still a little slow. I mean, maybe, yes, maybe. I have not made a shuttle yet, no. Keeping it simple for now until the game gets a little more solid. And that means Apollo. Okay, we've cleared the tower. Go for roll program. So Pissa, I like keeping the struts like clipped inside because it looks cool. Game doesn't know the difference. You can keep the struts outside, you can keep them inside, it doesn't matter. The game doesn't understand the difference, so you can... I like keeping them in because I think that looks cool. Cam, you know, keep it simple. You guys are giving me crap, but you know you like it. You know you like it. It's pretty good. Look at that. That looks the part. That looks right to me. See, we're accelerating faster. So we should experience a higher dynamic pressure here. Dynamic pressure was at 12.8 thousand pascals, right? We should go past that. So, was the 1B before the Saturn V? That's correct, Zombie. Yeah, it's the rocket that they made before the Saturn V. You don't just... One does not simply just build a super heavy launch vehicle. You have to build a heavy launch vehicle first. Because all we had before the Apollo program was a rocket that basically could just go up and come right back down with a person inside, Mercury Redstone. They did the Gemini and the Apollo program, and slowly the rockets got bigger and bigger until we got all the way up to Saturn V. So we had Saturn 1B before this. And then before that, there was Gemini with the Titan 2 GLV, right? And then before that, it was Mercury Atlas, and before that, it was Mercury Redstone. Let's go into the throttle bucket here. I notice we're not accelerating that much faster because we actually accelerated too fast too quickly. 144 at 5,000 is actually a little fast. It should be okay. Yeah, it looks for sure. You like it, Robert? It looks right. It looks the part. I make sure that we tip our cap correctly. Because we stand on the shoulders of giants, man. When do you start gravity turning? Doom, I aim it at like 80 degrees. You go up, go straight until you clear the tower and do the roll program. Pitch over to like 80, 85. And then when you get up to 10K, start between 10K and 25K. Go from 85 down to 45 degrees. You ideally want to be 45 degrees. 45 degrees at about 25 kilometers up, going up somewhere above 600. See, we're not accelerating really fast because of the dynamic pressure. And our dynamic pressure, max Q already went up, or actually we had lower max Q because I throttle bucketed the engines. Not bad. So now we're at 10. What I'm going to do is we're going to start pitching and then gradually pitch to about 45 degrees on the nav ball. Yeah, max Q was lower because I throttled the engines. If I didn't throttle the engines, it would have been higher. But we had a max Q that actually ended up being lower despite being having a lighter rocket that can accelerate faster. We need to get our staging velocity up. What's your opinion on the movie Hidden Figures? No, very nice. Good nod to the cap of the people behind the scenes. It wasn't just the guys inside of the capsule. There's a bunch of people that supported the entire program. The Apollo program was 400,000 people strong. Staging velocity before was 634. If we can go past that, this was a more efficient ascent. Oh yeah, very good. Stand by for main engine cutoff. We got a good SEP flight, upper stage ignition. Good stage. Nominal first stage performance. That was good. That was good. Stage velocity is a tiny bit on the low side. I really would like to get up to 700. But I don't think we're going to squeeze more performance out of that thing. Okay, we're 2 alpha. Hey, ECO. What's going on? $45K was your last staging AP? Above 60. Stand by for LES jettison. 2 Bravo. Jettison confirmed. I jettison the launch escape system when we get above 60. Because when your AP gets above 60, that means I'm at 50, 45, 50, somewhere in there. That's out of the thickest parts of the atmosphere. Now, at this point, you could just dump the launch. You don't need the launch escape system. You just separate. Staging AP was 3K lower than last time with the loss of velocity about 40 to 50 meters a second higher. Throttling back. Stand by for second stage engine cutoff. Seco confirmed. That was actually, that was more efficient, guys. It was a more efficient ascent. Look at all the extra performance I have with that stage. This stage could pretty much circularize. We could circularize at 100 by 100 with the stage, which is good. Second stage performance really made a difference because we took half of the fuel out of the LEM, which is, or not out of the LEM, out of the CSM, which is good. That's what we want. That's a good thing. I shouldn't have throttled back if we wanted to do a good apples to apples test, but that's okay. It's okay. All right, so dump that. Go away, fairings. I didn't mean like that, jeez. All right. All right. Very good. They were like, fine. I'm like, all right. I'm glad you guys like it. Good, huh? It's totally worth it. Now see, that definitely looks like a Saturn. That looks like an S4B. I'm really happy with that. All right, so let me just get some evaluation on the numbers here. So I'm going to arm the surface propulsion system. Okay, SPS is armed. Create maneuver plan question. Oh, that's so much better. How much Delta V is that going to take? 132 to get into 100 by 100. We are A-okay. Recreating the Apollo 7 mission's not going to be too tough there. Good. Very good. Is there a LEM? I don't have the LEM made because we're only doing the Saturn 1B. Yeah, really, really nice. 1.11 off the pad. And we had way more second stage performance. Are we going further than the Apollo missions? Apollo 7 went to Leo. Apollo 8 and 9 did not. We're doing Apollo 7 first. I'm wondering what happens if we shake a little bit of Delta V out of this. Where does that get our TWR? Nah, it's negligible. Yeah, that's fine. Next time I do this, we won't throttle. I mean, we won't go into a throttle bucket too much. But yeah, most excellent. I don't know, Force. I don't know how to answer that question. What do you want? You want KSV2 telemetry? Yeah. Soon, man. I thought Apollo 10 was a Leo mission. No. 7 was low Earth orbit. 8 went to the moon. 9 was low Earth orbit. 10 went to the moon. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 went to the... 17 went to the moon. Apollo 9 was a full-up test with the LEM in low Earth orbit. Yeah, they sent an entire Saturn V, S4B, LEM, CSM into space. Into low Earth orbit and then just left it there. Hey. Cool. Very nice. Any stationeers planned soon? No. No, not at all. Sorry, man. Not really. Figure I'd just be honest, dude. I really just want to play Kerbal and then Cities and just GTA. I don't really want to do anything else right now. I'm just really into playing KSP, dudes. Like, I'm just being honest. Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. I'm wondering if there's any more we could squeeze out of this thing, but yeah, this seems to be doing exactly what we want. So the cool thing is that I can also take this rocket, we could take this off, and we could use it to launch small stuff into space, which is good. Is the lander from Apollo 9 still in space? No. It was deorbited. Crazy, dude. Look at this place. It's freaking heaven, man. It is a beautiful shot. What gets me, what's crazy to me, Phenomenon, is that if you look at this, right, you can definitely see all the places where they were staging stuff for construction on the sides of the crawlerway. Because obviously they didn't just drive down the damn crawlerway when they were making it. You know, they were digging out stuff and they basically, to get the dirt, like you could really see how raised that crawlerway is off of the ground. Like ground's over here. You know, like remember when we were playing cities and I was making the Reedy Creek map, right? How we dredged stuff out and we used it to make the crawlerway. You could really see, this really drives home how raised everything is from the Apollo program off the ground, because there's no trees around it. Nowadays, this is all filled in with foliage. You wouldn't even tell that they were staging construction equipment here. And, you know, they got all the dirt from digging out this canal right here for the turning basin is artificial. That one right there. And all that dirt that they dredged up, you could tell that they definitely moved it right here. And they had a staging area right there and then filled in all the dirt from being able to access like right here or from the turning basin or something. But see all the all the graded area around it? That's all filled in with trees. That's all like dense foliage now. But in this, when you could still see that everything was fresh, you could see how high that crawlerway is off the ground. People ask me like, you know, EJ, with like rising sea levels, you know, what about the pads? Are they going to get flooded? No, absolutely not. This thing is like 15 feet off of sea level. The whole pad is, which is pretty crazy. Everything else will flood around it before the pad does. And the crawlerway and the VAB. They're all built like that. Like look at how tall that is back there. They knew? Yes and no. Lithoslam, it's more, the reason why they did it is more because that freaking thing is heavy. That's more the reason. So you need a taller grade. That, and it's just good road engineering, building the road raised up off of sea level, especially when you're in a floodplain. And KSC is absolutely in the floodplain. Yeah, that's heavy. You need a big, thick boy road to move that thing around with its launch pad. Pretty cool, huh? Yep, there's Gumdrop. What a good design that thing was. Thanks, Teacher EJ. Oh, you're welcome. There you go. Look at that thing, huh? Here, let's see. I'm pretty sure they deorbited Spider. I'm fairly confident that they did. Yeah. Super Guppy. NASA still uses that to transport payloads, that exact plane. Shotzi! What are the protrusions on the bottom of the LEM legs? Stakes. Stakes. Think like staking a tent. They don't know how the soil's gonna act. Stake it into the lunar regolith should definitely make sure that thing ain't going anywhere. And the contact sensors, yeah, there's also those. Those are in there. Contact light. Pretty cool, huh? I thought it was just for contact. I mean, probably there's a lot of parts that are twofold, guys. They're not just one part for one or the other. They didn't know how deep. No, Adversity. How would you know? How would you know how deep the regolith is? You're not going to know until you send somebody there. I mean, nowadays we could use probes and stuff, and they did. They did use probes to an extent, but that's not going to, you know, you're still not going to know until you put the LEM out there, the entire LEM out there. So, actually, that, you know, a good thing to bring up is Apollo 12. When Al Bean and Pete Conrad went to the moon, right? On the second Apollo mission, check this out. So, you know, they did their things, you know, going out, you know, putting down the ALSEP experiments and whatnot, right? But there's one picture. It's around here somewhere. Apollo 12, what they were demonstrating is that they could do a precise landing. Apollo 12, they coded the guidance computer to target Surveyor 3. And they landed next to it. And they got parts off of it and brought it home. How cool is that? I don't, Shortline, but I know of it. On the internet, it says they crashed Spider onto the moon on purpose. That sounds right. Could do the Russian thing and send an empty lander first. Yeah, they didn't because race. Because space race. Check that out. Apollo 12 landed a couple hundred feet away from Surveyor 3. This was launched on an Atlas Centaur in the mid-60s. And they went to the probe and they got stuff off. They got stuff off of it. But look, part of Surveyor 3 was a little bit of a shovel, so they could do soil composition checking and stuff. Pretty cool, huh? But yeah, I would say, guys, that those spikes sticking out of the bottom, just on a side note, they are the contact lights. I probably should have mentioned that first, but it also would stake the thing into the ground. Yeah, if you look at like this picture here, that thing is well into the ground there, but the plates on the ends are what kind of holds the thing up. Why did Apollo 11 and Apollo 12 have different helmets? This is to keep the sun out of your eyes. The sun is really, really bright. They didn't have those visors up for Apollo 11. They didn't have them ready to go, if I'm remembering right. How heavy is the lander? I don't have the number off the top of my head. I think it's like 10, 15 tons, somewhere in there. There we go. Launch mass. The extended duration ones are 16.4 tons. 36,000 pounds. That's actually not bad. That's not bad. That's pretty light. I mean, considering this is a mobile launch pad that lands on the moon and launches this thing back up into space, that's pretty good, man. It's not very heavy. Yeah. Yeah, 16,400 extended. Extended is the one with the rover. That's not bad. That's really good. Believe it or not, it's pretty freaking good. It's super freaking light. You know what the crazy thing is, dudes, is that nowadays we could probably make this way lighter. Like, it's all made out of aluminum. You could make this thing out of carbon fiber. Like the Ascent module, make it out of carbon fiber, make the exact same thing made out of carbon fiber, and it would be even lighter. That's pretty damn good material science for the 1960s, I will say. That's pretty friggin' good. You know, yeah, if we did a relativity popplestone, right, and you 3D printed the damn thing, like, or laser sintered some aluminum, you could really get some weight out of this thing, or some mass out of this thing. And then with modern electronics, like, you know, with modern electronics on this thing, it'd be even lighter. Can you imagine? Somebody should do that. Is it bad? Like, I'm looking at this thing and I'm like, dude, we could build this way better nowadays. You could build this thing way better. Like, you could probably shave, I don't even know. Like, this is just napkin math, so this is just an opinion. I'll bet you could get a good 1,000 kilos out of this design easily. You could squeeze you could squeeze that much out of it easily. Yeah, freaking yeah, considering a Raspberry Pi could run the damn thing, you know? A Raspberry Pi could do what the Apollo guidance computer is, and if you guys look on the LEM, dude, the guidance system is like The entire back end here. You see this whole big bulge sticking out the back? That's all the electronics. The computer is the size of an engine block. You could get a good amount of weight. That's, yeah, W, I mean, it's even a conservative guess. Like, part of me understands why we don't just rebuild this. But another part of me is like, dude, just literally make a modern version of this. Like for Artemis, just make a modern version of that. It doesn't need to be complicated. 2-stage, no problem. Just like this. You just literally copy this and make it lighter. That's it. Yeah, Aqualex, the aluminum pressure vessel up there is very, very thin. Why do it again, though? So we can build a base this time, fuel, and not just go there and be like, nah, never mind. Alright. I think we're good with this. We will complete our first challenge here. I think we're good through EDL, considering we don't have any heat shield or anything. Sounds kind of like the Dynetics lander. Dynetics' lander is kind of a saddlebag lander. It's similar to this Lithoslam, but it's also a SSTO. It's a lunar SSTO. It's not 2-stage. Dan, I didn't get last week's challenge done. I failed. How big is the SpaceX lunar lander? About the size of this rocket here. Considering the LEM fits in there. It's about the size of a Saturn 1B. I'm not even kidding. You know what we could do, just on a side note? We could build the launch tower for this and make, like, it could be like 3 parts. And then wait, hold on. Yeah! Yeah! Awesome! Yes! Alright. Chat, just let this happen, okay? Just let this happen. Be quiet. You saw nothing. Oh, that looks, dude, that's not bad. Oh, Gene, you can make launch pads out of way less parts because of these truss segments. So much for meeting the deadline. So much for shutting up. Anyway, let's go. We need Bill, Bob. Where's Jed? Jeb, where is he? All right, whatever. Bill, Bob, and Val. Let's roll. Red. What's that, O-Force? Nice. Yeah, Aqualex, for sure. That probably has something to do with it. Oh, very nice. Alright, let's do this. First challenge, Apollo 7. So let's read about Apollo 7's profile here. So, where did it go? Apollo 7, 227 by 301. Okay, so that's a parking orbit. The KSP equivalent of this would be like 80, 90 by 90, something like that. It was inclined 31 degrees. Yeah, we're going for Val level, but I'm going down the list first, so I don't just fail and not complete an objective. We're gonna do this one, then I'm doing that one, then I'm doing that one, then we're doing this one. I'll complete all of them. Yeah, I think I'll just do them all. Let's do the inclination as well. I can do that. Yeah, sure. That shouldn't be an issue. Getting it back towards KSC might be a little bit challenging, but Okay, so if we want a 31-degree inclined orbit, we need a flight azimuth of 60. Give or take. Flight azimuth is 60. Let's do it. First challenge. We have Jeb, Bill, and Bob. Let's roll. Maybe Verigor. That wouldn't be a bad idea. They're ready. Oh, they're ready. Predominant is go. Flight azimuth should be 060, which means when we take off. So during the Apollo program, these windows, they would make it so the astronauts can see the horizon. So technically the capsule would fly upside down into space. So that means we need to turn to the right. We need to turn to the right about 60 degrees. Need to follow this track over here somewhere in here. Okay, flight azimuth is good. Let's do this. Who was on 7? Walt Cunningham was on it. Wally Schirra and Don Easley. Those guys. I've shook that dude's hand before. He's no longer with us, but Walt Cunningham has the flat tops to end all flat tops, dude. Look at that. Now that's how you flat top, man. That's how you flat top. Look at that flat top. You wish you had a flat top like that. Yeah, shook that dude's hand. You wish you had a flat top. Dude, you could, yeah, it's tarmac, man. You could land a plane on that. Him and Deke Slayton had the, like, dude, look. Look at, oh, the flat top, dude. How does the game play since the update? Way better, Scotty. Way better. Dude, look at Deke Slayton. Look, dude. You wish you could flat top like that, homie. Ad time from Malpozo? Okay. We'll run an ad before our launch, just like real life. We'll wait a second, though. Wait a second for the people to come back. Dude, I could flat top it. I could flat top it up. That'd be sick, dude. That'd be sick. Just flat top for days. We could do it. We could make it happen. That'd be awesome. Have you observed CPU reduced since the update? No, not really, Chief. PQS Plus is still bottlenecking the CPU. Once they switch to CBTS, it'll be better. Basically, a better way to calculate the geometry of all the planets. Rendering all of this crap and simulating at the same time is really borking the simulation down. Might I suggest running that idea by Brimo first? Yeah, probably a good idea. All right, let's roll. Actually, we'll wait until everybody's back from the ad. Oh yeah, iRobot, for sure. What was bogging down the original sim, dude, was what was bogging down the original simulation is fuel flow. Yeah, so if you had more engines and more fuel tanks, your frame rate would take a dump. Alright, everybody should be back from the ad. Let's fly. Here we go. First challenge mission of the day, Apollo 7 style. We're aiming for a 30-degree inclined orbit. Flight azimuth should be 60. Let's roll. T-minus 10. Engine ignition. And we have liftoff. Okay, we got a good lift. We've cleared the tower. Go for roll program. program complete. We're mode 1 alpha. Vehicle's now pitching downrange. It does look good. Yeah, I know, Ned, right? Different times, bro. Dynamic pressure's at 6,700 pascals and increasing at 29. Okay, throttling back into the throttle bucket for max Q. Okay. Throttle it back up. Out of the throttle bucket. I failed last week's challenge for dominant, never finished it. We are, but I'm going down the list, Wolf, so I'm doing all of them. So this is the primary goal, and then secondary, and then tertiary, and then Val. Vehicle's now transonic. They throttle back on Apollo? Absolutely. Supersonic. You want Marvin on a shirt? Okay. Everything's looking good. How many G's are they pulling? Less than 1. This is a really smooth ascent, dude. Stand by for main engine cutoff. We have Miko confirmed. College motor ignition. Good staging. Okay, we're mode 2 alpha. Yeah, that was good, Elvish. That throttle back's really, really helping us during ascent. Yeah. Okay, we can get rid of that. Stand by for mode 2 Bravo. Launch escape system jettison. Okay, 2 Bravo. Launch escape system separation confirmed. All systems looking good. I was like, ha! Out the window. Lost. Oh, I'd be looking out the window the whole time, dude. Kilometers a second. Stand by for second stage engine cutoff. Seco confirmed. 101 by -6. Nominal insertion on the second stage. LM module separation. Or LM adapter separation. Confirmed. RCS is open. Antenna. It's not blocked. It's not blocked. Why would it be blocked? Unless it's still registered as being inside of the fairing. Okay, we gotta wait a little bit longer between fairing separation and that. That's no problem. A quick save and a quick reload would probably fix that, but it's okay. That's actually pretty damn close to being right. Was Apollo 7 silver, or was that a choice by you? Most of the LEM, most of the CSMs are chrome. They're like brushed aluminum, dudes. It's actually, yeah, it's more brushed metal. I think ours might be a little bit too shiny. We can lower the specularity on this and make it look more like brushed aluminum because, yeah, it's a little too shiny for brush right now, but... Reorient the capsule here. Second stage will fall back down and burn up. Let's see. We might be able to deploy this after time warp here. Nope. Game still thinks it's blocked by the fairing. Interesting. Okay. Okay, we're good at first circularization here. Just using the RCS to shore it up. 1025 by 102, 181. Nominal orbital insertion. Hey, Nagwal. Yeah, we gotta be more careful. I gotta separate the stage, make sure the stage is like fully separated, and then hit the decoupler. Cool. All right, what was our final inclination? If you want to see what type of inclined orbit you're in, all you got to do is just select the moon as target, because the moon is 0 degrees inclined. So if you set it exactly where, yeah, we were 26.8. Not bad. It's not 30, but it's close. 26.8 degrees inclined. Not bad. I was aiming for 31, but 26.8 is fine for this mission. Probably should get better at that as we go further, but that's okay. Here, while they're floating around up there, we'll watch the stage. Why did they do 31? You know what? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. We'll ride this thing down. How many orbits? We'll check. That definitely looks right to me. That sounds right, Aqualex. Apollo 7, though. Apollo 7, though, didn't go beyond the Van Allen belts. Alright, we'll ride this thing down because it's fun. Practice like you play. Makes sense to me. It could be ground tracking stations too on top of that, right? If you want to set up your ground tracking stations to go to the moon, even if you're going into LEO, if you want to be able to, you know, talk to your astronauts in space, you'd launch it in a similar inclination because the ground stations are there. So we're riding the S4 down. The astronauts, Val, Bill, and Bob are all up there. And the Van Halen tape was in 1978. Yep. Apollo 7 did go beyond, but maybe they wanted to test the roll control to ensure they could hit their desired inclination. Didn't go beyond. I mean, considering it's a different rocket bomb, I would have used Apollo 4 or Apollo 6 to test that thing. But yeah, I mean, pretty sure they were confident the Saturn could do that. There were a lot of Saturn 1 test flights, dude. You guys, so little bit of fun facts here. The Saturn 1's first flight was in 1963. Kennedy was still alive when the Saturn 1 was flying, believe it or not. Well, actually, 61 if you really want to be technical. You back from the interview? What do you think? Went well? Good. Not because it was easy, but because it was hard. That's right. Apollo 4 went at 31 degrees, so yeah, it's literally this. Yeah, they all went to the same inclination to get around the Van Halen belts. But you bow bow, but you bow it down, bow bow, but you got it down. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyway. I got my pencil. Give me something to write on, man. No risk of DMCA with that? Yeah. Thank you. So this thing would have re-entered, but since there's no re-entry heating, yeah, we might want to slow down a little bit. Where in the balls did we land? We're in the forest. Oh, God. Oh, I'm getting sick. Ah! Oh, okay. I guess we didn't need that. Oh, I guess we didn't need that either. What is this biome, man? Dude, we got like a forestry biome here. Hold on. What does this place look like? Oh, dude. Cool. Wow. We found some hills, didn't we? Look at this place. That looks beautiful. All right, cool. Sweet. Tracking station. Kerbal, Kerbin. Control. There we go. How you guys doing? What's up? Good not. They're doing all right. Can we deploy this now? Yep, nope, guess not. All right, well, that's good. Yeah, that's a problem that we probably should, you know, figure that one out. But, all right, we're going to have to go around a couple of times here, dudes, until KSC gets back into A, the daytime, and B, when our orbit crosses it. How long until they have to stop for a bathroom break? Well, there's this thing about the Apollo capsule Astro Brains. It has no toilet. What it does have is a bunch of Ziploc bags. That's what they gave you. Ziploc bags. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of changes your perspective about the Apollo program a little bit, huh? You know how you know what the waste disposal system is? You know what the waste disposal system is, really? Literally roll down the window and throw it outside. You think I'm kidding? Wait. They were in space with bags of poo as their payload? Dude, there are still bags of poop on the moon at every lunar site. I'm not even kidding. Every lunar site, there's a couple bags of poop. Now, personally, I think it would be very scientific if we went and analyzed that, you know, for science, so we could go back to the Apollo landing sites. Can't you hold it? No! They did poo on the moon. They did. They did do poo on the moon. You're not wrong. All right, here we go. We're going to get in line for a re-entry here. I'll fly on a steep descent because there's no re-entry heating right now. So, actually, something like this should get us there. I probably should have tested this before we actually went to go and do it, but that's okay. You know, we have 500 meters a second in our service module, so we're going to use all 500 meters a second of that thing, okay? This is an old KSP-1 re-entry trajectory here. This will for sure get you back to where you need to go. Alright, that might do it. Because remember, there's an interesting thing here. Why is my re-entry trajectory like way out there? Well, it's way out there because I'm trying to guess where Kerbal's going to be in the time that it takes me to get over here. KSC is going to be rotated a little bit. Actually, we should probably do something like that because the arrow is going to slow us down. That's a straight ballistic trajectory. KSC is going to be over here, so that's important to understand. Let's find the target. Yeah, that's right, Hibbit. Did you notice the small craft mock-up in the middle of the node? No, I didn't. Node, I didn't. Node, I did not. Oh yeah, there you go. That's cool. There's atmosphere, Nagwal, but there's no re-entry heating in the game just yet. Check your SAS direction selector. Huh? Control point? Oh, the control point should be... Let's just make sure. Yep, we're on the right control point. Absolutely. Alright. Stand by for the deorbit burn. Aloha Otat! Okay, I burned a little bit over on purpose because just my gut was telling me to do that. Okay, so now what we'll do... we will... get realigned here with our prograde vector, or retrograde vector, I should say. Pause the game. Stand by for service module jettison here. SM jettison. Confirmed. We got a good separation. Separator works great. SAS disengaged. Capsule should ballistically stabilize. Control from here. Thrust enable. Roll control, thrust enabled here. Now, let's see if the capsule stabilizes. So if we want to really slow down, right, we would flip ourselves 180 degrees. Actually... we're coming up the coast. There's KSC. Yeah, we're gonna land a little ways out in the water. That's okay. No, that's gonna skip us long. We need to flip it 180. You could skip this capsule pop if you really wanted to, yeah. Hey, not bad. We're gonna come down relative vicinity. Yeah. Oh man, I had this trajectory pretty close. I was taking a guess based off of KSP1. Here, let's see if we induced side slip. Yeah, a little bit. Good. Very good. Capsule's working as intended. What's side slip? I'm steering the capsule in by modulating the angle of attack by rolling the capsule, Astrobrains. If there's induced side slip when I roll the capsule, that means the capsule's kind of slipping to the side. But it should be induced, so this should put in a lot of side slip. See? That's so the capsules, real life capsules do that so they can steer back down. You see how where my capsule is aiming isn't exactly lined up with where I'm going? That's on purpose. Pull the drogues. We got 2 good drogues. Stand by for the main chutes. Main chutes are out. I'm about 100 away from KSC, give or take. We got a good main chute deploy. Excellent. Cut the drogues. Yeah, KSC is right over there. Yeah, Donald, that doesn't work. It just brings me to the web app and I don't have Discord on browser. All right. Yeah, buoyancy isn't really figured out in the game yet, Spiffy, or else I would. Yeah, linking channels does nothing for me, guys. Sorry. Ow, that was my knee. Propose this for a launch cover. Oh boy. An FBI spy van? Dude, a listening post? Where is it? It's in Kingston, New Hampshire. That's kind of tempting, dude. How much is it? It's $12.9. I can't afford that, but that's actually really freaking cool, man. I'm still experiencing the camera glitch when I stage the bottle rocket. Any advice on how to work around it? You did something weird with your craft file, Nova. Make sure you have the right root part or something. Alright. 3, 2, 1. Got a good splash. What is love, 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 baby? Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more, no more. What is love, 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 baby? Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me, me. No more, no more. No? Alright, cool. We'll just recover it. Success! We have completed one of the challenges. Alright, primary. Dunskies. We did one. We are, dude, noob level. We've completed. I finally mended something. We got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, fork knife about to get down. 10 kills on the board right now. Just took out tomato. No, alright, cool. I've finally mended something. I've done a thing. I've never played Fortnite. Neither have I. Alright, Saturn 1B. We will use this a little bit later. I love that challenge. Seems to be custom made for an EJ stream. Yes. It's kind of curious. Alright, so we're going to save this. Jebstone 5. Alright. So, the buoyancy physics need to be configured. Oh wait, I gotta go this way. EJ bribing the devs to make the challenges easier? No.
We got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, we bout to get down. 10 kills on the board right now. Just wiped out Tomato Town. My friend just gone down.
I can't do that. I can't do that for too long, dude. I can't do that for too long. I can't do that for too long. It's terrible. It's so bad. Oh boy. Oh wow. Chat's like, alright, we're leaving. I'm leaving now. Frick this guy. Alright, so alright, so the next one is due Apollo 8, so that means we need to... That means we got to make a Saturn 5 here. We already have a third of that already made, which is good. So... Just skip to 11? Well, no, what? Why would we do that? No, I don't want to do that. Alright, so our Saturn 1B is working very nicely, and that's why I'm going to get rid of it. Really wish that didn't stay like that, but that's okay. So Apollo 8 went to the moon. But it went to the moon with no lander, which is kind of why I built this way, because it's the same thing from here forward. So now, that means we need to make a Saturn V. Which will be quite nice. Which means we need to take that part and make that part lighter. Nope, not the whole assembly. Let's reload that. Gemstone 5 here. Oh, we'll use the Saturn 1B again, Zarby. Don't you worry. I'll use that for the last goal. There we go. All right, cool. Yeah, we'll be using that Saturn 1B a lot more. All right, cool. We got our Saturn V. So let's do exactly what we had before, right? All right, get rid of that decoupler. Now, that's the engine plate.
Discovery,
Doing
go at throttle
engine
up.
plate things. Hey, Pagano, 63-month resub. So now we got to build an S2. And S2 is the next part of the challenge. So now we can get rid of our Saturn 1B stuff for now. We have that figured out. Get rid of that. Upgoer 5. Now we need to build this piece right here. There we go. Shift the antenna. It was the staging, Shutzy. The antenna worked on previous tests. I just staged it too fast. Okay, so we're basically going to do this in the exact same way that we did before. So what I'll do this time around is give me a large decoupler, right? And then I need a gigantic, a 5-meter monster, monster fairing. That needs to go here, and then this needs to go like that. And now what we do is we take this, and we put it in like that. Check mark. Cool. All right, that should be good. Now, what I need to do is the same type of clamping thing that we were doing before. It's the same exact design, but this time it will just be with a 5-meter plate below instead of a 375. So we need 3x struts from here to here, and then we need 3x struts from the fairing to the engine plate. Like that. And then we need 3 times strut from the decoupler Hello? Bingo. I really don't like that engine plate shroud is still there, but it's okay. Now, if we paint this part like this, does it come in and... it doesn't come in different shapes and sizes. That's no good. Hey, Whitney, what's going on? Ooh, Whitney, I want to show you this. So we did the first challenge, right? So that's Gemstone 5, but I want to show you the 1B. Watch this. Peep this, ready? Yeah? Yeah? Does it excite your emotions? We just did our Apollo 7 mission. Yeah? Not bad, right? Yeah, I think it looks the part, right? I think it looks good. Not bad at all. All right, cool. So I used fairings and stuff to make the skirts, the forward skirts on the motors, and then I have a double like fairing popped inside of each other so we can have the pedals open up on the S4 or on the lunar module adapter here. No, Orleans never had that one. But yeah, it's all built with the same structure in mind. And then obviously our segmented tanks. She flies pretty good. But now we're building the Saturn V. Looks amazing. Merci. That's what I wanted to hear. Anyway, Whitney, what's up with you? How was your weekend? Was it spectacular? Don't mind me, I'm just being a goofball. We're up-go or fiving right now. See? Up-go or fiving. Alright, so there's definitely a forward skirt on this one again. Okay. Who watched the GP? I did. Unfortunately. It was boring. If this is just going to turn into Max Checo every race, I'm not... Yeah. Super Max.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff. My name is Jeff. I'm tired of Max already. I'm tired of this guy already. Screw this guy. Nah, he's a good driver. It's not just him, too. It's the team, but... The most exciting thing was the Aston Martin drama. Yep. I love Checo, but the poor guy has no support from his team. Spitting straight facts right now. I wonder if these will make good J2s. What's their upper stage? Oh, 320, 215. What's our TWR? 485. It's actually not bad. Since they changed the engine all those years ago. Yeah, Shutzy, I know what you mean. Nothing can replace the howl, bro. I love that noise, dude. That penalty post-race for Alonso was bad. They should have communicated. You know they rescinded it, right? You know they rescinded it, Tessa. Oh yeah, they took it back. Check this out. You want to see some cringe? Watch this. You want to see some hard cringe? They posted all this stuff about 100 podium after that, which is hilarious. Hey, Farm, what's going on, man? Yeah, Alonso kept his P3. Yeah, see? Oh, my God. Oh. So Alonso finished the race in third, and then they gave him some podunk horse crap penalty, right? They took his third away and gave it to George Russell. Told George Russell he got third, and then they decided no, never mind. Oh my God! Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop! Just stop! Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, it's so bad. It's so bad. Yeah, George was actually a class act about it. They're like, yeah, you got third. Congratulations. And he's like, what? No, I didn't. And they're like, yeah, you did. He got penalized. And he's like, oh, that's good. Oh. Floridius, what is that? This is... Jesus Christ. It's so stupid. Hola. good, man. Oh my god. Yeah, right, Tessa? El Blan. El Blan. Hola. I'll take that back, thank you. Georgie's like, yeah, this is nice, I guess. Hello. Somebody linked that earlier, and I didn't realize it was a reply to. I didn't realize it was a reply to George Russell. That's really funny, actually. Hello. I'll take that, thank you. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty funny. All right, so let's get back to this. So we got to do the forward skirt here. All right, this will work, but I think we can do better. So let me see. Using swivels is not the worst idea. I would use the skiff motor in KSP2 for my Saturn V. The reason why is the skiff has really high TWR. You were making 300 off 330 second specific impulse. The closest one to this would probably be the swivels, believe it or not. That would give our second stage 485, a 45 TWR, which is not bad. That's not bad. Oh, do we not have mammoths in this either? Oh. We don't really have mammoths. What the heck are we going to use for the first stage? We're gonna have to use mainsails. Isle of Man. Alright. The Rhino? The Rhino is a second stage motor. But even the Rhino would be way overkill for this, dude. Actually, that's not too bad. That's a pretty high TWR. The Mammoth 2s are way too big, dude. They're too large. Yeah, it's gonna have to be mainsails. That's fine. That's okay. We can make that work. Alright, so we have to do the forward skirt for this as well. Yeah, I can make this do. We can make it do. Alright, so dump that for a moment. And it decided to make that stupid engine shroud again. That's good. The engine shroud that I told it to not do. So, okay. Give me a 375. 375 fairing, alright? And what we'll do, I'll take this, and then... Oh, no. Hey. Then I want this underneath it, okay? Now, the reason why we're going to do this is because I'm going to incorporate some of the forward skirt into the S2 design here. So we're not carrying as much fuel, so we get better TWR with those motors. We'll just make it look like it. We'll make it look like it do be like that. The S2 is Saturn V second stage right there. Saturn V second stage is a liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen second stage with 5 J2s. The upper stage, the S4B, has 1 single J2. This has 5. 5 of them. Oh. Yeah, they demolished that building. Yeah, see, we got to do this. So we got to make that forward skirt right there, which we can do that. That's no problem. The Labradoodle? Well, that's not 5 motors, but that actually wouldn't be a bad choice. It's a great upper stage. What's the TWR? 284. Nope, don't want that. We need more TWR out of this, dudes. More TWR than that. Yeah, see, there's the forward skirt and then the conic adapter. I'm going to make that all out of fairing here to try and make this thing look a little bit more correct. Alright, so take this, move this down like this, and then take that, move that down like that. Go into our orthographic. Orthographic. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. All right. So go in here, grab the fairing. I can't see where the... that stupid shroud is in the way. I can't see where anything is. Like the aft skirt. I can't see where it ends. I don't want the fairing enabled. So maybe if I set it to none, will it go away? Here, let's do this way. Go over here, go like that, and then take that part and boop. I still can't see it. Alright. Let's just move it out a little ways. There we go. And we'll move it back in a second. Now take this, move that back into position. Okay, cool. Now we got the skirt right there. There we go. Now take that, move that back like that. Oh, not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad. All right, let me just do some testing here. Go there like that. Now what kind of TWR does that get? 771. Bingo. Bingo. That's what we want. The eye symbol, it's not... hey, Bluran, by the way. What's going on, man? Yeah, that might do it, dude. What's going on, man? It's not doing anything. Has the recent patch improved the game dramatically? It's way better, Largo. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so now what we're gonna need is a downward facing engine section again, right? That's what we need. We gotta build it in the same way that we built that. So let's go to structure, and we're gonna need an XL engine mount, right? But that's way too short. That's too short for this stage, but that's okay. We can always gizmo it around, right? And hopefully it won't screw up the fairings like before. And now give me another, give me a large fairing like this. And I'm trying to see if we can get our proportions right on this thing. It's kind of a long stage. Is that a Supra? You're a Supra. Destroyed. I kind of want it to be about as long as this right here. So I'll put that, you know what we'll do? We'll just, yeah, we can put that in ortho right next to it. EJ exposed. How did you figure out I'm a robot? No, you have a metallic base. Oh, nice. 95, you actually reminded me of something. Yeah. So, I have Nate's blessing to call the you know the colored dots glitch, like when you go to launch it and your craft is just a bunch of dots. That's called the Skittles glitch officially now. Like officially. Yeah, just on a side note, you actually reminded me. Yeah. Yeah, when you launch the vehicle sometimes and it's just a bunch of multicolored dots, Skittles glitch. Yep. I have my blessing. I had the blessing right from Nate. You actually reminded me to see if I had a response from it, dude. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yep. 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 Taste the rainbow. It's the Skittles glitch now, dude. Alright, so we gotta finish this thing up. But the Faring, why you do this? Faring, why? Why Faring? There we go. Alright, so now we'll take the engine section, clip that up a few times, right? And then clip this down a little bit. Clip that down a little bit. Perfect. There. Now we got a proportionally sized second stage with the right amount of fuel in it. Excellent. Can you use a tube and put a tank inside? All the tubes are the same diameter as the tanks here, so you'd have to use a 5-meter tanks are the biggest right now, Aerodite. Yeah, you'd have to use a different tank, but hold on. SpaceX. Okay, all right. That page doesn't exist. That page doesn't exist. Oh, dude. Video from the second stage following last week's SES 18 and SES 19 to There's Perth. Perth. That's Western Australia right there. There's Perth. It's a little cloudy in Perth. That's Australia, guys. We know that they deployed over Australia. So there's Sydney over there. Melbourne right there. Tasmania is kind of behind some clouds. There's the Sunshine Coast. Wow, look at it. You can see all of Australia, man. Unreal, dude. You could see Dubbo. You could see all of Dubbo, mate. Good for you. And then Wagga Wagga's right there. Canberra's right there. That's cool, man. Look at it. You can see all of the outback, mate. That's a lot of sand. Townsville, mate. Yeah. Man, these new graphics for Human Space Program are great. You think you could see Marcus' house? Or can you see Marcus's house? Marcus House's house? Yeah, it's pretty cool, Erudite. It's pretty neat. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. I don't know if I'm totally in on doing this like this. But, you know, we'll roll with it. Yeah, that's where I want the bottom of that stage to be. I think that's right. I mean, does that look proportional? It's close. Okay. I need to look at more pictures of an S2. Hey, beautiful. Oh, that's nice. So yeah, the aft skirt of the S2. See that? Oh. Huh. That's useful. Gonna do the interstage separation. Might be able to get that done right, Core. Yeah, we might be able to do that. But that would mean we would need a downward facing fairing, dude. There's an even better picture. Look at that freaking chonker of a stage. That thing is freaking huge. 10-meter diameter. If you deploy fairing with a shroud, it's basically a tube. Yeah. Yeah, I can do this. Sure. Alright, so let's go in here like this, first of all. Let's clamp the tank. What's upside down? Oh, the fairing is upside down. Okay, hang on. I have to redo this. We're gonna have to make this in a little bit of a different way. That needs to be up here. And that needs to be down there in order for this to look right. And then we'll take another Downward facing fairing. That can be our interstage carrier right there. So that could carry the interstage. Yeah, we're gonna have to strut the frick out of this thing. Yep. It doesn't want it because it's upside down. How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? I got to get rid of that. And we got to get rid of that too. The better way to do this would make more of that interstage up there out of fairing. So I gotta redo some things, fellas. That's not working exactly how I want. Really didn't want to get rid of all that, but that's okay. This needs to basically be down at the bottom. And then I need to make more of this. I really wish that damn shroud would go away. See, it won't get rid of the stupid shroud. We can really just try to make this in the same way that we made the other stage, but what does it matter that stuff are upside down? Did you not see it Xing the struts? Cats? They're a cat, that's why. That's a big deal. I broke it. I broke it. Redo it. Redo this. Remove the engine plates that don't work properly. They crashed my save so many times. My engine plates work just fine. Yeah, they work just fine. I'm thinking, dudes. Give me a moment. I'm kind of trying to picture how to put this together in my head, but I can't really. It's hard to visualize it because the shroud is there, and I can't see. I can't see what I'm working on with the damn shroud, because the shroud won't go away. Doesn't matter if I enable it, disable it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Motorman, 56 months. Why did that just work? Why did that just, I don't understand. Why did this just work? It worked that time. Why did it work that time? Stop. You know what? Whatever. Oh, yeah, you got it. Were you disabling a different one? Possible. It just works. All right. I don't know. We don't know. We don't want to know. All right, so let me get the actual tank that I need this stage to be about this size, because the reason why is that the first stage is going to be about that size. Right? And then these two things stacked on top of each other are really going to do us right. I actually hate how this thing has the ullage motor stuff on it. I don't think the S2 has that. Oh, yes, it does. But it has it down at the bottom, the ullage motors. See? Yeah, okay. 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 Wait, I saw a train. What's that? Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're going to fly a trajectory similar to Artemis 2, actually, believe it or not. Okay, so those need to be down at the bottom if we're going to do this right. Which means that needs to be like down here somewhere. Okay. All right. Okay, get rid of this fairing for a second. Get rid of that fairing and then give me a 5-meter fairing. Put the 5-meter below that. But that's not efficient. It's not going to clamp. It's not going to clamp how I want. Unless those ullage motors are... they go onto the forward skirt. Crap. Okay, I can engineer this how we engineered that. Yeah, we could do the same engineering. That's no problem. All right, cool. So how we did this was today on how they do it. Plumbuses. Everyone has a plumbus in their home. I'm not changing anything there. That's cool though. Okay, excellent. That'll work. So now, because we don't need to carry that much methane. I can already tell just by what I'm seeing, we don't need that much. I'm pretty damn sure. In fact, just looking at this, how much delta V does this have with 5 engines? How much delta V are we talking here? 49. Yeah, we don't need that much. We don't need that much delta V. I can always change the fairing and add more if we need it, but I don't think we need that. So this is going to go down here, get the engines off for a second. Right? These need to be towards the back, and we still want to do that clamp thing that we're talking about, right? So that means we could still do the engine section, and then I can make just a bigger version of that exact thing. I'm talking to myself, by the way. Just thought I'd let you know. All right, cool. So do this. I love orthographic views. This is my absolute favorite part of the editor by a long shot. Good. Yeah, gee, it's amazing. It's really good. So now, if we take that... I mean, there is a bunch of hollow space in here, and that's not a problem. It's okay. So now, what we'll do is we clamp... We want to send the clamps. Can we do a 3-time strut from here to the decoupler? Oh, yeah, you can. Absolutely. All right, so, and then can we do 3-time strut from fairing to fairing? Oh, yes, we can. And yes, we will. And then we need 3x strut from forward fairing to there. Actually, no, not that one. Not that one. Hey, hey, get back. Hey, hey. Oh, this isn't exactly right. Dump that. On the other side, over here. So, I know people are going to ask, why are you adding all those damn struts? Stuff in KSP2 is wobbly. You know it, I know it, everybody knows that. Of course we do, sir! This isn't over-engineering. This thing is going to be under a lot of load. It's because it's a really long rocket. So we have to be sure. It's like nuking it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Now, another set of struts going right to the engine plate right there. They're going to do us right. There we go. So I have 3 struts going from 5 meter to 375 fairing. 3 more struts going from 5 meter to 375 engine plate. And then from 375 here, we have that going to there, which is good. Decoupler going to engine plate. Yep, that's good. Very good. Very nice. How thick are the struts? Damn thick. How does that all look? Oh, that looks quite nice, if I do say so myself. That looks quite good. Quite. Alright, cool. Now, if only I could just get this fairing to stay shroud. Fairing enabled. If we could just get it to stay as a shroud, that'd be great. Hi, I'm Anson My Eyes Johnson. Everything's black. I can't see a thing. I can't see a thing. I hope our prices aren't too low. Popville, nice. I don't know what spurred that. But yeah, so the reason why I didn't use a big freaking fuel tank is because I don't think we need one. You got to remember, this stage right here, it's hydrogen in real life. We have methane. You can store more methane in a lot smaller space than you can with hydrogen. Hydrogen needs a big fuel tank at lower pressure. Because our fuel density is different with methane versus hydrogen, we don't need as big of a methane tank. And we're saving extra mass because fairing is lighter than big tank. Fairing lighter than big tank. Yes. Adam, what's up, man? Why don't we have hydrogen? Well, the thing is that we do have hydrogen. Hydrogen exists as a commodity in the game for the nuclear engines. And we also have oxidizer existing in the game for methalox. I don't think it'd be that big of a stretch for them to add hydrolox. I think they should, believe it or not. I think they should do that. But that's just me. So, and if they don't, someone will definitely mod that into the game. Yeah, that's gonna happen. Alright, so now we need an XL mount down here. Now we need an XL mount, and now I need to engineer this how I engineered the bottom of this sucker over here. We need a darker stripe down the bottom because there's a darker stripe on the aft skirt of the S2 stage right here. See that? Yeah, we gotta do that. Have you ever made Sea Dragon? I haven't, but my buddy Rocket Guy has, Soltez. Yeah, we made made the big rocket engine out of a fairing, downward facing fairing, and just put a bunch of mainsails inside. And I say we, Rocket Guy did that. I tested it on stream though. Hey Smalls, miss you Dad. Can't wait till the game comes out on Mac. Hope you all are doing well. I'm doing great. I'm doing just fine. Okay, so now we'll do our engine mount. How are we gonna do that? Give me this. That one first. All right, cool. So first thing we need to do is get the aft skirt. Hey. Hey. Alright, so there's the aft skirt. Now we take the aft skirt. Don't look up at chat. Don't look away for this part. Anyway, alright, cool. So now that we have the engine plate, what I need to do is another downward facing fairing. In this downward facing fairing, we're going to make metallic. Actually, what color is it? It's green. Believe it or not, on the real one, it's green. It's super green. It's just aluminum corrosive primer. Okay. Aluminum anti-corrosion primer, so we have to make it green. So anytime you see green in aerospace like that, it's anti-corrosion primer. That's pretty close to it. Nope. Whatever. It's fine. Ad time? No. I don't want to do ad time. I hate doing ad time. $9.94, 1004. What? Wait. You hate getting paid? I hate annoying you guys with ads. So, yeah, kind of, in a way. Yeah, it's definitely... might be able to do this without using that fairing. So let me get an adapter piece. That, no. No. Also no. No. Nope. 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 Has the FPS situation improved? Yeah, of course. The patch really fixed it, man. Yeah. You're still gonna lag with high part count, dude, but it's not nearly as bad. Yeah, Adam, I'm doing the Apollo challenge right now. Nice. All right, there. That'll look good. But now I need something to attach this to. I need a structural bulkhead in here because the engines were mounted on a structural bar right here. I might actually end up using a tube piece. Or we could just use another engine section. I'm not sure how that doubled over is going to end. You know what? I'll try it. And we'll see what taking that fairing and attaching it to it looks like. And then I don't need that to be green anymore. Yeah, that looks the part. Now we just need the engines for it. Okay. So I need to... Yeah, there we go. And then we need to go in here like this. 4 times engine. And then a center engine on the mount right there. Select that. Rotate that back into position. And now, we can do the same thing that we did on the Saturn 1 and move those up like that. And then if we rotate them, the gas generators are all pointing outwards, which looks good. Yes. Nice. Doesn't look bad. Much better. Very nice. Very nice. Now we gotta add, we'll add the ullage motors. And we'll put the ullage motors exactly where they are in real life. Nice. So these are basically separator motors and tank ullage motors. Now what does that do? Well, the separator motors, I mean, obviously they get you away. But the tank ullage motors also settle the propellants inside the engines. Because during staging, right, you're decelerating because the engine's shut off. And all your propellant goes forward. separating and have the ullage motors accelerate you away during staging settles all of your liquid fuel and oxidizer back down at the bottom of the tank, so when you go to fire, your engine doesn't suffocate. Quite literally. How's the patch? Amazing, dude. I'm having fun with it, dude. Not that I wasn't having fun with it before, but now you can actually do a little bit more complicated stuff, which is great. What is in this new patch? I cannot list it all at once, Rob. Honestly, it's... Let's see. About 300 patch notes, man. Yeah, can't do it all at once. I don't know all of it off the top of my head, bro. Yeah, the patch notes are amazing, though. They're crazy. There's a lot. I actually like them like that. That looks good. Yeah, that's... How much CWR does that give us? 716. Not bad, dude. Not bad at all. Very good. I didn't like it. I was trying to do too many things at once. Can I see how you did the instrument unit? It's just another fairing. It's a 2.5 meter fairing, dude. If you want to pop back in the VOD, man, I should probably highlight like all of this. But it's a 2.5 meter fairing that's been gizmoed out, and it gizmos up to a 375 fairing like that. And then inside the instrumentation unit, I put the probe core and stuff. I just did that to get our proportions right, man. Just like this is only a little fuel tank and a lot of fairing, even though that's technically... See, that's all supposed to be hydrogen tank right there. You know? It's all supposed to be hydrogen tank. But yeah. Yeah, that's how I'm doing it. I'm still kind of meh on the downward facing interstage. I probably will just do a fairing to the S1C. Just make this a little bit easier, and just in the straight name of time. Nope, don't want that one. That's the one I want. So get rid of that, and I don't know why it made a new tab right there, but hey, whatever. We gotta go down here. There's your interstage right there. Now these engines would have had a heat shield right here. Believe it or not, there's a heat shield built into the bottom. But yeah, we won't do that. Just, yeah, it's fine. Give me a 375 decoupler. And Saturn V's inner stage actually flew with the stage. It didn't, it flew with the stage. It didn't go with, like, stay with the first stage. It pulled it off and then separated the inner stage a little ways after. So this isn't going to be exactly right. Just because I'm really not... I really don't understand how... There's ways to do it in KSP1, but how you're going to do it in KSP2 is going to be a little weird. We don't have the exact parts that I need to do that right. So we'll do this way. Same thing as the stage up top. What was the in real life reason for that? To pull the inner stage with you? I don't know. I forget. Ooh, I'm getting rusty. Your boy's getting a little rusty. I don't remember. There was... Oh, there's a good reason. I just forget what it was. Crapo. The inner stage has the ullage motors? That sounds right. Oh. Protect the engines from the tank ullage. That sound... Yeah, I think that's correct, fellas. I didn't make that the right diameter. Yeah, that'll work. He is human after all, I see. Yeah, I'm trying to go fast, dude. Trying to go fast, because building a lander I know is going to take some time. You know, getting the lander figured out and then figuring out a way to put it in there correctly. It's going to take some time, so I'm kind of like, I got to get this done, I got to get this done. Yikes. Is there a way to set the diameter to a number so you don't have to eyeball it like that? Just put something straight behind it, Popple. Yeah. Not that I know of. You could just put like an I-beam behind it or something, and then go into orthographic view and just line it up with the I-beam. For level 2? No, level 2 is circumnavigate around the moon. You need to do a free return mission. Yeah, that's what you got to do. So go out, spiral around the moon, and come back. And then for Apollo, you need to go out and circularize around the moon, then land. So that's Jeb level. And then Val level is Duna. I'm gonna use all this architecture to go to Duna, which is, like I said, that's why we gotta go quick. That looks the part. That definitely looks the part to me, dudes. Wow, that's nice. What is the deadline? Thursday or Friday. Friday is the deadline. Friday. That's when they put this one out. They put it out on Friday. So that's strutting all the engines together. It's Wednesday. It's Monday. All right, so just like before, let me put this big boy tank on here. And then whoa, 2.26. Wow, we don't need main. The main sails are too powerful. That's weird. Skippers, perhaps. I know 6. Skippers aren't powerful enough. Herder. That's exactly what I need. But that's not, it's not up goer 5 if we work the thrust limiter. Yeah. Shuttle engine? Nah. I mean, Adam, that might be... I don't know. Where are 4 of these going to get us? Adam, it's the right application, but I don't think I could stomach it. I'm not even kidding. I don't think I could stomach it, man. I don't think I could stomach it. I'd hate myself. Not even kidding. I'd freaking hate myself for doing that. That's pretty much good. That's pretty much exactly what I want. What's our TWR now? 1.5. Man, this thing's gonna go. Okay. It definitely doesn't look bad. That's for sure. Yeah, Drix, I have some experience, dude. I have some experience doing this. I played a lot of this game. Building rockets is a little bit tough, but once you get it, man, you can build some pretty awesome stuff. Yeah, 80% thrust limiter, dude. That's definitely 1.2 off the pad. It's pretty good. That gives me an approximate. Now we just got to kind of put it to fruition here. Got to kind of get it to go all together. This should work. I might, like I said, in the sake of time, I might just, I mean, that's fine. That should be okay. I really wish I knew the burn time of this. I really wish I got like a stage breakdown. She do be thick, though. Yours looks great. Thanks, Drix. I appreciate that. Yeah, it definitely has got a Saturn V vibe to it, that's for sure. What happens if we bring back in the color here? What does that look like? What does that end up doing? Oh! Oh, I don't hate that at all. Yeah, we're doing that. Oh, it looks so good, man. It looks so good. And the stripes go... Do they go in between the engine nacelles? Oh, they're like halfway on the engine nacelle. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, we won't be able to do that. Darn it. So, like, the stripes are... The way the stripes are painted on are like that. Half of the stripe is on half of the nacelle. And I'm not sure unless we have... Unless this thing can stripe itself... Yeah, it didn't like that. Chat, it didn't like that. Okay, let's get the rest of this figured out. I don't know if I can stomach the raceway being off center. I don't know if I can stomach it. Is the raceway off center on the real one? No. Is it? It is. It is! Oh God. It is off-centered. Thanks. I hate it. All right, Popple. Yep. Okay. Can't unsee now. It is off-centered. Oh, no, chat. Why? Why, history? Stop. Stop it, history. You are drunk. It is off. The raceway is off-centered. Why is it off-centered? I hate it. I hate it so much. No, I can't. It is off-center. Why? Oh, no. Why should it not be off-center? Nothing. Just me being weird. It's off-centered probably so they could make the cables shorter, dudes. But also, what the balls, man? Oh, well, that's just the way that it be, I suppose. Okay. All right, the engine section for the Saturn V. We need the S1C. Where are ya? Yeah, okay. Cool. So what we'll do down here is what we did up top. Just take that. Take the fairing, bring the fairing down like this. It's proof that it's real. Yeah. Real life often isn't perfect. Yeah, I know. Honestly, fellas, like I said, time is of the essence. This right here might do us right. So if we take the entire stack and rotate it, hang on, I gotta make sure we're centered again. Now the reason why I did that is so we can mount our motors. Okay, now something, now maybe we can do, I don't really like what we had before. Oh. Can we? Yep, it did not like that. Game. All right. So we won't attach them. We won't mount directly. We won't mount the engines directly to these, or mount these directly on the engines. It didn't want that. So what we will do is make these go down a little bit, and then actually just game, if I wanted the part window open, I'd click on it, please. It's just I'm trying to click on the gizmo. Whenever I click on the gizmo, the game just decides to, oh, you wanted the part window open? No, not really. If I did, I would have clicked on that thing. Yes, a click over here. Yeah, that's how I wanted that attached. All right. Well, the newsfeed on your Discord is a person posting there, right? The lonely guy is not a bot? No, lonely guy's a person. Yeah. Why do you ask? Okay. No, lonely guy is a person. Silly, sorry. The editor can be a little bit annoying and difficult to use at times. Use 8 cones and make half of them dark now. Nah, it's not gonna look right, dude. Honestly, doing that is probably good enough. That gets the point across sufficiently, I think. No, it doesn't look bad. It's fine. Now let me get the wingalings. You guys know the wingalings? We need the wingalings. See, those act basically like shrouds, man. So thing is, just I don't have shroud like that. I'll just roll with this for now. We could probably make it better later. So yeah, upside down fairings, but then it would be, that wouldn't look right because the shrouds are like C-shaped. They only cover half of it, right? So this is fine the way that it is, dudes. The bottom doesn't look exactly right, but that's the part we're going to see the least of, so I'm not too incredibly concerned about it. Here, let me open up the part menu for you. Thanks. I'm having a good time. Not. Wings are too big. There we go. The suit is black buzz not. Not. You think I need the part menu open, Hinks? Yeah, you're probably right. Alright. Let's make sure that no Kerbals are in this thing. At all. And we should probably stage it. We should probably stage this. That's probably important. Brushed aluminum reminder. Oh, okay. Is that good? Maybe we'll add a twinge of gray in there. Go up here like this, get a little bit of gray. Too much gray. Not enough specularity. That's fine. That's good. Alright, let's test it, see what happens. I don't know why that fairing is coming in shaded differently, but oh, there we go. It's because it was see-through. Oh, we are not staged at all. Sepratron's on the first stage. Yeah, I didn't put him on. I think Kerbal could do with a restart here. Oh, well, that definitely looks the part. That's for sure. Yeah, my tower's a bit short though, huh? Okay. Oh, okay. Throttle down. This is just a test flight. Dude, the dynamic pressure on this is absurd if I keep the engines fully throttled. Those mainsails are beast mode, man. Dude, it definitely looks the part. Definitely looks the part. Wow. Oh, that looks money, man. We're just not flying in the right direction, but that's okay. We can fix that by doing this. Oh, the dynamic pressure. 16,000, 17,000, 18. No lander in there, no. Oh, no! Come on back! No, come on back! Alright, you're okay. You're okay. Oh! Get away from it. That's okay. Damn. You gotta be careful with that thing. It is a little wobbly, guys. Yeah. How much LTV was your Saturn 1? 6,000, but that doesn't really... No, the whole vehicle was doing this. She was weeble wobbling a little bit, which is okay. Alright, that would work. I don't have center engine gimbal locked, Ian. Edgar Allan, bro, needs more struts. Yep. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It was holding together pretty strong, but yeah. See, the problem is, guys, I don't know where the wobble was coming from. I know it was wobbling, but I didn't see it. Everything seemed to be staying together, which is interesting. So the other thing is that the Saturn V on the center engine, the gimbal was locked. Isn't the moon 8,000 delta V? We'll figure this out. We'll figure that out during the test flight. I think we were going too fast. It couldn't take the dynamic pressure. And if I had to guess, it's probably right here on the first stage because we didn't clamp it. Let's see if we can run a strut that far. It won't let us run a strut that far. Okay, what if we can run a strut off of the nose cones in 4 times symmetry? Okay. Show us the clamps! We gotta clamp it, man. We might need to rebuild that first stage, guys, which kind of sucks, but either that or I'll just be a little more sensitive with it. It's okay. Move that up there. Let me try it. I want to give it another shot. Alright, let's see what she does. Sure, public. Stage 1 seps. Wait, does the real Saturn V launch clamps look like those? They do look like these. Yeah, the hold down points do look like that, yes. Mm-hmm. Those are the tail service masts, not the hold downs. Yeah, they look more like the tail service masts. The hold down points do kind of look like this though, Alpha. Here. They do look like that. They're just more of a fixed thing. Yeah, see? It's more of a fixed kind of holder, but yeah, see the TSMs? Man, does that thing look nice. What a beast. What a beast of a freaking rocket. Dude, look at that thing. We should make more of those. I understand the complications as to why we can't build more of those, but we should also build more of those, okay? Looks great except for the off-center raceway. Shut up, Hanks. Shut up, man. Oh, don't want Kerbals on board. I know we shouldn't, but we should. I'm with you, right? I know we shouldn't, but also we should. I know we shouldn't, but also. It's possible, Aqualix, yeah. I'm sure there's a very well thought out reason, dude. Just don't know what it is off the top of my head.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Paul Whiskey, that's a tier 1. Thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. I'm glad you guys like the Apollo. Love Apollo. I mean, I'm a shuttle nutcase, guys, but also, you know, I'm a shuttle nutcase, but this is nice. Check your TWR. 1.5. 1.5 is a little much. I might need to thrust limit these even more. And one fanboy. I don't know why you would be a fan of something that doesn't work, but that's okay. Struts for stages? That's because of hot staging, Muzzy. Yeah, hot staging. Still the best looking rocket? It definitely had an aesthetic, didn't it? I know. Yeah. I'm a fan of something that doesn't freaking work, man. Restart KSP. Alright, we'll do a restart and then we'll try it again. Hear me out. Saturn V Heavy. I don't know what launch pad would be able to support that, Erudite. You'd need a much bigger launch pad, dude. You'd need something. Why did you put a limiter on the rocket? Well, Mac, too much engine makes you go too fast too quickly. And if you go too fast too quickly, you get bogged down in the atmosphere. Yeah, not good. I mean, Panta, how I would do that, honestly, is have them, like, look at that picture. That picture that we just saw, that thing sitting on the pad. Saturn V. So, see where the launch umbilical tower is? I wouldn't have the cores here and here. To go with the longitudinal axis of the flame trench, the cores would have to be, one of the cores would have to be where the launch umbilical tower is, and one would have to be the opposite, and the launch umbilical tower would have to be to the side. That would make this thing really difficult to move, because you have like a 600 ton, not even 600 ton, maybe a 6,000, not 6,000 ton. Yeah, about 600 tons for that thing. Tower hanging on one side of the crawler. You ever notice that every time the crawler moves something, the rocket and the launch umbilical tower are perfectly in line on the center axis? There's a reason for that. it being off to one side would mean the crawler would have to kind of tilt it sideways to load it correctly. You don't want to do that. Is there an upper limit to how fast you can escape the atmosphere? So, yeah, Giphy, there is. There is. Unless you're a sprint missile. Here. So the sprint missile was built in the 60s and the 70s. It's designed to intercept other missiles. Yeah, here. So there's the sprint missile, right? So with something like the Saturn V, yeah, you're gonna need something crazier. So yeah, that's pretty quick, right? That's slow motion, by the way. You want to see it in fast motion? That was. Did you see it? That was. Yeah. Yeah. You can push as much as you want against the atmosphere, but if you push too hard, you're going to get compression load, and then you get shock heating right after that. Watch the tip of the warhead. Oh, look! Entry heating on ascent. It's pretty cool, huh? Yeah, sprint missile. Yeah, you don't want to go too fast. If somebody was on board that, they'd be dead pretty quickly. So, like, when you're carrying a big, like, launch tower of a rocket like this thing, when you're carrying a big freaking, like, 30-story building of a rocket, trying to do that with this is going to compress the whole thing, and when it compresses, it'll bend. Yeah. Hey, Tamir, what's going on? I hope we have a lot of those in these times. Good. We have something better than Sprint. We have Thad. Thad is awesome, dude. Really, really cool. So Thad is ABM. It does the same thing, but yeah, here. It's kind of like the Iron Dome that the Israelis have. Check it out. Watch. That is something that Tori Bruno worked on, Dragon. Yep. Okay, I don't think you realize how ridiculous doing that actually is. Think about the guidance systems involved to be able to intercept an incoming missile coming in at like Mach 5. Or even Mach 8 or 9. Like, it's crazy. Facts. I'm seeing if we can like find a launch of like what the thing is doing and seeing them steer around and stuff. Yeah, terminal high altitude area defense. So there's your ABM target. Watch this. Well, okay. See you later. Skirt! No, you can't just shoot down missiles. So, okay. I just want to point out. Watch this in slow motion, dudes. This is a missile, right, that knows where it is. Watch the exhaust. You can actually see it gimbal. See it? Look at it. See? That little thing has like 10 degrees of thrust vector control in it. You see the gimbal? Freaking, they stole your K200 design. I know. Let's see. Hello. Yeah. I wouldn't want to be on that. The camera guy's like, yep, okay, that's gone. So watch this. Dude, that thing just zapped the missile. Okay, so look at the background to see how fast that thing is going. Watch. Zip! That's gnarly, man. It's basically a guided bullet that shoots down other bullets. And stuff like THAAD needs a thermal protection system on it. It can't go too fast. If it goes, like, you can't go too fast. For a bigger rocket, there is a limit. There is a limit because you're going to put compression load. So this is why max Q is such a big deal, all right? So think about if you haven't, like, your rocket, like, as an accordion, right? So, like, right? And you're fully extended, right? You have the rocket engines pushing up, right? And you have gravity pushing down on it. Now, that does induce a compression load, right? But you won't be able to move the air out of the way at the front fast enough if you try to push against the atmosphere too hard. And what it does is it compresses the accordion too much. And then you remember your accordion is made out of pressurized tanks and they pop. There's a limit for your dynamic pressure on the rocket because it's trying to accordion your rocket. All those components put all together like this are trying to squish it. And that's what happened a second ago with my other launch. It'll go right to your thighs. And then you'll blow up. Oh, God. Aqualex, I think the idea of just putting Titan boosters on the side would be better. Just Titan boosters on the sides, and then just air start the Titan boosters a little bit after liftoff. I don't want a Kerbal on board. Yeah, it's definitely loaded. The editor's loading faster. I present to you Saturn V Heavy. I know about the mutant missile, yeah. What in the balls is that, Ian? Why do your boosters have upper stages? So So that's 3 S1Cs and then 3 S2s, and the 3 S2s separate as one? Saturn 15. I'm sure on some planet like Kerbal, that's really impressive. But your weak link is, this is Earth. But your weak link is, this is Earth. More context. Oh dear. Ian, you want to keep coming into this stream? Lay off the drugs. Okay. Sorry, boss man. It's alright, man. Up top. I want to go fast. Much better. Yeah, a little bit. Saturn V had a little bit of grab loss. Throttle back. Okay, there's max Q. How far in? 1 minute 3. We gotta go before that. All right, start to pitch over. Yeah, this does not wobble nearly as much. I just added a couple of struts that go from that interstage fairing down to the tankage, and it seems to be working okay. Okay, goat at throttle up. How's patch? Amazing, dude. I mean, look at the frames that we're getting here. This is brilliant. Don't flip over on me. It is wobbling. A little bit. Yeah, very good. I don't know how this thing's gonna work with the stand by for Miko. There it is. Very low thrust to weight here, but that's okay. It's kind of what we wanted. AP is still right, so yeah, burning radial like this should be good. We got plenty of delta V and plenty of time to do it. Stand by for LES jettison. Jettison confirmed. 2 Alpha. Or 2 Bravo, excuse me. What's the root part of your Saturn V? The capsule. Two Bravo, 3 Bravos, the abort contingency. 1 Alpha is right after roll program. 1 Bravo is at max Q. 2 Alpha is staging. 2 Bravo is LES jettison. 2 Charlie would be at this point, meaning we would just use the RCS to pop off. But yeah, I always call 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B. Actually, this TWR on this second stage is really, it's pretty good. Pretty much exactly what we want. Stand by for S2 engine cutoff. S2 engine cutoff confirmed. Very good. Okay, so a couple of things that I noticed here, guys. That was all good, but we didn't fully fuel this thing. And my LEM is not fully fueled. Or the CSM is not fully fueled either. So that was a good test, but Temir, this is just a test, dude. So we got to go back in the VAB and I got to change some things and then we got to adjust. Fortunately, we have some margin to do it with thrust limiting the mainsails and whatnot. And our second stage had plenty of Delta V left over. So we're not, that's not bad. That's not bad. Should you have a dummy payload for the LEM weight? Yes, if we're going to do our Apollo 8 mission, right, yeah. .18. I'm actually kind of worried about second stage TWR at this point. Oh, that's cool. Forge, neat. Click the thing twice, Doom. Click the aborted twice, it'll work. I don't know what the hell that's about, but that's what I do. I double click it every time. Yeah, double clicking it will fix it, dude. Yeah. Once again, I don't know why. I don't have the answer to that. Well, Drac, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Alright, we gotta go in here. Like this, fellas. And then we have to mount... How heavy? Nine tons. No. You know what? Overkill. I've decided. Overkill. Overtime. Woohoo! No. Hey, come on now. Not centered, you don't think. Oh man, is that camera getting annoying? Alright, well, let's try this thing with this much payload. 1.193. Alright, that should be alright. Okay. This is a second test with 18 tons of lander inside of there. Let's see what happens. Yeah, not really, Scooty. Rocket launch is at 3 or 4 a.m. on the 22nd. Yikes. I don't think that it is. Yeah, actually, yeah, it's 4:45 a.m. Yikes. Yeah, see, not 3 or 4. Can you, like, not do that? Can you not, please? And then Terran 1 on the other end. Good luck, have fun. Oh, boy. That is, like, right in the middle of when I usually sleep. Good times. How's it coming? It's coming all right. Gemini, get the frick out of the paw. All right, whatever. You can fly. I don't care. Looks the part. Okay, mode 1 alpha. Looks good, man. Yeah, actually putting that on there and giving us the proper fuel loads actually made the first stage work really well. Now I'm worried that I didn't engineer the second stage right. Don't forget the inboard cutoff this time. Oh, shutting off the center motor. I don't think we need to do that, dude, to be honest with you. Uh-oh. Stay with me, Saturn. Shouldn't pitch over that fast. Almost lost it. It was close.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
This is looking good, though. I mean, we could shut down the center right now if you wanted. Shut down the center to limit G load on the vehicle. Honestly, great staging velocity. Very good. Those fin contrails are just annoying. Alright. There's me go. Staging. Upper stage ignition. Hey, well, that looks the part. Holy crap, that looks right. Dang. Dude. That looked like the Apollo 6 footage. I gave it like a Falcon style interstage, Ian, because I wasn't sure exactly how we'd make it look. The only thing I'm really worried about now is that our second stage TWR is just horrible. That definitely looked the part. The way it just kind of tilted back and kind of, oh, that was good, man. It looked good. It looked good. How far downrange did the boosters go? Like 300-400 miles. All right, LES jettison. There we go. 2 Alpha, or 2 Bravo, excuse me. Actually, this is not looking bad, I think. As long as we can keep that AP out in front of us, we should be good. The S2 did not have a high TWR. Even with 5 J2s, with 5 meganewtons of thrust behind it, it doesn't have a lot because it's pushing all this. That's why that staging looked really right, because the second stage had pretty low TWR. I mean, everything on Saturn V is like stretched to the absolute limit. Yeah, Tessa, I actually think we're okay. This is really, really not that bad. Not a big deal. Not bad. And guys, you got to remember, this is with 18 tons of payload in the payload bay. I don't think our lander is going to be that heavy, but it could. It could be. Actually, this 18 tons in the payload bay, this ascent is actually quite good. This is pretty nice. We'll end up probably, if I'm looking at this right, we'll end up somewhere 100 by 100. What? There is no lander? No, I have 18 tons of payload in there, dude. Haven't made the lander yet. But you like that separation, though, Louiso. You know you did. It's Earth rocks. Come on, man. You're a rock. Got him. Yeah, Wookie, yeah, that's, yeah. Come on, if that number can get positive right when that number hits 0, this is about as good of an ascent as this thing can actually do. Skinny, I'm just testing the vehicle right now, but what we're eventually going to do is an Apollo 8 style mission. I see it, Tessa, I see it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
She's still going up, though, which is good. Oh, 97 by 134. Oh, that's not bad at all. No, that'll still work. Yeah, no, but it's... Now I'm kind of like halfway bumming that we didn't do the interstage separation right, because that, dude, it looks so good, man. It really does look good. Actually, this is fine. Using the S4B to circularize is not that big of a deal. Positive. $97 by $98. We have 1,700 Delta V left. Dude. This thing's a monster. We made a little monster of a vehicle here. Very good. I'm pretty damn happy with that performance. That was really nice. That's pretty good, man. Yeah, this tank was full. I have another fuel tank in there with a hefty amount of fuel. Let me just make sure that we didn't like cross-feed the fuel or anything. Yep, nope, we didn't cross-feed to any fuel. We are good. Only one S2 made it to orbit for Skylab. That's right, Exil. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah. Does your rules include you using ullage motors? No, but I do anyway, Carrot. Yeah. Wow. I'm pretty damn proud of what we made. That's pretty good. We could... We gotta get the staging right, dude. We gotta get the staging right. It has to be right. It can't not be right. Because the rest of this is really good, man. And you know what the best part is? You know what the best part is? Guys, there's a 3.75 hab module. There's a 375 hab module. Oh yeah, Skylab. Skylab. Shake and bake. Shake and bake. Shake and bake. What is that, a catchphrase or epilepsy? Shake and bake! Right up! Okay, cool. Nice. That was good, man. That was real good. Real good. So, I'm still noticing a little bit of a problem with the antenna. The antenna doesn't want to deploy. King, what's going on, man? This antenna, for whatever reason, still thinks it's inside of something, which is weird, because it's not. But I'll have to figure that one out. But yeah, this thing works pretty damn well. It didn't get smacked by the fairing moto. No, it didn't get smacked by the fairing. What happened was the antenna clipped into my payload tank, technically. Man, did I get the fuel margin right or what? That's actually real good. Kind of did it by accident. Actually pretty happy with this. Yeah. Guys, I think sending it is probably not the worst idea. I'm just not sure what we're going to do about this thing. No, not necessarily, Chillin'. I think it needs some work. All right. We're going to do option or stretch level goal. We've completed primary. Now we have the stretch goal, which is Apollo 8, which is a free return. Free return. And then after that, we build the lander. All right. You guys ready for this mission? Let's make it happen, Captain. Yeah, everything went well with that last test. Let's roll with it. Let me just double check to make sure that we got the Apollo 8 trajectory right. It's free return, right? Or did they circularize? They did circularize. Yeah. Okay. I don't think so, Wiz. Yep, there's the LEM mass simulator right there. It's Frank Borman over there. Okay, looks like we're gonna go circularize. Did I see retrograde circularization there? That's what I thought I saw right there. Yeah, retrograde circ. No, it couldn't have been. It couldn't have been retrograde circularization because they saw an Earth. Lunar north is up. Yeah, demo. Yeah, it has to be. Look, see, look at the original picture from which Earthrise was cropped. The photo is displayed here in its original orientation as seen by the crew of Apollo 8. Lunar north is up. If lunar north is up in this photo and the Earth is rising, yeah, retrograde. Yeah. Retrograde insertion, no problem. Easy peasy. All right, you guys ready? Let's do this. Yes, Axel. Hotels. Still up. Or top. And we have a liftoff. 50 past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 8. Okay, we cleared the tower. Go for roll program. Roll pitch program. Mode 1 alpha. Copy, 1 alpha. The tower moves depending on how big the craft file is. Is KSP2 more stable now? Way more stable, Shaggy. Oh, that's beast mode, dude. Look at it. Very nice. $10,000. Rates look good. A little bit of pitch down rate right there. I don't understand what needs to be improved upon, Tessa. This is pretty damn good the way it is. My gosh, the building is shaking. Look at that rocket go into the clouds at 3,000 feet. Okay, we are transonic. Actually, putting this over here might be the idea. No, I don't like that. It's been over here for as long as I can remember. Okay, vehicle supersonic. Okay, we're past max Q, mode 1 Bravo. Shutting down center engine to limit G-load. Center engine's off. Stand by for main engine cutoff. We have Miko. Miko confirmed, 2 Alpha. Or separation confirmed, 2 Alpha. Stage. Yeah, we hurled that thing up in the air. Stand by for LES jettison. LES jettison confirmed. We are 2 Bravo. 2 Bravo. Pretty good. Hip. I don't think this is the best one we've made, but it's definitely up there. Definitely one of the cooler things we made in KSP 2, that's for sure. Approaching AP a little bit faster than we were before, but that's okay. Fast enough. I shouldn't have burned radial in, Tessa. We should have just let it fly. It would have done it. It would have done just fine. Burning radial in a second ago was bad. Yeah. Now I gotta burn slightly radial out to compensate. That AP out in front, which is not going to be that efficient, but it's okay. We're okay. We'll make it. Okay. S2 staging. S2 staging confirmed. Get that AP out in front of us here. Here we go. Stand by for third stage engine cutoff. Tico. I don't know if that's what it's called. Don't care. 95 by 93. Tertiary engine cutoff. Confirmed. We're slightly inclined to the moon. They use Seco. Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna go around a little bit. Oh, this is dope. Oh, this is so good, man. So much better. Dude. Yo, that's sick, man. That one's better. Oh, the conics are so good, man. We gotta dial this in for a free return. There we go. We're in for free return here. Okay, cool. Let's maneuver the vehicle into position. Check out the burn in the patched conics. Okay. I see it. That's cool. I think. So this tells me how I'm going to fly by the moon. It shows how I'm going to enter and exit the lunar gravwell. See all this? All the information here, it was all broken before. Now it's actually quite good. Okay, chat, coming around on the horn here. Aloha etat. You would go for trans-lunar injection. S4B reignition, nominal. S4B burn here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, dude, the burn conic. I see it, man. It's pretty good. Stand by for Seco 2. We have Seco 2. Actually, we should probably go a little bit more. So let me edge the engine a little bit more. You guys saw nothing. Okay, stage will impact there. Dave, I didn't know that. All right, cool. We're coasting. Third stage is on a collision course with Minmus, or the moon. Not yet, Spartship. Soon, though. Okay, let's jettison the interstage adapter, or the LM adapter here. Neat, Lemprod, that's cool. Let me see. Oh, that's legit. You guys got to see this. We'll coast for a little bit. That's okay. Look at that, huh? That goes east, man. So the GEOS satellites are the satellites where you get meteorological data from. These are for, like, denoting the weather for airplanes, you know, or your weatherman. Like, oh yeah, you know, it's gonna start getting warm, and then they, you know, they could say it's gonna get warm and then be wrong, and then they say it's gonna rain and the sun's out, and they say it's gonna be sunny and it rains, you know. Yeah, they do get information from these satellites, and I assure you, the satellite information is good. Okay, the satellite information is good. Okay. All right, Chief. Good night, man. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy. Yeah, look at the Andes, Luisa. You see that? Yeah, the clouds are like, I want to go this way. The Andes are like, alto. Cuidado. Piso mojado. Cuidado. That's cool, man. Will you upload the Kevin Bacon rule to KSP tips? We should do a more succinct explanation of it, Nova, but yeah, we should. I gotta tell Brima to help me out with that. Can we see it slow down? I'm not sure if the Twitter player can do that, but I did see hurricanes in the summer. Oh, there's one. See? 1, 2, 3. Look at them come across the ocean. Oh, there's another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. Dude, it was like rapid fire. You gotta be kidding me. That's crazy, dude. What a shot. What's... Oh my gosh, it caught the nor'easter. Watch. So watch. I'm pointing at my screen like you guys can see it. Watch right here. See? Okay, my house is up here. Look at that storm. Watch. It just gets caught. It's only for a second, but you see how it gets stuck between this and that. See the jet stream right there, and see that one? Storms get caught in a little pocket, and it's like it's a little tide pool of fail, and it dumps whatever on you for freaking however long. That's called a nor'easter, where a storm gets stuck. That only happens really up here in the northeast, but yeah, the storms get stuck between the jet streams. It's a little more complicated than that, and it just kind of sits there. It gets stuck in like a dead zone of weather pattern. Can you land on the moon? Yeah, of course you can, Skinny. This rocket that I have here is mimicking the Apollo 8 mission, so it does not have the lander on board, but I have a mass simulator. I still got to build the lander. But let's get back to it. What's the time span? That was a year, Fall. Non-tropical hurricane, same behavior. Yep. All right. Will there ever be whaling on the moon? Only if you carry a harpoon. It's a good reference, man. Good reference. Good reference. Good on you. All right, so if we don't change our trajectory here, we will crash into the moon, but I want the stage to crash into the moon, but not me, so stage the pedals. Fairings decided to be out, as per usual. All right, can we extend this thing? It's not blocked. Why is it blocked? It's a blocked wish. Ah. He'll be wailing as soon as EJ's mom gets there. Wow, that's... Your parents must be so proud of you. How many rockets have you built in this game? Oh, I built a bunch. I built a bunch, dude. Okay. Your parents must be so proud, Wookie. What about Willsiax? We got a free Willsiax. Dude, I mean, Skinny, in Kerbal, I've built anything. Space shuttles, SLS, Saturn V, Saturn 1B, Falcon 9s. I've built New Glenn rockets. I've built all kinds of stuff. Alright, so now what I'm doing is basically a mid-course maneuver here, so we don't crash into the moon. Let's activate the service propulsion system, shut off the RCS. SPS ignition. Can you really drag this thing? Oh my goodness, you can. Oh wow, that's pretty neat. Alright, so we gotta get our PE on curb in here, get the RCS going. That's free return right there. Okay, trajectory is good. I've built the superior shuttle Buran. You're crazy. I built my own launch pads, dude. You can build anything in this, dude. Anything you want. This is supposed to be like Apollo style. Can you fly a helicopter on Mars? Yes. And then do surgery on a grape? No. Okay, come back in about 29 hours. Yeah. Fortunately, in Kerbal, it's only 3 days. So that's only 1 day. Anteater, sorry if this is a stupid question. As long as you're coming from a place of innocence, I don't care. There's no stupid questions. But are all rockets satellites launched to orbit the same direction as the planet orbits? That is a really good question. No. Planet spins. No, I know what you meant, Ann. It's all good. That's a really good question. The answer is no. Nope. Not every one of them does that. So, okay. Planet spins this way, right? Spins going towards the east, right? So anything that basically launches, and if you drew like if your launch pad was like right here, right, and the planet is right here, anything that goes east is a prograde orbit. Anything that goes opposite of the way that the planet spins is a retrograde orbit. Prograde orbits go from 0 to 90 degree inclination. So what does that mean? Let's go into Kerbal here. So right now, even though I'm intercepting the moon, I'm in a prograde orbit. I'm going with the way that Kerbal spins. Anything from 0 degrees, meaning following the equator, and to 90 degrees, meaning an orbit with a 90 degree inclination flies over the North and South Pole, or it's called a polar orbit. There's no tricks with the names for this stuff. Polar orbit is an orbit that flies over the poles, hence polar orbit. You know, that's a higher inclination orbit. So that's anywhere in between equatorial going east to polar orbit going north or south is a 0 to 90 degree inclination. That's prograde. Anything beyond that, 90 to 180 degrees inclination, that's retrograde. Now, what type of satellites go into a retrograde orbit? Well, that type. Spy satellites. Spy satellites use stuff like that. Israeli sats, there's a bunch of different examples, Aqualex. Yeah, the Shavit rocket goes retrograde. Spy satellites, dude. Spy satellites are in that type of orbit. Why? Why would they be in retrograde orbit? Well, indeed, what they do is they use Earth's non-uniform gravitational pull combined with a slightly retrograde orbit. So highly inclined retrograde orbits are like 97 degree inclination, so it's kind of almost polar, but it's almost polar going opposite of the direction of Earth. Why do they do that? the non-uniform gravitational pull actually perturbs the orbit. It actually drags the orbit around in a certain way that makes it so the timing for the satellite flies over the same spot at the same time every day. So that means every day, for any spot on the globe, if you have the right sun-synchronous orbit, SSO is what it's called. If you have the right sun-synchronous orbit, you can get your Earth observation satellite to fly over the same spot over the same time every single day. Spy satellites, dude. Spy satellites are satellites that go against the spin of the Earth and use its non-uniform gravitational pull. Called that perturbing force in spaceflight is called precession. They use the precession to modify their orbits. They use Earth's non-gravitational pull to pull the satellite's orbit in a different direction, so it goes over the same point at the same time every day. Really cool, huh? Yeah, now don't get me wrong, there are other satellites that are in retrograde orbit for various reasons. That's one of the bigger ones. But yeah, of course, sometimes satellites go against the way the planet spins. Absolutely. Cool, huh? And now we're on a list. Shh, 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 shh. So yeah, wait till I really blow you guys' mind. Check this out. So the X-37B, put the X-37B into a sun-synchronous orbit. Heck, it doesn't even need to be in a sun-synchronous orbit. If you put the X-37B in a type of orbit where it can use the wings cross-range capability, it can do the exact same thing in any orbit. But instead of using precession, it can use the Earth's gravity. It can use arrow. It can arrow brake. The thing can arrow brake with its wings and change the orbit with its cross-range capability. And now we're on the list. No, that's all public information. Everyone knows that. Pretty cool, though, right? How big is the penalty for retrograde orbit? Well, when you're going into like a straight retrograde orbit, so 180 degrees inclined, you're taking a pretty nasty hit. On Earth, on Kerbal, it's not too bad. It's about 150 meters a second extra. You need 150 meters a second more delta V to circularize in the opposite direction. On Earth, it's closer to 500. 500, yeah, to do retrograde. It depends. That's 500 if you're on the equator. 500 meters a second. From KSC, you want to fly retrograde, if they ever allowed that, it'd be like 300, an extra 300 meters a second delta V. That's the amount of hit, that's the hit that you're taking here. Is Kerbal Space Program 1 still worth playing through? It's a more complete game, Canadian, but Kerbal 1 won't get updated as much as Kerbal 2 will, or at all. All the dev team from Kerbal 1 moved to Kerbal 2. AOD, depends on the altitude. Yep, used to work at Stratcom. Right on, man. That's cool. Intel wants to see some basic shadows. Yep. That's right. That's right, man. That's the kind of stuff they peep on, dude. Could see you reading a damn newspaper, man. Nobody reads newspapers anymore, but right? It's kind of nuts, dude. So, AOD, I tell people about the orbits that those kind of satellites go into, but synthetic aperture radar and like next generation optics, let's just put that into the wizardry category, and that's the stuff I don't talk about, homie. You know? Yeah, exactly, dude. I make sure I'm very careful with that. I don't talk about SAR. I know I can tell you the type of orbit. I don't know how the satellite works. Yep, that's not my department, man. That's not my department, homie. Where the rocket comes down is not my department. Would retrograde orbits have to take off from the West Coast in the US? That's right, Convict. They use Vandenberg for that. Yep. I used to live next to Stratcom. I love the idea of being number 3 on the Bomb the US list. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's cool, dude. How does positive traction on a Plymouth work? It just does, man. It just does. But yeah, Anteater, great question, dude. That wasn't a stupid question at all. That was actually a pretty damn astute question. There are applications, absolutely. All right, let's fly, baby. We've already done our mid-course correction here. And now we will be pulled in by the moon here for a retrograde orbit. We are in retro. Lunar gravity will start to pull us in. The way this is timed looks like that S4B is going to hit the moon right when we need to circularize, unfortunately. It's quite annoying, actually. Actually, we might circularize before it crashes. We might be able to get to see it. Yeah, we will. Excellent. Alright, let me flip on the RCS. Frick yeah, man. That's how we moon. Will you ever play KSP ever again? No, Koala, I will never play it ever again just because you asked. Yeah, I've played it a couple of times since KSP came out, but that was mostly to teach viewers, to show viewers past crafts that I've made. But yeah, dude, we'll play it again at some point, dude. I have a feeling we will. Okay, stand by for SPS 2. Surface Propulsion System 2, firing. The moon's got you now. That's right. That's what you said about Mission Mode 1. Yeah, I keep my options open. Because if I said I'm never playing it again, Golden Goose, and then I go to play it again, there's going to be 1,000 people saying, oh, I thought you never played KSP 1. I thought you said you're never going to play KSP 1 again ever before Kappa. I get stupid Kappa comments either way, so I'm kind of screwed. Like, damned if I do, damned if I don't. So, when people ask me questions like that, I just, I don't know. I give a non-answer because I don't know the answer. I'm going up. Yeah, see? Look at all this Kappa showing up in my chat. We don't want Kappas, we want Monkas! Monkas! Yes! A Dino sign. Look at me. I'm the captain now. What's up, Furs? How you doing, man? Tier 2, 76 months Kappa. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. Look at me. I am the Monkas now. You don't want to get too close, it'll pull us in. Oh, we can block the camera. Whatever, I can do this manually. Alright, the S4B is on a collision course. Let's control this thing. Awesome. Huh. Propellants would have boiled off by now. We're in the darkness, chat. We're in the dark. Oh, I don't know if we have enough Delta V to do this. It is nice now, right? It is not. Yeah, we might. We might have enough to actually land it. No way. It's gonna be close, man. I could land this thing. I mean, the propellants would have boiled off by now. I'll still crash it, but we definitely could have. Oh, see ya. Second stage has impacted. Did something bounce off the surface? No. No. Don't be silly. Oh, yep, there it goes. Guess not. SBS 3. Service propulsion system 3. Okay. We're circularized. I want to see that Earth rise, man. No, that was us disposing of the second stage, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
How do you intend to land? Land where? On the moon? We're not landing. We're not landing. It's just like in the picture books. Yep, only orbiting. Here, maybe we can... Screwed up. You have too much roll control, Novaraptor. Did we not bring Marvin? No. No, I didn't bring Marvin this time around. Yeah, Smart Chip. You can mess around with the camera and get it to look right, dude, but yeah. It's not exact. But here, if I flip this around... If I flip this around and we zoom in, dang it, I screwed up. Hold on. There you go. How's that? Yeah, let me just go a little ways to the right here. Nope. Nope, that's fine. Yeah, I don't like that the time bar stays up. No, I used free look with the camera. If you use the arrow keys, you can strafe around. Yeah, it's free look, so I can turn and get a good shot. See?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Jeez. What's going on, man? So you could even get like some exterior hull cam shots if you know how to frame this. See? Like that. Pretty cool, huh? And then you can hit home on your keyboard and it reverts your view back to regular. 1060 would run it just fine, Razlad. The devs themselves admitted it's a CPU bottleneck that's causing the problem. If you keep the graphics settings appropriate for your graphics card, you'll be just fine. Yep. Too much roll control. Limit gimbaling on your engines, Nova. That'll do it. Pedongles has confirmed it. Yep. Mm-hmm. The antenna able to extend normally. Nope. Maybe if I hit that jettison button, but I'm afraid that, you know what? I'll quick save, just in case. Nope, didn't do anything. Will you ever try a challenge to slam into the sun? Already did that, Kling, with a Kraken drive. Believe it or not. All right. All right, let's see what our eject is going to be like. $322 on the service propulsion system. We have way more than what we need. Game is paused. Can you do it while you watch this time? Oh, be quiet. Oh, be quiet. That was just one time, Clang. That was one time on one stream, man. Let it go. Okay, here we go. We're gonna return here. Stand by. We're leaving lunar orbit. The Apollo 8 challenge here. Stand by for SPS 4. Stand by for service propulsion system engine cutoff. Okay, propulsion system cutoff confirmed. Going 35. EJ could run a dirextinal drill rig, make big money in the oil fields. Nah, farm my job's too much fun. You're not wrong though about that big money though, homie. Where have you been, man? It's good to see you. Okay. P's set at 36. Just work? I hear you, man. I hear you. Have you hydrated or stretched recently? I've been hydrating. I have hydrated. Stretched though? No, I've literally been sitting here for 9 hours straight. Have I really been sitting here for 9 hours straight? Control point, Novaraptor. I'm just gonna chill here for a second, if you don't mind. Yeah, Kerbal happened. This is what I mean, dude. This is why. You see what's going on here? This is why I will not say, EJ, you're going to play this other game anytime soon? No. The answer is no. I can sit here and I can play this freaking game for 9 hours straight and not realize it. That's how I know it's a good game. You know what I mean? Yeah, Clang, I was just sitting there thinking about it. You'd watch me play Factorio for 40 hours straight? Bro, that would be a bad time, man. You do not want to see that. You do not want... I mean, you do, but also you don't want to see that. Here, we'll do some jumping jacks. Not sure how this is gonna work with my headphones on. Ready? We got to stretch. Ready? 2, 3, 4. Keys are jangling. Oh yeah! All right, 10 jumping jacks. There you go. All right, cool. That's my gamer workout for the day. Yep. Okay, cool. Ah, yeah. Oh God, I don't know if you heard me counting. I did 1,000. You're gonna need more than a few jumping jacks. You calling me fat? Should be good for another 9.5 hours, yeah. Heart disease. All right, guys, we're coming back in. I have seen that video, Hellfish. I have seen that video. It is, Charles. Yeah, Apollo's really good. Yeah, Battle, I think I'm good. Howdy, do you know if the devs will ever consider overhauling SRBs to make them modular like in real life? Not all SRBs are segmented, Def. They're not all segmented like that, dude. But I'm sure you already know that. Also, Def, you see the shirt that I got on today? It's a pretty good shirt. Just saying. But yeah, I don't know, dude. Maybe I'll whisper it into the appropriate people's ear if you want. Hey, I know. It's a pretty cool shirt, right? Like, yeah, no, I think it's neat. I think it's a pretty neater raid. Neat. It's a good shirt. Programmable SRBs would be nice. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that was the start of the video, that predominant link. That's not the exact video, but it's close. Toot! Alright. Alright, we gotta make sure that we're not coming down over mountains. Oh, that's not okay. You added sunglasses to the sunglasses? Okay. All right, guys. We are going to position ourselves for service module jettison. Here we go. Coming in hot. Stand by for SM jettison. SM jettison confirmed. We're ballistic for the time being. I don't have torque on this thing, right? Oh, the aerodynamics took that immediately. Okay, RCS is on. Is there a problem? Look at Hellfish. Yeah, look at Hellfish's link. Dude! Alright. Now the capsule should want to kind of fly sideways a little bit. Yeah, Clang, I think we're alright. Yeah, that's why, dude. That's why I was like, oh, yeah. The struts from the service module are still there. That's okay. Well, just pretend we have a heat shield. Pretend we have re-entry heating and pretend they ablated off, right? You know, for science. Okay. Are we suborbital yet? Yeah, oh yeah, we're very suborbital. Very nice. We're still going pretty dang fast. Could you put enough boosters on a celestial object and change its orbit? I mean, Days, with enough force, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So you would need a rocket that's the size of the damn planet, and I don't think we have anything that has enough impulse to do something like that. But yeah, theoretically, yes, you could. Oh, tell me we're coming over those mountains. Those mountains are clouds. Oh, the shoreline's over there. Oh, balls. Alright, well, let's see what happens. Should get the drogues inflating here in a moment. My worst nightmare, we're landing in mountains. Lovely. Main chutes are unfurled. We got main chutes inflation. Can cut the drogues. I didn't get my re-entry. We didn't time the re-entry trajectory. We could have, if we stayed up there for probably like one more orbit, probably would have timed it right, but. $500 meters. How many pilot splashdowns were at night? Pretty much, I don't think any of them were. At least I'm not sure. I don't remember. Oh, we're coming down on pretty... it's kind of steep, but we should be okay. Okay, here we are. There's some trees, and... where are we? I mean, this is a beautiful part of Kerbal, that's for sure. Hey, mountain biker. Wow, look at that. Dude. Cool. Dude, with some tweaking, the scatterer would look ridiculous. Old man Peabody owns all of this. Yeah, he had a crazy idea about breeding pine trees or something. Wow, where are we on Kerbal? Hold on. Where is this? Oh, yeah, okay, I know where we are. We're on, like, the exact opposite side to KSC. Yep. We're near Kerbera. Kerbera's over here. It's on that island right there. See that? That's where one of my ground tracking stations were. And then the other ground tracking station was down there. Diego Kerman. Yeah, we're on like the exact opposite side of the planet to KSC. That's... yeah. Oh, that's nice. Oh, we made it. Alright, recover. There we go. Right there, dude. That right there is stretch goal complete. Primary and stretch goal were done. Not bad. Now walk. No. No, I don't think I will. So, next thing on the list is to do the Jeb goal. Jeb level, which would be build the land, which would be land on the moon, Apollo style, which means we need to build the lander. But it's approaching 10 o'clock now, and I've literally been sitting here for 10 hours straight now. I think we'll call it for the night, dudes. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Great stream today, I think. I think we did pretty well. I think we're okay. So, I think we're good. I think that's a good cap on the stream for the day here. Let's see. Who's out and about? Who's out and about? Doot Eternal. Doot. No. You guys want Hearts of Iron? Yeah, Italics is playing Hearts of Iron. I love Hearts of Iron. That's one of my favorite games. Middleditch is not playing RDR RP. Huh. I want Italics. Let's go see what Italics is up to. Send the raid over to my man over there. He's playing Hearts of Iron. Italy notices World War II notification first. Sorry, Ethiopia. That's the title of his stream. So it looks like he's doing an Italian playthrough. Anyway, been nice here again. Good night. Hey, Battle. Yeah, I saw you lurking around in chat. Thanks for watching, dude. I'm glad you guys like it. I'll see you guys tomorrow at noontime. We'll build that lander. We'll do the Apollo mission. And then that gives us Wednesday and Thursday to work on some Apollo Martian architecture. Gonna be fun. Go read my buddy Italics. See what he's up to, everybody. And I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching, and have a good night.